Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the City Commission meeting this January 9th, 2024. Thank you for coming to attend. We're here in this beautiful Parker, renovated and restored, and once again, we're here to have a meeting with a number of important items tonight, so let's begin the process. For those of you who are here for the first time, we begin our meetings with a Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence, and then we go into the agenda, at which time we will ask members of the commission if there are any items they'd like to pull from the agenda that are part of the consent agenda. If anyone from the commission pulls that item, we'll discuss that and vote on it separately. And if that item has not been pulled, we invite you to speak beforehand, and we'll vote on that separately as well. And before we get to that, we have various presentations, and tonight we have 3 presentations recognizing individuals or entities that are important to our community this particular month. So let us begin. I ask you all, please join me to stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. We had 2 people in our community whose passing this past week has been really left an indelible mark in our community. Renee Corbell Quinn and Gil DeFerrin, 2 people whose faces have been very familiar for many, many years. And let us all take a moment and have a moment of silence in memory of them. Okay, Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Herbst. Sorry, there.
He's here?
Yep. Commissioner Glassman.
Here.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman.
Here.
Commissioner Sturman.
Here.
Mayor Trentalis.
Here. We have a few agenda announcements. R4 is being moved to the public hearing section of the agenda, so that'll now be considered a public hearing. And changes, M6, the city manager has asked that item be removed from the agenda, and NP3 also removed from the agenda. The speaker is asked to present that in February. So except for those items which are now modifications, do we have a motion to approve the minutes and the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Glassman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman.
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman.
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst.
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and the minutes have been approved as well as the agenda as modified. So let us begin with the presentations tonight. I'd like to invite Commissioner Sturman to begin the process with the first presentation, which will be a proclamation recognizing the Emergency Volunteer Project and fire rescue personnel for their selfless dedication to service. I'd like to invite Fort Lauderdale Captain Jason Friedman and Miami Beach firefighter Carlos Lang to the podium. Please join us down here at the front of the stage.
I said I can't hear.
You can't hear anything I said? I wish I could. Can you hear me now? Better?
We have 2 of these. Our second one is being, well, this one needs to be repaired too. The little, or we could tighten it a little bit. But before I even begin, I just want to take a moment to recognize Carlos. In addition to what he's done here, during the floods in April, he volunteered to work with me. We had a volunteer organization working with Red Cross, United Way, Salvation Army, and he was there every single day on conference calls, heading up operations. Without blinking, he came out and helped the community. He was absolutely fantastic in helping our Edgewood neighbors as well as River Oaks. I'm going to start in a second, but if you want to give a round of applause, I won't stop you. And a neighbor of mine, too. Okay. Proclamation. Whereas the city of Fort Lauderdale takes immense pride in recognizing the exemplary service and dedication of Fort Lauderdale Fire Rescue Captain Jason Friedman and Miami Beach firefighter Carlos Lang, who have demonstrated exceptional courage, commitment, and compassion in the face of unprecedented challenges in the embattled state of Israel. And whereas Captain Jason Friedman, during a voluntary deployment to Israel with the Emergency Volunteer Project, selflessly worked alongside local firefighters in Jerusalem City Center, responding to fire-related calls and providing support during a period of heightened tension and conflict. And whereas Captain Friedman's dedication to volunteer for this mission symbolizes his dedication to duty and compassion for the people affected and showcases the values that make him an outstanding member of the Fort Lauderdale Fire Rescue Team. And whereas Carlos Lang, a resident of the city of Fort Lauderdale and District 4, and dedicated 16-year veteran firefighter for the city of Miami Beach, who specializes in marine operations, is not only an asset to his local community, but extended his commitment to a deployment to the state of Israel. And whereas firefighter Lang's recent 2-week deployment to Israel, where he worked at a fire station and provided aid to the local community during the challenging time, highlights his commitment to duty. And whereas both first responders, by voluntarily participating in their respective missions, exemplified the spirit of service that defines the best in public safety. Now, therefore, we, as city commissioners of the city of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, do hereby proclaim our deepest appreciation and gratitude to Captain Jason Friedman and firefighter Carlos Lang, and recognize their selflessness, bravery, and commitment to making a positive impact not only to our local community, but also internationally. Signed this 9th day of January, 2024, by our mayor, the Honorable Dean Trantellis. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your service. You want to say a word or two?
Commissioners, Mayor, and City Manager, just as a token of appreciation and thank you for being recognizing us, I brought back an Israeli flag to present to you all, as well as challenge coins for each and every one of you, just to symbolize unity and appreciation for the recognition. Thank you.
So my chief's here, so I'll obviously keep this short. I just want to thank you for your support, thank the community, and much appreciation to our fire chief, Chief Golan, for the support and for taking the time to ensure that that I was taken care of while I was taking care of other people over there. So thank you all, appreciate it.
Okay, well, they're having their picture taken. I'd like to invite Carl Williams. Carl is going to present and recognize the 14U Fort Lauderdale Falcons and the Pop Warner Tackle Football Team and the 14U Cheerleader Squad. Folks, you want to come down? Come right in front of the stage. Don't be shy. Come on down.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, and Carl Williams, Parks and Recreation Director. While they make their way up here, I just want to share with you some outstanding accomplishment made by our Fort Lauderdale Falcons football team, 14 and under, and cheerleading team. Of their accomplishments, They had a 14-2 winning regular season. 2023 Southeast Regional Super Bowl champions. 2023 Pop Warner Gold Coast Super Bowl
Folks,
champions.
why don't you go right in front of the stage
Yes.
and face the audience so we can all see your smiling faces.
And third place national champions of 72 teams across the U.S. Additional recognition to our 14 and under Fort Lauderdale Falcons Pop Warner cheerleading squad. They achieved third place national ranking at 2023 national competition. And as a special side note, Mr. Andrew Golfin is a senior utility service worker here for the city of Fort Lauderdale Stormwater.
Congratulations.
Round of applause.
Does the coach want to say a few words?
Thank you guys. Thank you guys for honoring us and having us here. It's been a long, hard season, well worth it. You got 3-time champions, first-time national ranking champions for cheer as well as the football, and it's nothing but the community's kids. So thank you guys.
The Vice Mayor wants to come down and express her personal appreciation and thanks.
I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate you all on a winning season, and I want you to know we see you all. We want you to continue to enjoy and utilize your talent and have fun at it. This is a great time in life where you can embrace the opportunity, the coaching that you're receiving, and just have fun with it. And thank you for being the face of the city of Fort Lauderdale, going national, and just doing your thing. Congratulations. You want it here? Okay. Congratulations. Y'all got rings too? Yeah, you see that thing?
Oh, great. Thank you. It's in Hebrew. Turn it around. Turn it around. Just one side. One side. Okay. Carl, we need you again. Thank you, guys. And now I'd like to invite Carl Williams once again, our Parks and Recreation Director, in recognition of our Youth Track Club here in Fort Lauderdale. Where's our Youth Track Club? Come on down.
All right, as they make their way down here, as another outstanding season, our Fort Lauderdale Youth Track Club, our 2023 AAU Junior Olympic champions of the 4x100s, national gold medal champions, which is the 11 and 12-year-old girls. They are ranked #1 nationally.
Wow.
Whoa.
Yes. Also, they are 4x400 silver medal 11, 12-year-old boys. Number 2 nationally ranked, 12-year-old Shania Collins, 800 meter and 400 meter gold medalist.
Wow. It's half a mile.
Number 1 nationally ranked, 16-year-old Joshua Gamage. The 1,500 meter silver and 800 meter bronze. Also, 28 youth athletes attended the 2023 AAU Junior Olympic Championship Games and returned with a whopping 21 medals. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's been a long time, it's been a long time. For Lauderdale Track Club has been existing for, I wasn't even born yet. Even we still have coaches that they've been coaching since the dinosaurs. But it's been 2 years since I took over. And then so far it's been great. It's been great. Thank you. I really want to thank somebody special. I call him Coach Dagan from Phoenix Tower International. He's been allowing us to manifest our dream. He's done everything for us, from the sweatsuit, from everything, from bottoming up, allowing us to travel, allowing us to do a lot of things that we will have no option to do things like that. So I know he cannot hear me, he's not here with us, but thank you so much, Coach Dagan from Phoenix Tower International. Thank you so much. We could have come here with everybody, but some kids, they're still in school. It's very important. They're still in school, so not everybody could make it. But at least we were able to come with few of them. Still, it's a great pleasure to be here and to have you guys accept us part of the city. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I just want to say from here, young people, congratulations on your achievement. I'm working on a little bum knee right now, so I'm not going to come back down the stairs. If I didn't realize that you all were coming up next, I would have stayed down to shake your hands. But congratulations, keep up the great job, and remain encouraged and focused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so while they're having their picture taken, and we want to really show our appreciation for their tremendous talent, thank you for coming here tonight, and it's our honor to be able to recognize you here at the City Commission meeting. So at this point, I'd like to ask each member of the City Commission if they've reviewed their agenda and if there's any item from the consent agenda list that they would like to pull. Commissioner Herbst, do you have any consent agenda items that you would like to pull?
No, I don't.
Do not. Vice Mayor?
None.
Commissioner Glassman?
None.
And Commissioner Sturman?
None.
So we are going to pull CR1, which is the budget amendment. Which is the resolution approving the consolidated budget amendment, because we need to make an adjustment with regard to the CRA appropriation, which we discussed this afternoon. So other than that, we have Mr. Liggett. Did you wanted to speak on CR1? We're gonna pull that separately. And CR2, Virginia Holder, did you want to speak on CR2? Virginia, are you here? Yes. This is on the resolution concerning a grant agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation and for the construction of runway 927 pavement rehabilitation project, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, thank
Good
you.
evening.
My
How
name
are
is
you?
Virginia Holden.
How are you?
Good, thank you. What I wanted to talk to you about tonight was not necessarily the repaving, but I just recently became aware of the master plan for Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport. And I was disappointed to hear that they're demolishing all these hangars on the north side of the airport. I've sent all of you emails about that on Friday. By demolishing these hangars, you're effectively displacing small plane owners, businesses, private pilots. And all I wanted to say is I hope there's some plans for private pilots to go. I realize there's big money in landing fees for this jet airport that they're going to be building by displacing all these tenants. But many of my friends who have airplanes and are student pilots have nowhere to go. There are no hangars available, and most of the nearby airports have a 5-year wait list. So I know it has nothing to do with pavement, but I just wanted to voice my concerns about Fort Lauderdale executive.
Okay, is Rufus here?
I did send Rufus an email
Carlton
as well.
is here.
Who's here?
Carlton. He's coming.
Oh, he's coming. Okay, good.
Okay.
Maybe we can get an update on
I just
that.
wanted to
I get it.
see
We
what
get
the
it.
plan was.
gonna find
I
out.
did send emails out.
We'll find out.
Okay. Hi there. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Carlton Harrison, Assistant Director, Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport. The project in question is actually a tenant property. Atlantic Aviation leases a parcel that does have T hangars on it, and they are redeveloping that. That is strictly an item that is under the purview of that tenant. It is their desire to do a redevelopment item there. They are building larger hangars. Ultimately, the tenants will be displaced as part of the redevelopment process. However, they are building larger hangars, but does not preclude smaller aircraft from being in a larger hangar. They can just put multiple aircraft in one hangar as opposed to individualized hangars. So it's just a development project that Atlantic Aviation is taking on.
So are there any plans to replace these?
They'll be replaced with larger hangars.
So unaffordable for the small private, for general aviation? Yeah.
And made available to the small operators.
At what cost?
That's
Well,
strictly be tenant driven.
we can't interfere with that.
We just have a ground lease, and then they in turn develop the hangars as they see as it fits to their the clientele that they're trying to attract.
So they pushed out general aviation. That's what I wanted to bring to your attention. Hopefully something can be done.
Well, we rent it out, and they have the possessory right. We can't interfere with their business practices.
Understand.
Yeah. But I would imagine they're open to anybody. Obviously, if they're going to build a more expensive and improved facility, they're probably going to raise the rates. But
The business they're attracting is the large $60 million jets, not the small private planes that I used to fly. So, and there's nowhere to go. That's the problem.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well,
I
thank
just
you for
wanna make
bringing that to our
Thank you.
attention.
Thank you for
All
your
right,
time.
Thank you. Troy, did you want to talk about that budgeted? Is Troy here? He's not here. Okay.
I think he's okay with our discussion and this afternoon.
Okay. So we'll put that aside then. Okay. So with that said, would someone like to move to approve all the consent agenda items?
So moved.
Second.
I hear a second.
Second.
Please call the roll.
And Mayor, and we're going to take CR1 separately, so all of
Yes,
them.
except for CR1.
Okay. Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman,
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman,
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and all the consent agenda items are now approved. Anyone who is here on those items, you're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting. Otherwise, your matter has now been approved. So let us go to CR1. This is the resolution approving the consolidated budget amendment as a result of what we did this afternoon with regard to the CRA. I'm looking for that item now on the anyone can just jump in.
Here comes Laura.
It's item N.
Which item is it?
Item N.
Item N. There we are. So item N has been modified so that this item is being deferred, and we are only going to be allocating,
93,359 for enhanced street lighting.
okay, you heard her.
Hopefully that's helpful.
Do I hear a motion to that effect?
Yes.
So it's been moved. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
So as amended, A, resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida's fiscal year 2024 final on-funds budget and final personnel complement for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2023 and ending September 30, 2024, as amended by appropriating and transferring funds and adding personnel as set forth in Commission Agenda Memo 24-0013, amending the City of Fort Lauderdale final fiscal year 2024 through fiscal year 2028 community investment plan for the fiscal years beginning October 1, 2023 and ending September 30, 2028, as amended by appropriating and transferring funds as set forth in the Commission Agenda Memo 24-0013, abandoning the 5-ash water treatment plant, ground storage tanks, and clear wells project, and providing for severability and an effective date. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that item is now approved. Let's go to just a moment. Okay, moving on to M1. We have a motion approving event agreements and related road closures for Nobi Sunday Block Party, the Great American Bash 2024, Walk for the Animals, All-Star Classic, and the 5K Sistrunk and Sistrunk Parade and Festival. Anyone have any questions with regard to this item? Okay, we have one person who signed up to speak, but only for questions. Kathy Tricomi, just for questions. All right, anyone, would someone like to move the item?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. M2, motion approving event agreements and request for music exemption for St. Demetrius Greek Festival and Mardi Gras. Those are two separate events. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and M2 is now approved. M3, motion approving an agreement for the Tarpon River A11 Sewer Basin Rehabilitation Project, LMK Pipe Renewal LLC. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion to approve and seconded. Any questions?
This is basically putting an angioplasty through the pipes, as I recall, to put it in terms that I can understand.
They're
Yes.
lining the old pipe.
Right, Mr. Dowd, an angioplasty? Stent, I should say, more likely.
It's a big angioplasty.
Yes.
Okay, want to call the roll, Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. M4, motion approving agreements for the annual sewer repairs and replacement with David Mancini and Sons and Southern Underground Industries. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that item is now approved. M5, motion approving a comprehensive agreement with David Mancini and Sons for the design and construction of a 48-inch water transmission main from Prospect Lake Clean Water Center to the 5-ash water treatment plant. Someone like to move the item?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Anyone have any questions? There being none, please call the roll.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. That was the easiest $48 million I think we've ever spent. M6 is being removed, I think? Yes. Yeah. All right. Okay, M7. This is a motion for discussion. City Commission request for review, site plan level 3 for the conditional use permit for increased building height exceeding 120 feet east of the intercoastal, the waterway use, and yard modifications for the Ocean Harbor residences, 3013 and 3019 Harbor Drive. I believe Commissioner Sturman asked that that be put on the agenda.
That is correct. I'd like to move that motion.
So there's a motion for discussion, for requests for review. So tell us about this.
This was came to P&Z. This has been going on for a while. I believe it was like February of last year we'd gotten started, and a couple times our window to call up has been extended, and so this is like the very last shot that we had at it. I think it went to P&Z, was approved 6-3. From what I gather, it's in my district. It's in Harbor Beach. The zoning calls for 120 feet. This particular plan would be 240 feet. I've gotten numerous requests from members of my community surrounding Harbor Beach, Harbor Inlet, some of those areas. This is not, so you realize, not voting on the merits. We're just voting on whether or not we're going to open it up for discussion. And whether you like the plan or don't, I think it's worthwhile to at least open up for public discussion so people could weigh in on it. I'm not going to discuss it tonight, but I do request that my colleagues up here at least give us a chance to have a public hearing on this matter.
All right, but before we get to that, then, there are a number of people who have signed up to speak, so why don't we have them speak, and then the commission can make a decision as to whether or not they want to set this for a public hearing. So I'm going to call your names 3 at a time. If you could please prepare yourself to speak in the order in which I call your name, and I invite you to come down to the podium. There's a button there that allows the microphone to be turned on while you speak, and give you a couple minutes each to speak about it. So we'll start out with Jean Gillespie, followed by Cindy Long, followed by Virginia Winslow. You all here? Come on down. Are you Gene?
Yes, I am.
Good evening.
Good evening. I was at the Planning and Zoning meeting with a 6-3 vote. However, there were 2 knowledgeable members there who forcefully rejected the argument to the height and setback relief that the developer wanted. Granting a conditional use permit allows the developer to circumvent these rules if they provide, quote, a clear, sound basis for relief. The developer said the new building on 3/4 of an acre will be compatible with and preserve the character and integrity of the adjacent existing neighborhood. Planning and Zoning found this argument compelling. However, anyone who's been on Harbor Drive knows that that's a ridiculous conclusion. With the exception of the 240-foot harborage building, the buildings are a 2-story fire station, 2- and 3-story co-ops and apartments, the 3-story Deco Hotel, and B Ocean, a 120-foot hotel which meets the current zoning. The 2 members of the Planning and Zoning Board I mentioned previously said the Planning and Zoning Board has made this mistake many times in the past. They have allowed a project-by-project approach to developers in an area wanting to evade setback and height restrictions. Within 5 years or so, the neighborhoods are unrecognizable. Planning and Zoning, and yes, the City Council has essentially approved the slow-motion demise of neighborhoods. These board members thought it should be the City Council's decision to change an area and not conditional use. If the City Council and P&Z want a 240-foot height limit and minimum setbacks in an area, they should plainly say so. If you approve this project, then any new developer on Harbor Drive will ask for the same waivers. There's already a developer with 3/8 of an acre just south of Bahia Vista, where I live, who wants to build a 220-foot building. I and the board of Bahia Vista oppose the approval of this project by the Fort Lauderdale City Council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Cindy Long, followed by Virginia Winslow, followed by Gloria Ann Carlisle. Are you Cindy?
Yes, I am. Thank
Good
you
evening.
for allowing us an opportunity to at least speak. I also went to the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, and they did ask us there one question, which was why we didn't have a whole lot of people there in representation. A lot of our people that live in Villa Madrid, we are the building right next door, are seasonal, and they are not down yet, and they probably won't be for a while, but we have had everyone send letters. So my next thing is I don't know if any of you have seen the proposed buildings. If you've seen the Sun Sentinel, it will show you. It is massive. We are a little tiny building next door. The easements that they're asking for are so minimal. The building actually fans out as it goes up. We have garbage in and out, which is just a little narrow area that's going to go right out the front doors of some of our residences. It's not that we don't want development in our area, we do, but we want it to be done respectfully. I think it's the last frontier of Fort Lauderdale Beach area. And I just think that everyone needs to think about the future and what it's going to look like down the road. And if we continue to let something like this go up with this amount of height, that's all you're going to see there. And it's just going to continue to be the same thing. How can you deny one person? So I'm just saying, we want them to build. We just want it to be narrower and shorter and within the guidelines. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Virginia Winslow, followed by Gloria Ann Carlisle, followed by
Hello,
Ms.
I'm
Harsh.
Virginia Winslow at 3073 Harbor Drive. We took umbrage with a quote from last meeting. It was said, if you're familiar with the buildings that are there now, they're in very poor shape. This new building is a huge improvement. The buildings that are there now in the not too distant past were viable homes for residents. Upon purchase by the developers, they were subjected to demolition by neglect. Do not, to the developers, come into our neighborhood and point out something you created and then say, oh, what a shame, but we are here to help you. You are welcome to improve the mess you made, but at 120 feet, not at 240 feet. According to the city staff, the project is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and designed to be harmonious with the adjacent buildings. Really? Does anyone who has walked or driven up or down Harbor Drive truly believe this? Even Bahia Mar next door is going to 120 feet, the allowable limit. What makes anyone think that 240 feet, twice the height, is harmonious with our neighborhood? Lastly, you go into McDonald's, you order and pay for a hamburger. It's put on the counter in front of you. You say, please supersize it. I want a Big Mac instead. Do they give it to you? Of course not. This is what you bought and paid for. To the developers of Ocean Harbor, you bought and paid for property that is allowed to go to 120 feet. Do not allow these people to supersize it. There's no reason on earth why they should be allowed to double the size to a behemoth of 240 feet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Carlisle?
Yes. My name is Gloria Ann Carlisle. I am a retired landscape architect and land planner with a 45-year career serving builders and developers, advising and designing all kinds of land uses. I own a unit in a two-story 1950s co-op down the street from the proposed 240-foot building that is over 14 times the height of my building. As a board officer of the Harbor Club at 3073 Harbor Drive on the same small street as the proposed Ocean Harbor residences, I want to go on record as opposing the conditional use permit. The proposal is bad for general welfare. It blocks the sky with its cantilevering stories. It would cause wind tunneling. It is out of scale. It lacks relationship to the predominantly two-story neighborhood as it jumps from single-family, low-density to the south of Harbor Drive to this 240-foot high building. It overwhelms the street with a footprint that fills the property, offering nothing to the neighborhood. It is an anonymous residence way up in the sky. It would contribute to inhospitable and unsafe walking and biking, which are major activities locally. The zoning height of 120 feet should be upheld, and Fort Lauderdale needs to protect itself from single-minded, piecemeal development. The development strikes me as selfish, greedy, unhealthy, unsafe, and inconsiderate of the general welfare of Fort Lauderdale. Let's support pedestrian scale development that is attractive to beach users. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Harsh, followed by Richard DeWitt, followed by Stephanie Toothaker.
Good evening. My name is Ann Harsh. My husband and I have lived at 3073 Harbor Drive for the last 20 years. When we moved here, we understood that zoning on our street for future development was at the 120-foot level. We thought that sounded fine. Now Ocean Harbor is asking for 240 feet. I understand another 15 feet on top of that for mechanicals. So is it 240 or is it 255? The size... It's a huge development. It is not in character with our street. We are, as you've heard, small street, absolutely no sidewalks, very narrow lanes. Any traffic on our street from anything, we have a hard time getting around. I have pictures here. If you haven't been on our street, you really need to visit it before you can take a knowledgeable decision on this. We can't handle massive traffic. The south end of our street, it's a U-shaped street, is only a right south turn. You can't go north. If we can't get to the north side, which I'm sure there'll be times we won't be able to, now what do we do to get northbound? Nobody looks at these things. We have two 90-degree turns on our little street, very dangerous. I can't tell you how many near accidents I've seen. I'm shocked that I haven't seen some. We have two small motels on the street, one of which puts its dumpster right at the side of the street. If anybody walks around it, traffic can't see that. This isn't handled. Why weren't we at the planning and zoning? December 20th, I'm sorry, I was away. I think it was designed so there wouldn't be too many people there. We are not part of the Central Beach Alliance. It ends at the fire station. The Central Beach Alliance has monitored development on the beach. Makes sense. We don't want to be part of the Central Beach Alliance because we don't want big development. This is big development. So I think the fact that we haven't been part of the Central Beach speaks to why this hasn't been a big development area. My biggest objection is that I can see no way that approving a 240-foot plus building in our area that is zoned for 120 has been justified. I do not think the City Commission should approve this or any project unless there is a clear justification for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard DeWitt, followed by Stephanie Toothaker, followed by Virginia Holden.
Good evening, Richard DeWitt, 200 South Andrews Avenue, and I'm here on behalf of Harbridge Place Condominium Association. I'm the attorney for them. So the Harbridge Association fully supports this development. Now, why is that important? That's important because we are the property that would be most affected by it. Now, we generally do not support this size and height within the harborage. However, in this specific location, our client does not believe that this project will impact the neighborhood. Now, it is certainly not an impact to any view quarters. The developer has worked very hard with our association. They listened to us, they heard us, and they gave us several conditions and promised us several conditions. Now, not only did they promise those, they followed through with those at P&Z. If you look at the backup for P&Z, you can see a wealth of conditions, not only from our concerns, but also from concerns from other neighbors. Now, again, they've worked hard to minimize the impacts and the number of units that are going to be there, so that will not impact traffic flow. Finally, the sales at this project are going to be the highest ever recorded in the area. and as such, it could only help improve our property values. Now, once again, we would not support this project if we're located in any other section of this area. But in this one particular location, the height will not impact the neighbors. We strongly support the preservation of view corridors. But again, in this case, we do not believe it will have an impact, and therefore, we believe the project should be approved as designed and should certainly not be called up. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Toothaker, followed by Virginia Holden, followed by Augustina Garcia.
Mayor Stephanie Toothaker, I represent the applicant, developer, and I do have a small, try to keep it short, PowerPoint because we're not supposed to get into the merits of the actual project, just the issue of call-up. Would it be okay for me to go last after the last speaker?
Why don't you go last? Then?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Virginia Holden, followed by Augustina Garcia, followed by Brandon Lopez. Virginia.
Hi, Virginia Holden again. Back. I just wanted to voice my opposition in allowing the increased building height of the current allowable height of 120 feet. They're proposing a behemoth building of 240 feet. My feeling is these tall buildings belong in downtown, and this building is not compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. And my concern is if this variance is allowed, that others will follow. So please give it your strong consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Augustina?
Good evening. My name is Augustina Garcia, and I'm here as the property manager and representative of the Harbridge Place Condominium Association, located at 3055 Harbor Drive. While Harbridge Place would not normally support a new project of this height, we feel this particular location and minimal unit design will not impact view corridors, and as presented, it is a complete beautification and long overdue improvement to Harbor Drive. Developers and representatives of the developers have met with our association on multiple occasions and have listened and addressed questions and concerns, so this is a project that our association comfortably endorses. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandon Lopez, followed by Dimitri Papakonomou and Bonnie Barnett.
Hello and good evening, everyone. My name's Brandon Lopez, and I would like to respectfully ask of you, Mr. Mayor, if I could also go last and refute some of what the attorneys for some of the people who are in support of this project.
Why don't you just go ahead and speak?
Pardon me?
Why don't you just go ahead and speak? I mean, going last. I mean,
what is your
person that can go last?
What is your name again?
Brandon Lopez.
Brandon Lopez. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And you live in Villa Madrid Apartments?
Yes.
Do you represent Villa Madrid Apartments?
I am running for the board currently. I have represented them in the past.
Okay, but you're a resident of Harbor Drive, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Well, I'll take you close to the end, but we have already promised one person that can go to the end, so have a seat.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Mayor.
Have a seat. Dimitri. Is Dimitri here? Oh, that was him. Okay. No, that was Mr. Lopez. That was Mr. Lopez. Okay. All right. So, Bonnie.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor.
Wait. What did you say?
I signed up to speak on this, but my name wasn't called.
Well, we're not finished yet.
I thought this was the last person.
No. We'll get to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the City Commission. My name is Bonnie Barnett. I live at 3055 Harbor Drive. I moved in 23 years ago, and I was married on the patio. So I really love the street. Actually, I'm very much in favor of the project. The developer has showed me and some of the people that live in our building, and I'm not representing our building, the beautification of what he's going to be doing and what he's going to be actually doing to the street, making it more beautiful, planting on trees and shrubbery. So I'm very much for the project. I think he's trying very hard to please everybody. Now, I'm in favor of this building because it really doesn't bother me or I think most of my neighbors. I can't speak for them. I would not be in favor of anything west of this building that interrupts the intercoastal. So I think he's done a phenomenal job, and I do hope you approve it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Bonnie. Colleen Brennan Russo, followed by Maggie Hunt. Hi, Colleen.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Colleen Brennan Russo. I've lived at 3037 Harbor Drive for the past 19 years and enjoyed our two-story 1950s little jewel on our street. I just want to point out that, I mean, the people that spoke against, and I'm against, and they pretty much covered a lot of things that I could say, but I think it's important to point out that we property owners on Harbor Drive are not trying to stop future development. We are trying to enforce the current zoning 120-foot, which is approximately 12 stories, restriction that's in place. So it's more compatible with our neighborhood. Harbor Drive, as you know, is located on a coveted and precious barrier island, and it's imperative that we use common sense to protect the future environmental impact to this barrier island. We're concerned that redeveloping in a more compatible manner is important to be compatible with the neighborhood. We support adding value and benefit to the entire Harbor Drive neighborhood, improving Harbor Drive with proper street drainage, sidewalks that we currently don't have, and ample green space surrounding new proposed properties that comply with the 120-foot or less height restriction. Focus should be to enhance the unique character of our Harbor Drive neighborhood that will result in a more positive, neighborhood-friendly redevelopment. It's really unfortunate that these developers are coming in wherever this conditional approval comes in to totally ignore the 120-foot height restriction. I just don't understand why it could be approved. Harbor Drive is not a wide street. It's only a single lane in each direction. We have no sidewalks, which is currently a safety hazard in an active pedestrian environment. All developers should be required to provide stormwater drainage plan. Harbor Drive has poor drainage, and it pools significantly on each of the north and south curves of Harbor Drive. Harbor Drive has no on-street parking, nor does it appear that there's room to provide for it. So just today, I mean, there's extensive work going on at the Harbor Edge, which some people from the Harbor Edge are speaking in favor, because no, it's not going to tower over their building. But it is going to affect Villa Madrid, and it is going to affect Bahia Vista. It's going to cast shade on us. It's going to block ocean breezes. It's going to do a multiple issues that are going to happen if it's allowed. So, and also, I don't know if any of you really know Harbor Drive well, but we're across the street from South Beach, where every major event takes place in the city of Fort Lauderdale. Makes a lot of money on these events, and it causes us property owners who live on Harbor Drive to have zero entry to our beach while these events are going on. For many years, we put up with major chaos and noise without any quiet time to enjoy our homes or on our exterior grounds while these events take place. Many times, event people park their large buses with their loud motors constantly running in one of the single lanes on Harbor Drive, blocking our safe vehicle and pedestrian passage. We must walk on the sides of the street, and there are no sidewalks, again, I'll point out. A perfect example of a lesson that can be learned from past poor planning and design approval approximately 25 years ago of a building over the 120-foot zoning height restriction and too wide for the land it is built on is Harborage Place on Harbor Drive. Harbridge Place. Harbridge Place is undergoing repairs again as I write these comments. They are experiencing building hardships, and we Harbor Drive residents are having to endure extreme neighborhood disturbance during the construction repairs. Their construction worker vehicles are parking on other vacant properties on Harbor Drive. Cranes and lifts during the construction work are in the middle of Harbor Drive Street, blocking the street because they have no on-site land area.
Colleen, can you please conclude your remarks?
Yes, I'm almost done. They have, thank you. They have no on-site land area to accommodate their own construction vehicles or delivery vehicles so they can repair the Harbridge building within their own land space. And I have plenty of photos. In closing, there's a lot of vacant land on Harbor Drive right now, and the city has the opportunity to plan a beautiful, well-thought-out redevelopment for Harbor Drive. Towers exceeding the 120-foot height limit will negatively impact the environment and sustainability of Harbor Drive residents. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Colleen,
Thank you.
Colleen? Yes. Colleen? One quick question. You made a statement at the beginning. I think it's kind of obvious, but just, you said the people who spoke against this, you are against. I'm guessing you mean...
I'm against the development.
The project, not the people who spoke.
I'm against the 240 feet. I'm not against the...
Okay, that's what I...
You know, Harbor Drive being improved. I welcome it, but...
Okay, thank you. You've clarified
That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nancy Thomas. Nancy, are you here? There you are. Followed by Ann Hilmer, followed by Kevin Reagan. Hi, Nancy.
Good evening and Happy New Year. Let's call this what it is. It's a want, not a need. I live in Harbor Inlet, have lived there for 35 plus years. I travel A1A and 17th Street. We don't need any more cars than we've got. We're already going to get a ton more cars from Bahia Mar and all the benefits that was granted, which saddens me. I don't think the beach, especially at the south end, now needs to be any higher than 120 feet. Why? The neighbors, you hear the residents concerned about their environment, their property values, narrow, single lane streets, another 12 stories or 120 feet, 12 stories, is going to add more traffic, more stress on infrastructure, and I know all these things supposedly can be ameliorated. But let's be honest, the only people who really want this are the people who are going to make money from it. It's not the people who live here. It's just not necessary. And I wish the commission would start to look more at the value that, what we do have. We have sunlight. We've got air, sea breezes. We already have enough traffic. We just don't need any more. And I'm urging you to please use common sense and abide by the 120 feet. I think that's fair.
Okay, thank you. Ann Hilmer, are you here? Ann, followed by Kevin Reagan. And then Daniel Garcia, who's here on behalf of the applicant.
Sorry, I thought there was somebody before me.
No.
My name is Ann Hilmer. I live at 621 Idlewild. We are here tonight because, unfortunately, the harborage was built taller than was compatible with the neighborhood. Notice that they support this building, but nothing closer to them. I'm asking you to stick to the height code allowed as Bahia Cabana is sticking to it. My understanding is that this project was presented to CBA, but there was no vote taken. So CBA cannot state support of this project. And allowing the developer's attorney to go last removes any ability for the citizenry to question or disagree with what is presented. It seems that this is, quote, stacking the deck against the neighborhood. Thank you.
Kevin Reagan. Kevin, are you here? Yes. See, I didn't miss you.
I apologize for my earlier misunderstanding.
No problem.
I live at 3025 Harbor Drive, and my front door is going to face the new building. In fact, I'm only going to be 20 feet from it. I believe that a zoning ordinance is a promise that was made earlier to the residents of an area, and I feel that all of us who live on that street invested based on that promise. And I feel that doubling the allowed height of a building is not a variance. That's a rewrite of the ordinance. And I think I, like others, am not opposed to new development on the street, but I just feel that this building is too tall. I think the easement or the setback adjustment that was allowed is too little. It's only going to be 20 feet from the property line. And in my opinion, it's not really even a setback because it's a driveway, which my understanding is it's the main entrance into their parking garage. So all deliveries, trash trucks, and residents are going to be coming through that drive. So to me, that's not really a setback at all. And then the third thing that I oppose is, I don't know if you realize, but the building flares as it goes up. So the building encroaches even further into the setback as it goes up. At the top, it's my understanding that it's only about 10 or 12 feet from the property line at the top. So those are my points, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia, followed by Mr. Izquierdo, followed by Brandon Lopez, and then Stephanie Toothaker. Mr. Garcia, do you want to share any words with us tonight? I guess not. Mr. Izquierdo, not here tonight. Okay, Brandon.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor. At the end of the day here, I would respectfully ask to go last, as I am a resident and I do live at Harbor Drive, whereas Ms. Toothaker does not live there, and she simply is representing the developer and the developer's interests in this matter. Correct. May I go last, please?
Whatever. Fine. You can go last.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor.
How much time will you need? 5 minutes?
I'm going to ask for like 6 minutes because I'm not giving a site plan presentation this evening. Right. Stephanie Toothaker on behalf of the applicant.
That's fine.
I'd like to just start by saying I'm at a little bit of a loss because we've gotten into site plan details, and this is not a hearing on the site plan this evening, so my presentation doesn't relate to the site plan specifically and the details that that some of the residents have brought up. But I do want to make a couple of points before I just cover what the standard for a call-up is. A lot of people, unfortunately, and I respect what they're saying, but unfortunately misunderstand what the code actually says. The code here is different than what's at Bahia Cabana. Bahia Cabana is a different land use and a different zoning than this piece of property. This property is land used residential high, which is the highest land use available in the city of Fort Lauderdale, and the zoning is RMH 60, which is the highest residential land zoning category that is available in the code. And what that code says, very importantly, is that you can do 120 feet by right and 240 feet if you go to the Planning and Zoning Board and ask for the right to go to 240 feet. There are examples all over the city of Fort Lauderdale of projects that were developed under the RMH 60 code. If you are east of the intercoastal, the RMH 60 code allows you to go to 240. It is not a variance, it is not a waiver, it is a conditional use standard, and there is a process that the code very specifically lays out and provides a property right opportunity for a landowner to ask for 240 feet. If you are west of the intercoastal, and there are many examples just on 17th Street Causeway, the RMH 60 category allows you to go to 300 feet. 240 east of the intercoastal, 300 west of the intercoastal. So unfortunately, when the neighbors say, we just want you to stick with the existing zoning, we are the existing zoning. This project is designed to the existing zoning code, and the zoning code specifically lays out a process by which you can ask to go to 240 feet, which is what we did. I don't get into site plan details here, just a couple. I'm going to give you just a couple of overviews. First, I know you're familiar with the site. It's on Harbor Drive. The property, the empty property that you see on the screen next to us, that is the Bahia Cabana. As I said, a lot of people mentioned Bahia Cabana being at 120. It's actually 144 feet is what's permitted there, and it's in a completely different zoning category, and it's a completely different land use category. I want to stay on this slide for just a moment because many of the people that you heard from this evening are in the building that is immediately to the west of us. It's very important to note that that property has been on the market. My client, in fact, had 15 of the 24 units under contract. 15 of the 24 units were under contract and recently did drop that contract with those individual units for personal reasons relating to an issue with his father. But those were ongoing discussions, and some of the people that you've heard from, not all of them, I want to be very clear, I'm sure there are people here that did not want to sell, but many of them were sellers and were actually selling the property to the same owner. The property, it is today, the two buildings that are there today have 24 units in them. This proposal is for 36 units. It's only 12 additional units. It's the equivalent of 1 p.m. peak hour car trip, one car trip, and an additional 12 units. By most standards, that's a very small project. I'm not going to get into site plan details because that's not what that's about. But when the City Commission considers a motion to set a de novo hearing and possibly overturn what the Planning and Zoning Board do, there are two things that the City Commission is supposed to look at. The first is if it is found that the new project is in an area which, due to the characteristics of the project and the surrounding area, requires additional review in order to ensure that the development standards and criteria have been met. Not, is this building big compared to its neighbor, but does it meet the development standards of the zoning and land use? The finding that the Planning and Zoning Board, sitting as the planning agency, made is that the project is in an area which, pursuant to the staff report, is compatible with the adjacent zoning district height limitations, the zoning, not the buildings that are there today, but what does the zoning permit. Further, the PZB staff report identified architectural characteristics of the project, which reduces the overall mass of the tower, lightens the appearance of the structure, and reduces the visual impact of the podium, concluding that the overall building elevations contain variation in articulation, extensive glazing, and reflects a design that is clean and modern in its appearance, and further that the development standards and criteria have been met as found by the DRC, the staff report, and the Planning and Zoning Board on a 6-3 vote. This is a very important slide because what it shows you is what I was just saying, is that the land use is RMH high. Everything you see in red on this picture is RMH high. That is the residential high land use category, and when the plans were done by whomever did the plans for the city of Fort Lauderdale, they specifically designated this area as residential land use high for the purpose of having projects such as this. And on the right, you can see the zoning. Everything in brown is RMH 60. RMH 60 is the category we just discussed that allows developers to ask the Planning and Zoning Board for the right to go to 240 feet. So going back to that standard, the standard is you overturn what the PZ does only if you found that this project does not meet the compatibility of the land use and the zoning. I also want to state, I think some people took some wax at Harbridge. I actually think it's a beautiful building. It's got a lot of people in it, and we're very pleased that we worked with Harbridge and were able to find a resolution that they're very happy with. And it is also, if you look at the location of this directly across the water from us, is the approved Bahia Mar, another spectacular, beautiful project that is 300 feet in height, directly across the water from this project. So when you look at what the land use and zoning is around you, and are you compatible with the future, I would say that we are compatible. And the second thing that you have to consider when considering a call up to set a new hearing is whether the area surrounding the development is protected from the impacts of the development. The Planning and Zoning Board made a finding that we are protecting our neighbors, and in fact, I'm not going to read them all to you tonight, but there are a large number of offers that we made at the Planning and Zoning Board, not only to the Harbridge, but also to our direct neighbor. Our direct neighbor stood up at the PZ and said, there are some things we would really like you to consider. We said we agree to all of those, and we're offering those as voluntary conditions. That's what you see on the screen. Things like that you typically see when you've got a project coming in next to you: clean your air filters, clean your pool, clean your cars, make sure your building is protected. We agreed to all of those things. That's the list, and those were our voluntary conditions. And this is also additional voluntary conditions that were agreed to with the Harbridge building. Just a letter of support, and just, I just want to show you that we heard tonight that there's a concern that there are no sidewalks, that there's dangerous back out parking. Well, this project fixes all those things. We remove the back out parking. We add beautiful sidewalks. We have very beautiful landscape sides on the front, on the back, on the water side, on the front, and it is a huge improvement. And just some pretty renderings that show you that the light and the air and the view corridors are all protected.
All right, let's not
with
get
that,
into the site plan. Let's not get into the site plan.
Yep, nope, I'm done with that. Thank
Okay,
you. Thank you very much. And my team, the owner is here. One of the owners, there's 4 of them, but one of the owners actually lives in Harbor Beach, so he is a resident of Harbor Beach and is very familiar with this area, grew up in Harbor Beach, and we look forward to hopefully building a successful project, and thank you for your
very
support.
good. Thank you. Brandon Lopez?
Hello and good evening, everyone. Well, we've heard a lot about some of the impacts of the project, a lot about the difficulties that we'll be facing as neighbors of this project. What we really want to sit here and focus on is whether or not the 120 or the 240 is really going to enhance our property and our community. The 120 will enhance our property and our community, and we are not opposed to that. We welcome beautifying Harbor Drive and bringing in that next generation of Harbor Beach area. But at the end of the day, 120 feet, that building so high presents so many challenges for so many people. It is really funny when I listen to the Harbridge attorney speak on the fact that he supports this project. When several months back, I remember at one of the zoning and planning board meetings, they were very opposed to the 240-foot narrow building that was proposed directly right next to them. At the end of the day, we want to respect what the conditional use is offering us, okay? The conditional use is offering us 120, and they need to present something to zoning and planning and be able to get that approved. They have since done so under the darkness of night, under the guise of the Christmas holiday, where very little of us could show up and voice our opposition to such a project. And really, there are quite a number of us. We only represent here a very small minority, so I want that to be known to the commission, and I hope you reconsider and only allow the 120 height.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? No one else has signed up? Okay, so, I'm sorry?
Yes, my name is Jim Morlock. I'm a resident of Harbor Drive.
Okay.
I would just like to say this, that the planning and zoning staff and the committee at that time, and some of you who at the time I'm going to refer to were on the commission. Several years ago, there was a proposal to build a high-rise tower on the Bahia Cabanas site right next door. And massive community objections were voiced in the form of petitions of thousands of people to testimony. And two of you supported us then. That project was rejected. And that should serve as precedent to the planning staff and to any future commission making a decision about the same kind of proposal right next door. And the people that bought those properties should know the legislative history of this area and why at least two of you at the time voted against the high-rise tower. And I think that's the reason why you should vote against this project again.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Okay. Commissioner Sturman.
Okay, this property is in my district. In addition to what you've heard here, I've gotten numerous emails confirming the sentiment here opposed to the project. I mean, it's 120 to 240 feet, but I just want to be clear. We're not voting for or against the project now. We're just voting for or against a call-up. Voting for or against the fact, do we want to discuss it and bring it up at a public hearing? I can't imagine my colleagues not joining me in asking for this thing to be called up. I mean, this is something that the magnitude, the size, the impact on the community, whether we vote yes or no is not the issue, but just to open up for discussion, I am strongly urging my colleagues to join me in voting to allow this to be called up.
Commissioner, will you indulge me? Can I ask, is Chris Cooper here? Chris, can you explain to us what the zoning permits? People were saying tonight, they're testifying that they thought that the zoning had a maximum height of 120 feet, and now the applicant is saying, well, the zoning allows 240 feet. Could you tell us what the zoning is and kind of give us an understanding as to why Planning and Zoning did approve this?
Yeah, so Chris Cooper, Director of Development Services Department. So in the RMH 60 zoning district, east of the Intercoastal, by right, the height limit is 120 feet. So an applicant can also make a conditional use request, which goes to the Planning and Zoning Board and is subject to review by the Commission in the form of a call-up to go up to 240 feet. There's some conditions that have to be met that the Planning and Zoning Board reviews based on to determine whether or not they feel that it's worthwhile to issue that conditional use approval, primarily neighborhood compatibility.
So how did Planning and Zoning resolve the fact that this was neighborhood compatible? Is compatible to the adjacent zoning or compatible to the as-built conditions? What is the standard? Because, you know, we had the same situation in Flagler Village 20 years ago when I was first a commissioner. And we looked at Flagler Village, and Flagler Village consisted of a lot of single-family homes, two-story apartment buildings, and the issue of neighborhood compatibility came up, but it wasn't so much we had to keep the same type of building there. It was what did we want to see it look like, not what it was now. This is the way I understood it back then. What are the questions we need to ask ourselves here tonight?
So it's compatibility to the neighboring properties based on the zoning district, as well as any adverse impacts that could be presented to neighboring properties. So if you look at it from the comprehensive plan consistency, this is a residential development that meets the zoning requirements of the RMH 60 zoning district and the other underlying land use of high residential. You also look at things like traffic, and so in this case, you look at items like the removal of the back out parking that presents a safety hazard, the addition of sidewalks, the building being set back from the road to provide that additional space on the street side of the building, the number of units and the number of vehicle trips that may result in this case, as was stated earlier, it results in one net peak hour trip. So those negative impacts that could be presented by the project, which have been addressed, or the applicant is suggesting that they've addressed with this application.
And so, based on your information and belief, were these conditions met by the applicant?
So we reviewed the technical specifications of the code, and so what we do is we make sure that the applicant has addressed those criteria in their application to be presented to the Planning and Zoning Board, and then the Planning and Zoning Board makes a decision as to whether or not that those conditions have been met in their mind, that they feel that those impacts have been addressed and that the project is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood.
Okay, so Planning and Zoning did address those concerns, did address those conditions, and they found, what was it, 6-3, I believe?
It was 6-3.
I see, okay. Anyone else have any questions?
I do, just on one issue that you just brought up, Mayor. So, Chris, when we talk about neighborhood compatibility, how far do we actually look? I mean, on the same street, across the street? It was brought up tonight. I think one of the speakers incorrectly said Bahia Mar is 120 feet, but that's incorrect.
I think they meant Bahia Cabana.
Yeah, so, but when we look at, so is Bahia Mar relevant in terms of neighborhood compatibility right across that waterway? I don't know what the name of that little waterway is, but is that relevant? How far do we go when we look at neighborhood compatibility?
So yeah, across from New River Sound is Bahia Mar. So we're going to look at the adjacent properties. Primarily, we're going to look in the zoning district. So you've got things like the Harborage. You've got Bahia Cabana next door, which is in a different zoning district. And we're not necessarily going to look at what exists today, but we're also going to look at what that future zoning potential is. So those parcels that are developed to a low scale now, we're going to look at them in the context of what they could be developed to under the current zoning.
What was your answer with regards to Bahia Mar? Is it relevant to the neighborhood compatibility in this instance?
Did we look at that? So no, not necessarily. I think being across the waterway in a different zoning district, it could be used for context, but not necessarily neighborhood compatibility.
Okay, thank you.
I think, no, not for you, Chris. This is just a statement. You could sit down if you'd like. You could stand if you want. Whatever you'd like. You could do a dance. Yeah. Thank you, Chris. Thank you as always. Talking about neighborhood compatibility. Once you go 120 to 240, it's a domino. The next development's going to look at this one as being compatible, and on and on and on. I think there's enough here to call it up. I mean, not that we're going to opine on it today, but clearly there's enough questions here. I think that we really should open it up to the public. Is my thinking.
I have a question in regards to calling it up. In my pre-agenda meeting, I believe that there was indication of a timeline, that there is some type of restriction or a limited amount of time that we would be able to
if we call it up,
if we call
we
it
have
up.
like a week. We have to have a special meeting to be able to ensure the fact that we have not waived our rights as a city to deny them their application. So yes, you are correct, Vice Mayor. We have, what was it, the 19th?
20th.
20th, but we'd have to have a meeting by Saturday.
We'd have to have a meeting by
19th.
The 19th.
Okay. And if we could have also our attorney to explain the process of the call-up, so it will be clear to everyone.
Go ahead. Yeah.
If you would do that,
Tom?
please.
If there's a motion to go for the call-up, the hearing must be held by the 19th as a special meeting. You need to designate the location of that special meeting place. This is going to be the same day as your goal-setting objective, I think.
Mr. Attorney, and if I could have Mrs. Toothaker up here for 1 second. I can't see over there.
She's there.
Oh, there you are. Oh, there's a camera between us. If it does get called up, would you waive and allow us to have it at the next meeting? It's your call. I can't hear you. Sorry.
Respectfully, Commissioner, no, we would not waive it.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if they have the right to waive it either. That was an issue last time, and Again, Tom, I don't know the answer, but I do recall that there was a question whether the applicant even had the right to waive since it was a statute. Anyway, I want to make sure there's clarity on that.
I think it's been waived twice already. This particular project's already been waived twice.
Well, it was waived when it went through planning and zoning, actually.
It's been
they
like
agreed
since
to waive it.
February. That 180 days started like a year ago.
Yeah.
Is that
But-
right?
Yeah,
but
so it's
Mayor,
already been waived once or twice.
I'm glad the Vice Mayor brought this up because this is something that's also troubling me. We went through this issue. There was a project in my district, actually, on Hendricks Isle, that we actually did do a de novo hearing as a call-up. And we ended up going to court. We ended up losing, but basically we lost because of this timeline. You know, this is a new state statute that gives a really specific deadline on hearing these cases so that you are able to let the applicant know one way or the other what's happening. We've got to figure out a way to do a better job because this should have actually, in my estimation, should have gone to planning and zoning earlier than it did. And if it wasn't going to be able to go earlier than it did, then we had to get those necessary waivers because to now say that if we do a call-up that we're going to have to meet before January 20th and January 19th, and January 19th we already have a groundbreaking for the water treatment plant, we have our commission prioritization workshop. It's difficult, but I would ask staff to please figure this out because we do have to have a better way to handle this so that we don't find ourselves in this situation where we're sort of squeezed by a timeline.
Okay, but we are.
I understand. I know we're there. I'm just expressing that because I think that we need to have that going forward. Okay. And I wanted. Well, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. Did you finish with the attorney? Because I had a question for him also.
My other part of the question was we would be required to give a public hearing announcing the public hearing, correct?
We have to give 10 days notice.
Okay, so when, with this timeline, when would that
10 days
be?
is now.
Today. So are we already, are we able today to make a posting, or is it like between 9 and 5?
If you call it up, the clock on the 10 days would start now for the 19th.
Okay.
So there's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Sturman to call up the item. Is that the correct way to phrase it, Tom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a second to that?
Mayor, before we get to that, I just a question for the attorney's office as well. So, again, just to articulate it, because we've heard some commentary. So, what is the criteria for a call-up that we should be following?
Ms. Truthaker read it, but I'll repeat it. The City Commission may adopt a motion to set a hearing to review the application if it is found that the new project is in an area which, due to characteristics of the project and the surrounding area, requires additional review in order to ensure that development standards and criteria have been met, and to ensure that the area surrounding the development is protected from the impacts of the development. I think what Mr. Cooper has told you is that the P&Z has already looked at those issues, but this is a commission call.
So then we move to that next step. We have the de novo hearing. Explain that to us, if you would.
That would be a complete quasi-judicial hearing, brand new, clean slate.
And is that the point at which we have to decide if they've deviated from the essential requirements of the code in order to?
No.
So how does that work?
No,
right,
it'll
go back to
be
that.
brought as a code application by Mr.
From scratch, right?
Correct.
So we don't have to find that P&Z or staff made any errors. We look at it
de
fresh
novo means
and
brand new,
right.
so people understand what that means.
Right.
Well, John, I think I think, and correct me, Tom, if I'm wrong, the same criteria that were assessed by Planning and Zoning Board, we would now have the opportunity to assess whether or not those conditions were fulfilled that permit it to go to 240 feet. Is that correct?
Yes, you're effectively reviewing what they've already done.
What they've already done.
But I think Commissioner Herbst is right in his recollection. Whenever we've set a de novo hearing, we've always been told by the city attorney's office that we have to find that the Planning and Zoning Board did something that was not correct, that they deviated from code, that they made an error. So I would ask the city attorney to, again, look at that because I think that's the next step. This step is what you just said, that we have to find that the project is in an area which due to characteristics of the project, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. In other words, we have to find that additional review is necessary to do the call-up. In other words, that something is missing. But I do believe that the next step says that we have to find that the Planning and Zoning Board made an error in following code or did not hear all of the evidence correctly. I need to have clarification on that.
Yeah, I'm going to have to enlist the aid of Dwayne.
You want to take a break to research
no,
that?
we can
you
answer
got
it
that?
now. Dwayne? Where is he? Oh.
Dwayne Spence, Deputy City Attorney. Your recollection is correct, but it's with regards to a section of the code that refers to the downtown rack area. So there is a specific call-up provision that relates to projects within the downtown rack that has that as the initial criteria. The initial criteria for this review is, as the city attorney stated, with regards to the evaluation of the project.
So deviation from the essential requirements of law is not a standard then?
Does not apply to this project.
Right. All we're doing is reviewing the conditions and whether or not those conditions were met to permit the applicant to go to 240.
When it arrives at the de novo hearing stage.
Right.
So you have your initial stage determining whether or not to set the de novo hearing, and at the de novo hearing you are reviewing, as previously stated, the criteria that the Planning and Zoning Board reviewed for determining whether or not to approve the project.
And if we decide tonight that we want to just rely on planning and zoning, then we don't agree to a de novo hearing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And Mr. Spence, if I could just ask you, because I'm reading again what City Attorney just told us about what we have to find in this instance to call this up and have this hearing. Let me ask you this. So then what are we supposed to be looking for when it says requires additional review? What was missed, or what additional review are we looking for that was not covered by planning and zoning? What is it that we're looking for?
Well, that's a determination for you all to decide based on the testimony that you've heard today.
So if we decide, for instance, neighborhood compatibility was not met, I mean, that was something that we could review.
No, that is something that is a part of the de novo hearing and review. So this call-up does not have you reviewing the decision of the Planning and Zoning Board. What this call-up provides is that you, based on the project, you believe that an additional review is required. You're not re-looking at what the Planning and Zoning Board has looked at. You're saying that this project warrants an additional review, and then the commission sits in the shoes of what was the Planning and Zoning Board and reviews the criteria at that time.
And we basically start from scratch and we negate the findings of the Planning and Zoning Board.
That is correct.
Okay. Mayor, I'm just going to have to say that before I am going to weigh in on this, I need to ask staff some questions about what I read in the staff report from the ULDR.
Okay.
I don't know if it's Jim. Jim's the planner, I think, from the case, or Chris, or whoever. Thank you. So this is an interesting question that's in front of us, and I'm going to start off by telling folks that are listening right here, both in the room and watching. Before I even became an elected official in the city of Fort Lauderdale, I reached out to just about every single property on Harbor Drive as a member of the Broward Trust for Historic Preservation. I tried to get the folks on Harbor Drive to declare a historic district for Harbor Drive because I felt that Harbor Drive, when I look at the Central Beach Alliance Historic Resource Survey, and I have that in front of me, and I see all of the properties that had met the criteria for designation, especially for mid-century modern and vernacular, it was overwhelming to me that this was a district. Now, unfortunately, I was not able to be successful in that endeavor. And what's happened since is that we've now, and I'm reading from a memorandum from staff, at the time when I tried to do that, we had 12 properties that were identified on Harbor Drive as contributing to the district, and 6 that were identified as non-contributing. But since then, due to the demolitions that have occurred since 2017, we're only down now to 4 contributing properties that would be considered part of a district. So the potential of a historic district is no longer there. It's no longer eligible for a historic district, which actually saddened me But there were many people that did try. And I want everyone to understand that. Because if we were successful, and if everyone had stepped up at that time, we would have had a historic district on Harbor Drive. So let me just put that away now and get into some questions. So Chris, when I go through the staff report, and I'm looking at the ULDR requirements here, and the reason that staff and then the Planning and Zoning Board concurred, help me, I'm going to go right through this review criteria. So first of all, I just want to make sure, under the waterway use, we're missing a number, right? This should be section 47, 23-8, not just 23-.8, correct? When I look at the ULDR?
Yeah, that's correct.
So that's a mistake, but we didn't correct it for this report. But it should be section 47, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm looking at these uses now, and I want people to understand. This is tough for me because I have a lot of emotions about this street, and I've been on this street numerous times. I love the properties on this street. The one that we're looking for now to see be demolished, I love the architectural features. I love the facade. I love so much of that. So this is a very difficult decision for me to make. But I have to set my emotions aside, and I have to look at the code. I have to look at the ULDR. I have to look at what we need to decide before we say, yes, let's have a new hearing. And that's critical here. This is not a site plan review. This is not whether I like this building. I do believe code has already told us that we can go to 240 feet under conditional use, and that's what planning and zoning decided. But under waterway use, let's go to, I'm fine with waterway use. Modification of required yards, that's also very important. Staff says that pedestrian experience will be improved with the installation of the new sidewalk along Harbor Drive and an enhanced pedestrian entrance with direct connection to the new sidewalk. So the existing back-out parking along Harbor Drive will be removed and will be replaced with landscaping. So basically, staff is saying that it's okay for the modification of required yards because of that.
That's correct. So that front yard is being enhanced with those aspects that you mentioned.
Okay. When we get to conditional use, and this is a lot of it is the crux of this, staff says that the proposed use of the site is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and the project is designed to be harmonious with the adjacent buildings. And then it says, refer to adequacy and neighborhood compatibility section herein for additional information. So how did staff, why did staff say that the site is compatible with surrounding neighborhood and designed to be harmonious with adjacent buildings?
So primarily what we looked at first is the use, consistency with the comprehensive plan. So again, it fits the RMH 60 zoning district. It's a residential development. It falls within the required density of that zoning district and underlying land use. It removes adverse impacts that exist today and enhances the neighborhood through things like the streetscape design, the sidewalks, the landscaped areas, the landscape along the waterway, and that sort of thing. And it is also characteristic of the neighborhood itself in terms of that it is a condo type residential development that fits within the context of that zoning district in that general area.
So staff says okay to neighborhood compatibility. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. The next, number 2 under conditional use deals with traffic generation. Now we've heard people say today we can't handle more traffic and going north and going south and whatever, but basically staff says the development will have access from Harbor Drive and will have minimum impact on the transportation network with minor increase in traffic due to 36 units. And then it says, please refer to parking and circulation section herein for additional information. Now, because of the zoning, the RMH 60, correct me if I'm wrong, but because of where this is, it's not really 60 units per acre, it's really 36 units per acre. And why is that?
Because it's based on the actual size of the development site. So you take the acreage, which in this case is less than an acre, and you factor in that 60 units per acre to come up with what that number actually is. So it's a fraction of the 60 units per acre.
So it's a fraction of the 60 and it comes out to 36.
Correct.
Which is the number of units in this project.
Correct.
There are 36 units
Yes.
in this project. And number 3 in conditional use. So we're talking now that the applicant must show and it must be found by the reviewing body that the following have been met. A, the location of the use of structure is not in conflict with the city's comprehensive plan, and staff says the location of the use conforms to the city's comprehensive plan
and that the property has an underlying land use of high residential, which provides for residential up to 60 units per acre, as well as permitted uses such as hotels, lodgings, parks, community facilities, and offices. Please refer to the comprehensive plan. I think you've just dealt with that.
Yes.
And then it goes on to say,
can I
just finish and then you can go after me? Thank you. B, off-site or on-site conditions exist which reduce any impact of permitting the use or structure. Staff says the property will be enhanced streetscape improvements, new sidewalks, separating pedestrian from vehicular traffic, and other safety measures. And then C, on-site improvements have been incorporated to the site plan, which minimizes any adverse impacts as a result of permitting the use or structure. And staff says the property will be enhanced by removing back-out parking, replacing it with streetscape improvements and new sidewalks, defined access points, and overall compatible building design. Large building step-backs have been incorporated on the north and south facing portions of the property to reduce the appearance of the building along the public realm. So all of those things in your estimation then say that this meets conditional use to get the extra height?
So from a technical perspective, they've answered the questions that are listed in a way that can be considered by the reviewing body to make the determination as to whether or not that it meets neighborhood compatibility, and then would result in them being allowed to grant a conditional use permit.
Going to adequacy and neighborhood compatibility, I think we've hit most of those points that you've just explained.
Well, can I, Steve,
go
can I
ahead,
just
go
ask
ahead,
a
go
quick
ahead,
question?
go ahead.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
we're just arguing whether to have the hearing, not the merits of the case here.
No, but I have to, before I decide whether I'm going to throw out planning and zoning, I have to understand if planning and zoning did its job. I can't just throw out planning and zoning. That's our advisory board. They're our local planning agency. I can't just, on an emotion or whatever, or not dealing with the facts. I have to know the facts. I have to understand what planning and zoning did. I'm not playing to any audience here. I'm playing to the code. I have to understand the code, and I have to understand if planning and zoning did its job. If I feel at the end of my questions with staff that they did their job, I can't vote to set a de novo hearing. If I feel that there's something that I'm not hearing, that they did not do their job, then I can set a de novo hearing.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So, when I go to parking and transportation, it says, the project is required to contain 79 parking spaces. The applicant is proposing 104 spaces. So where does parking and transportation fit into whatever decision planning and zoning had to make?
That falls under adequacy.
Under adequacy. So they're saying that it meets that adequacy part of the adequacy and neighborhood compatibility of the ULDR.
Correct, yeah, and that adequacy for parking is just based on a strict calculation of the code determining number of units to number of parking spaces required.
Okay. Comprehensive plan consistency. The proposed development...
Wait, ma'am, ladies, put your hands down. We're not taking any additional public comment. That we've concluded that part of the evening. Continue, Commissioner.
Thank you. So, Chris, under comprehensive plan consistency, staff says that the proposed development is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and that the residential use and density proposed are allowed in the high residential land use category. And then it goes on to say basically that staff has determined that we're consistent with the code, we're consistent with the future land use element, and then it lists all of these sections of the code. And why is comprehensive plan consistency important to their decision?
Well, the comprehensive plan is the basis for all of our land use and zoning throughout the city. So very basically saying that this project complies, its use as residential complies with the residential underlying land use as well as the zoning district, and the density provided by the project meets the density provided within the zoning district.
Okay. Public participation. This is very crucial as well. I have some questions about this. This application was subject to public participation requirements in the ULDR. Staff has said that the applicant has conducted 3 public outreach meetings, and they're listed below. So let me ask you this. Do we have any idea how many people attended on August 24th, the Harbridge Place Condo Association meeting?
I don't, but the applicant probably has that information in terms of attendance.
Is Ms. Toothacre still here?
How many people attended the Harbridge Place Condo Association meeting on August 24th, 2023? Roughly, maybe?
We had more meetings than are listed here. So we had individual meetings with Harbridge, individual meetings with Harbridge's attorneys. We made presentations to the Central Beach Alliance where probably
I'm
hundreds.
gonna get to that.
Okay.
I apologize. Next, I need to know. It says that there were public participation virtual meetings with Harbor Beach, Harbor Inlet, Harbridge Place Condo, Villa Madrid Apartments, Bahia Vista Club, and the Central Beach Alliance, September 18th, 2023. So that's a lot of not just neighborhoods that we've heard from tonight, but also individual buildings. How many people participated in those public participation meetings with all of those that I just listed, both neighborhood associations and individual buildings?
Probably in the neighborhood of 20 to 25 people attended when we sent the invitations to all of the associations and all of the buildings. The significant majority of those people were from Harbridge, which is why we had additional meetings with Harbridge. The people that are here this evening were invited, but some of them I recognize and some of them I don't.
Did you ever get a response? First of all, how did you reach out to the neighborhood presidents and the building presidents, or how did you reach out for the public participation? Were there signs posted?
Yes, we did signs. We also did letters directly to the associations, and we also did certified letters to all residents within 300 feet.
Okay.
Yes, we did.
Are there affidavits for that?
Yes.
Okay, fine. That's proof. Harbor Inlet is listed here. Did we hear back from Harbor Inlet as an association, as a neighborhood association? Did they attend any? Well, it says that meetings were set up with them, but were there representatives from the Harbor Inlet neighborhood?
No, we didn't. We did not meet with Harbor Inlet. We sent when we did the Zoom public participation meeting. They were included as an invitee, but I never spoke to them directly.
Okay, and it says on September 28, 2023, you met with the Central Beach Alliance. I know that's outside of the district. It's just right over the border of Harbor Drive. What kind of turnout was at that meeting?
There had to be more than 100 people at that meeting.
I know they didn't vote because it's not within their boundaries. Were there any comments at all?
I hate to. I would say it's probably better for Mr. Brown to answer that. But my impression of that meeting, we presented together with. I presented together with Architectonico, who's the architect, and the building was very well received.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for that. And then I just have one last question for Chris, and then I'm good. Thank you, Mayor, and my colleagues for your indulgence.
So, what is your summary of your questioning?
Well, I have one more question for Chris. Thank you. So, Planning and Zoning Board review options. So, the Planning and Zoning Board had to consider the application and make a determination based on all of those criteria that I went through. Waterway use, modifications of required yards, conditional use permit, adequacy requirements, neighborhood compatibility requirement. And the standard is if Planning and Zoning determine that the proposed development meets the standards and requirements of the ULDR and the criteria for site plan level 3, then they shall approve or approve with conditions. There's a long list of conditions. I've read all of those, and I'm assuming that those are all agreed to by everybody. So, and I know this is a strange question. We probably can't even answer it, and you'll probably say it's a determination of Planning and Zoning. Do you have any issues with what Planning and Zoning did as the director of the department? Did you see anything that sort of pops out, or anything unusual, or did they follow all of this? Did they, in their discussions, and I've read draft minutes of that meeting, so I'm familiar with the comments made by everyone. Did you find anything that pops out as saying, ooh, red flag, or did they go through all of this that I've asked about tonight?
So I will say that staff thoroughly reviewed the application for the technical specifications of the code to a point that we felt that it was appropriate for that to move forward to the Planning and Zoning Board. The Planning and Zoning Board had the opportunity to fully review the application, review the criteria that was mentioned, and make a determination based on that criteria to come to the conclusion that they made.
Okay. And again, if you could just very succinctly, because I know this is a big sticking point for people, when they say just follow the code, 120 feet. But the code really says 240 feet if you meet certain conditions.
Correct. The code allows the opportunity to make the request, barring the conditions being met, and a review by Planning and Zoning Board to ensure that those conditions were adequately met and reviewed to make that determination.
Okay. I think I might have made a note on something from the draft minutes of Planning and Zoning, but I think we've covered it all pretty much. And I thank you for all of that, Chris. It's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else wish to comment on this? Commissioner Sturman, you were wanting to say some things with regard to what Commissioner Glassman was saying?
No. I thought that we were just voting to have the hearing, not to adjudicate it here. That's
Well, I think, from what I understand, Commissioner Glassman, is that you were trying to determine whether or not you felt you wanted to second-guess the Planning and Zoning Board. And you were going through all the criteria, which we're going to have to go through the same criteria if we decide to do a de novo hearing. Is that kind of what you were saying?
I'm sorry. Yes, correct. I cannot do this on a motion. I need to do this not because there's a certain outcome that I want, but I have to do this following the letter of our ULDR. That is our guideline here, and I have to also, as has been already told us by our city attorney, I have to decide whether there's something that was missed that needs further review, that it has to be found that the project needs additional review to ensure that the development standards and criteria have been met. So I have to decide whether Planning and Zoning did that or did they not. That's my decision before I vote on whether to have a de novo hearing.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from the commission? Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second for that motion? All right, I hear no second. The motion fails.
Who made the motion? Oh,
you did.
You did.
Oh, I made the. Oh, there's no second.
No second.
All right, we move on. Move on to our, let me see, I think it's presentations, neighborhood presentations. Maggie Hunt. What is this? Oh, okay. Maggie, we usually give like 4 minutes for this, so.
Okay, I won't take 4.
Okay, so go ahead.
Okay, what is a certified local government? According to the Department of Interior, certified local governments are municipalities that have demonstrated through a certification process a commitment to local preservation. Historic preservation boards are a requirement for a certified local government, which we are. I'm about to talk about what the Department of Interior and the state say about historic preservation boards and bringing our ordinances in compliance with theirs. I am pretty sure the reason our ordinance is different is just because it is very old and hasn't been a priority. And I want to say ahead of time, I know how hard it was for some of you to find people to be on the HPB who were willing even to make the commitment to just show up. But what I'm going to say is for your planning for the future, and I would recommend you start now. The National Historic Preservation Act has provisions that define for certified local governments what a Historic Preservation Review Commission is. Here's the provision. The members of which are appointed by the chief elected official from among A, professionals in the disciplines of architecture, history, architectural history, planning, prehistoric and historic archaeology, folklore, cultural anthropology, curation, conservation, and landscape architecture or related disciplines to the extent that those professionals are available in the community. And B, which is for if you can't find all those people. Other individuals who have demonstrated special interest, experience, or knowledge in history, architecture, or related disciplines and will provide for an adequate and qualified commission. For Section B, they are really talking about people who have done volunteer work in historic preservation, or maybe they have redone a historic house, something like that. It's really important, if they aren't from one of the vocations in Section A, that they have somehow demonstrated it outside of work, because that affects my neighborhood and Sailboat Bend greatly. As you can see in the state guidelines for certified local government, that's the next sheet down in your stack there, I gave you, their statement of who should be on these boards is exactly the same as the federal provisions. The county requirements, which I didn't give you, it's on their website, are almost exactly the same as well, but ours are very different. If you look at our ordinance, which is the next one down in your stack, which our ordinance C-1916 states, to the extent possible, 1 member shall be a registered architect, 4 shall be from one of the following occupations: architect, historian, real estate agent, real property appraiser, planner, engineer, building contractor, lawyer, landscape architect, banker, and remaining members shall be from other segments of the community. I'm almost done. The differences between the Department of Interior provision, the state, and our ULDR is they don't mention some of the vocations we have listed, which would be real estate agent, property tax appraiser, engineer, building contractor, lawyer, banker, or financial institution officer. For most of these that are different, there is no conflict of interest, but it makes it so that those that are in historic preservation field are not the overwhelming majority of the members, but a minority. And in the federal guidelines, it's all historic preservation people. So their intention is for that to be the vast majority. If board members' vocations aren't in something close to historic preservation, there is a lot they are not going to understand about decisions they will need to make unless they have some experience outside of work in a related field listed by the Department of Interior. Building contractors who build new things, which is most all building contractors, real estate agents, and many types of attorneys would have a direct conflict of interest. It would be appreciated if you all could look into amending this ordinance, as it could be a huge help to our neighborhood, as without that, our historic ULDR for our neighborhood means nothing.
So are you saying that the current practice that we follow is inconsistent with what you just you requested? I thought the composition of our Historic Preservation Board complied with those requirements.
Well, you know, I know Arthur Marcus is an architect. I don't know anybody on that board. There's some attorneys, but lawyers are not on the Department of State list. So we've got some lawyers there. That's not compliant.
Well,
we've got a restaurant owner.
But as you said,
right.
It's trying to find those people, but
exactly.
if you can't, people
right.
that are still interested in historic preservation.
Okay, so here, I was going to add this, but it was over 3 minutes. So I've got, so you want people that are showing in their free time that they're volunteering for these boards. So you could look to the Stranahan House, people that have been on that board, or History Fort Lauderdale, or our Broward Trust. There's also architects, historic architects or something. And I can make a list and I'll send you guys some emails.
Well, you can make the list, but trying to get them to participate.
But have you guys actually called the Association for American Architects? Or, we haven't gotten calls at the Broward Trust to ask for input. So everybody's doesn't either know about these sources, and I really think people don't know. A lot of people probably don't know about the Broward Trust, and that we have people from Fort Lauderdale, and maybe we or some past board members would be, but nobody's even asked.
But Maggie, people from the trust or anywhere else can apply, right? We have a city clerk that keeps a record of applications for all boards, committees, task forces, whatever, right? So why have people filed applications to serve, or have people met with the commissioners individually and say, hey, I would love to be appointed to this board, or you know what I'm saying?
So what does it mean when you can't find a person? What do? You just sit and wait for applications to come in, or do you go look for people? And I'm saying, if you want high quality board members from any of your boards, you probably ought to be talking to people and ask them, hey, could you be, and looking for people that are qualified and say, hey, we need qualified people. Why don't you apply?
Well, we have good people on the board.
I'm not saying we don't have good people. I'm saying that it doesn't follow the Secretary of Interior guidelines. I mean, our boards are full of good people, but I think we need to put, all I'm asking for is for you to put our ordinance in compliance with the federal and the state ordinance. Just list the same occupations that the state of Interior asks us to and that our own state of Florida recommends.
Mayor, can we hear from staff in terms of why we don't do that, or is that a possibility, or what do they think about that?
I mean,
or?
it's not just that they don't do it. I'm just asking for what's written in the ordinance. You know, this is aside from who you pick, really. This is just, can we comply with our ordinance with the federal government and the state government?
There's Trish Logan right behind you.
Tricia, what do you think about that? What aren't you doing?
Yeah.
Good evening.
I'm just kidding. We're
She
just
works really hard.
No, I'm just kidding.
Good evening, Tricia Logan, Principal Urban Planner. So our regulations that are in our code were actually approved by the state of Florida when they were adopted back in the day, 2010, I believe. So we would have to have a discussion with the state of Florida, the Historic Preservation Officer, as far as what requirements are not currently being met within our ordinance, if that were the case. But they do review all local ordinances as part of becoming a certified local government.
Do we have board members who provide the type of expertise that Maggie is suggesting that we are deficient in?
We currently have 8 board members appointed. We have 1 architect, we have 2 attorneys, and we have 1 person who is a real estate agent and formerly a landscape architect, and we have 1 person that is involved with banking. So
involved with what?
Banking.
Banking.
Yeah, and financial institutions. So that's following our own ordinance, but not necessarily expanding into what the certified local government agreement states.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right, Maggie, we'll do our best to see what we can do to try to shore up our expertise on the Historic Preservation Board.
Thank you. And all those people are good people. I don't want to say anything disparaging.
Okay, thank you. And Michaela, you have some additional comments on the same subject?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners.
God bless the Broward Trust for Historic Preservation.
Thank you so much. Okay, as president of Broward Trust for Historic Preservation, I have an obligation to my board and membership to the trust to vet any potential board member that I would consider to sit in on our board. So naturally, what Maggie is suggesting is pretty much the same approach I have taken when I have looked at or interviewed or had a conversation with a potential board member that I thought would be a good fit for the trust because of what we stand for. So I did pretty much what Maggie did. I went to the federal government and looked to see what the federal government had to say, the Department of Interior for Historic Preservation, about what these boards should be made up of. Now, yes, I would agree with Maggie and with the commissioners that have appointed these people, but I do feel there is a lack of the type of professional people that should be sitting on the HPB. Now, I'm going to use an example here right now, very quickly, with another municipality and how they've defined their historic preservation board. And one of the things that many of the several items that they look for when they comprise their board are archaeology, anthropology, and cultural anthropology, historic architecture, architectural history, or an allied of a related profession, history and folklore, historic preservation, planning and land use related to historic preservation, conservation or curation, general and building contractors. So those are the kinds of things that they look for when they are putting their historic preservation board together. And so I think all we are asking is that the commissioners, when they appoint these people, these volunteers, that they really try to fill these positions based on the composition of the board itself. Because what's happening, in my experience when I go to these HPB board meetings, is they listen to staff, but they make the decision based on their personal feelings. Exactly what Commissioner Glassman just did. I admire what he just did, because he took it point by point by point to make sure that P and Z didn't flub up, excuse my vernacular there, make a mistake with how they made their decision on that developer's desire. So these people sit there and then they immediately stand up and say, we don't care what staff said. I think this property needs to be demolished because it just doesn't fit in with what my personal opinion thinks. That, to me, is not the type of person that should be sitting on that board. Thank you for letting me rant and rave. And Happy New Year,
You're always
everybody.
welcome to come back and rant and rave. Okay, thank you. I understand Michael Ray has asked to come back at a later time, so his neighborhood presentation will not be heard tonight. But with regard to the issue that he intended to speak on, I do believe that city staff has already responded to this and has said that based on collateral practices, they do not feel that the dirt, I guess I can say, that lies beneath the takeoff pathway at FXC would necessarily contain lead emissions that would be harmful to human beings. But I do believe that we can hear from Mr. Ray and perhaps from city staff at that time. All right, moving on to R1. I have a thing here, Maggie, you wanted to speak on R1, but I think you meant neighborhood presentation 1. So, so if I could just ask the clerk to read the names into the record.
Thank you. For the January 23rd resolution, Infrastructure Task Force Advisory Committee, Jerry Angeli, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. Insurance Advisory Board, Steve Botkin, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. David Cooley, nominated by Commissioner Herbst. Tina Gelman, nominated by Commissioner Herbst. Nuisance Abatement Board, Joel Slotnick, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. Glenn Lindsay, nominated by Commissioner Herbst. 2024 Walk of Fame Induction Committee, Alexandre Bagwell, nominated by Commissioner Sturman. And for tonight's resolution, Cemetery System Board of Trustees, Dennis Ulmer, nominated by Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman. Charter Revision Board, Judith Stern, nominated by Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman. Code Enforcement Board, Terry Nolan, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Economic Advisory Board, Jay Adams, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Infrastructure Task Force Advisory Committee, Mike Lambricks, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. Peter Partington, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. Ralph Zeltman, nominated by Commissioner Herbst. Shane Grabsky, nominated by Commissioner Herbst. James Labrie, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Frederick Strassow, nominated by Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman. Roosevelt Walters, nominated by Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman. Marine Advisory Board, Tyler Brunel, nominated by Commissioner Herbst. Risk Management Committee, that will be Commissioner John Herbst. Appointed to the Risk Management Committee for another year. Sustainability Advisory Committee, David Blattner, nominated by Commissioner Herbst. And 2024 Walk of Fame Induction Committee, Gail Butler, nominated by Commissioner Sturman, and that rounds it out.
Okay, are there any additions or modifications to those names?
Mayor, before we vote, I just had a comment on this.
Go ahead.
Thank you. We had several conversations at my district pre-agenda meeting last evening on a couple of these items. So I did want to just pass along some of that information. There was overwhelming support from the folks that were attending my meeting last evening that we should really, as a commission, consider not having lobbyists serving on boards. I would never block anyone here. I would never vote no on someone's appointment because I think that each person on this dais has the ability to appoint whoever they would like to serve as their appointee on a board, so I would not do that, and I will support all of these appointments. But I am saying that I would like us to have that conversation. I think that it's worth having because of some of the things that are expressed. I have brought to my colleagues' attention things that have been said at certain boards, basically really calling out personally, not just current commissioners, but former commissioners, our city manager,
things that I find inappropriate for a board member who's serving in an advisory capacity in our city to be doing. I've served on numerous boards and committees, both citywide and countywide. I've never seen behavior like that. I've never seen a board member on an advisory board call out current or former commissioners or a city manager in the way I've been hearing it this year. But we have to have that conversation. If we all decide that it's okay to have a lobbyist serve on a board or committee, fine, then that's okay. But I'd like to see that as an agenda item for a conference meeting so we can have that discussion. Secondly, we also discussed planning and zoning board members. I feel very strongly that we have in our code, we have the fact that if you're on the planning and zoning board, you cannot serve on another board or committee. And I understand that because planning and zoning is its own animal. It's a very interesting quasi-judicial board. They hear a lot of cases. It's just quite different than many of our other boards and committees. There's a reason why we say that if you're on the planning and zoning board, you should not be serving on other boards and committees. You're not allowed to. But I think we need to revisit that and extend it. I think it should be not just boards or committees. I think it should be a task force. I think it should be anything. We have to really do a deep dive on why is it that a planning and zoning board member is not permitted to serve on another board or committee, and then we have to decide if we are consistent and we extend that through a task force or anything else that we end up calling. And I would just like to see us have that conversation sometime at an actual conference meeting. And with that, I'm very happy to move forward and make a motion to approve all of these.
Would you like to introduce the resolution?
I'd like to introduce the resolution.
Okay. Resolution's been introduced. Any other comments? There being none, please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, appointing or nominating, if applicable, board and committee members as set forth in the exhibit attached here to and made a part hereof. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and those nominations have now been approved. I want to thank everybody for willing to participate and sacrifice their personal time to contribute to the benefit of the city. Thank you so much. Moving on to R2, City Manager Annual Performance Review. We have quite a few people who've signed up to speak on this. Maybe we should get to those first. Anyone have any questions or comments before we begin? Otherwise, we have about 15 people who've signed up to speak. Yes, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here today to go over my annual review. I'm truly honored and humbled to serve as your city manager. And as city manager, it's my responsibility to oversee the operations, implement the policies you all approve, and ensure that we are working towards the Commission's priorities with highlights and an overview of some of the accomplishments across the Commission's key priorities that you all set in February. Under economic development, we made major strides in progressing the proposed projects like the movie studio complex, and providing incentives in the amount of $4 million to eliminate blight and attract new businesses, and reorganizing our economic development efforts under the new Public Affairs Division. This allowed us to promote aspects of programs and opportunities like housing accessibility. We also expanded our efforts to launch new initiatives like the Housing Navigation Program, which mitigates also the homelessness situation that we all observe. And also we were able to provide affordable housing policies that you all adopted to increase attainable housing units. Approximately $7.8 million in grants were attained to further support housing and mitigate homelessness. For infrastructure and resilience, just wanted to highlight that we began construction on some major stormwater projects, for instance, in Edgewood and River Oaks, and we also were impacted in the middle of those constructions with the April 12th flooding. We also are rebuilding at the moment aging seawalls. We're improving the water quality monitoring, and we have budgeted over $45 million for new technologies such as advanced water metering infrastructure. As far as our public spaces, we continue to improve our parks with the voter-approved $200 million Parks Bond program. There are new projects like DC Alexander and the public-private partnership and for enhancements at ISHOF that are underway, and also provide new venues that attract international visitors. With improved public spaces, we will be able to host quality areas for neighbors and visitors to enjoy our warm and tropical climate for decades to come. On the public safety side, we added, for instance, 14 new police officers. Those were approved by you all with the latest budget. And we also expanded on our smart city technologies like ShotSpotter. And so this allows us to provide a better sense of public safety. And we also had new fire stations that will ensure better coverage. And we budgeted also for new rescue units and fire personnel as well. Our police headquarters continues its progress, and we are reaching the topping off of the core of the building in the middle of this month. And it's with great pride to see this facility, which will serve as a beacon of safety on the main Broward Boulevard. As for transportation, we did an experiment and launched Lauderdale Micromover downtown shuttle service. It was a pilot program that now is funded for future and continued operations. We expanded into areas like the Galt and also areas into District 3. And we're excited that many visitors and neighbors are making use of this mobility platform, thus improving transportation while eliminating the need for cars to be on the road. On your attachment for this item, you will find Exhibit 1. You will see more in-depth highlights of the strong foundation for progress across each of the Commission's priorities that you all approved and requested. It's notable to share that many of these performance-based results are new. They did not require a new millage increase, and we thus benefit from a 17-year streak, and we aim to continue having accountability and prioritizing the most critical needs for the city and sustaining smart growth and economic development. I also would like to call up some names of certain individuals that are part of our leadership team. Mr. Anthony Fajardo, Ms. Susan Grant, if you could stand up, Mr. Chris Cooper, Ms. Linda Short, Chief Steve Golan, Director Jerome Post, and Chief Schultz, if you all can stand up. This is the leadership team that, since I took the helm of being a city manager, and also Carl Williams as well, our latest addition for being Parks Director. I'd like to give him a round of applause. These are individuals that stepped up to the plate. You can sit down, thank you. That stepped up to the plate while we were facing uncertainty in July when Mr. Lagerboom left. These individuals stepped up to the plate and said, you know what, we can do this, we can make things happen, and we made great strides, and we're very proud of them. And our leadership team is committed to serving the city of Fort Lauderdale. One of those experiences that we were able to show how we can be resilient came about on April 12th when at 5 p.m. I was traveling from BSO office. I couldn't make it back to City Hall, and I had to wait for Chief Golan so that we could survey the area. And at 6 p.m., we were already putting notifications saying that it's going to rain pretty bad. By 11 p.m., we had FWC contacted en route and BSO with airboats and pontoon boats and buggies, and 25 inches of rain poured over 5 hours, and not one person died. 600 people plus were rescued overnight. And by 5 a.m., we had the Red Cross pulling in and providing resources. Just want to say that our team, we were able to be very agile, and we were able to provide an operations that allowed us to share quickly with the state, federal government, our impact, and we were able to show also how we needed assistance because already we were being labeled as a very regional, localized emergency that could not have probably earned the federal designation of emergency declaration. Nevertheless, with the assistance of the commission and the mayor, we were able to promptly earn that designation, that disaster declaration, and we were able to, as a result, earn $32 million in the pockets of individuals as individual assistance, in addition to the Small Business Administration loans and other FEMA grants. And we're very proud of that. Again, we have an outstanding team of public servants who work very hard every day to meet the needs of this community, from police officers, engineers, maintenance crews, administrators. They devote their talents and passion for Fort Lauderdale. I'm inspired by their commitment, and I look forward to continuing to lead this organization for the priorities that are ahead of us. And together, we will build on progress, and we will rise with the challenges ahead. We will make decisions not just for quick results, but for long-term greater good. We will continue to engage with residents and stakeholders to craft solutions that lift up all people and neighborhoods, and we will operate with transparency, fiscal responsibility, and follow best practices. I am eager to continue serving as your city manager for the city of Fort Lauderdale, and by embracing our diverse voices, we create a more unified and resilient city for future generations. I humbly ask for your trust and partnership as we walk into our bright future hand in hand, and I thank you, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have or receive any public comments that you may have.
Thank you, Greg. Before we entertain the public, does anyone have any? Does anyone have any questions of the city manager at this point?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Quite a few people have signed up to speak. We have now over 20. I'll give you a couple minutes each. I'll name you 3 at a time if you could prepare yourself to speak. Mary Peliquin, followed by Troy Liggett, followed by Frank Shannon.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, I know you're there somewhere, commissioners, and other important people on the dais up there. My name is Mary Peliquin. I think most of you know me. I'm going to read a letter that I sent to the mayor and the commissioners on Monday morning. To Mayor Dean Trantelis, Commissioners Herbst, Glassman, Beasley, Pittman, and Sturman. Well, I am currently the president of the Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Associations, on the board of the Coral Ridge Association, and on the Parks, Recreation, and Beach Advisory Board. I am writing this letter on behalf of myself, since I noticed the city manager's performance review is on the agenda for Tuesday, which is today, right now. Over the years, even before he was promoted to city manager, I have worked and communicated with city manager Greg Cheveria on many issues involving several organizations. His responses were always prompt, honest, and concise. There were times he had to tell me things I did not want to hear, but I appreciated the hard truths. He has seen us through some tough times, from sewer breaks, a pandemic, and floods, not to mention the issues and the fast-paced growth of our city. His hires for the police chief and fire chief are terrific. No one ever contacts a city manager to wish them a fine day. Contact is made when there is a problem or a want or a complaint. I have never seen him lose his cool, even during one council meeting when he and his team were being highly criticized in front of the membership after the April flood. I'm asking for his long-delayed performance review to be finished in this meeting and his salary increase to be granted. I cannot imagine a reason this would not be done. This is signed by myself. And I want to say, and I'm sorry that Commissioner Beasley isn't here, but like she stated earlier this afternoon, I am also looking forward to working with him for the next whatever many years that we're all still here. So I appreciate him, and we're really happy that he's been on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Troy Liggett, followed by Frank Shannon, followed by Michaela Conca.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission. I don't have prepared remarks. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in to say that I've really appreciated the work Craig has done here. I'll admit I got involved in the city after the firing of the last police chief. It wasn't handled well. I was disappointed in the city manager, in the city attorney, in the entire commission, not the commission necessarily, but just in the entire gosh darn process. My first professional job, I went to graduate school at George Washington, and I worked at the International City County Management Association. So I know the tough profession that he's in, and I have been thoroughly impressed at the job he's done. I appreciate that he is above politics, that he's always professional, that he was always polite, that he answers every question. And when I get up here and I present an issue, you always turn to him and he has an answer. So if there's any raise you're looking to give him, I highly encourage it, because he's one of the reasons why I continue to show up here, because I know things get done, and I know how tough that job is. And I really appreciate him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Troy, are you speaking as an individual or on behalf of the Middle River Terrace Civic Association?
I'm speaking, this hasn't been a vote before the Middle River Terrace Neighborhood Association. I'm speaking for myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Frank, followed by Michaela, followed by Bill Brown.
Good evening. I'm Frank Shannon. I live at 638 Flamingo Drive, and I'm a member of the board of Riviera Isles Improvement Association. I'm speaking for myself, my wife, Dr. Michael Ruddy, who can't be here, the president, as well as several of my neighbors. Greg, we love what you've done. He's super responsive. We're working with him on utility undergrounding. When the king tides came, we were under a foot of water repeatedly. Greg actually came out to our street, came out to my house with Commissioner Glassman, met with about 20 of my neighbors for over 2 hours, addressing and explaining everything to us. We're working with him now on talking about raising the street, continuing to work with Greg and code enforcement to get some of the deficient seawalls repaired. And we just really like working with him, and we hope he's here for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you. Michaela, followed by Bill Brown, followed by Barbie Pearson.
Good evening again, commissioners, mayor, vice mayor. I'm speaking from a personal place right now, but I'm also speaking on behalf of Broward Trust, because I've had the opportunity to have a personal experience dealing with Greg as a result of the relationship the Broward Trust has with the Annie Beck House. And well, first of all, I do want to say wow when I listen to you share your accomplishments. So yes, you are most definitely in line for a promotion and continued work with the city of Fort Lauderdale. We can't have a promotion. So, well, whatever it is, he's definitely deserving. So, and I look forward to having more opportunities to sit down across the table from you, Greg. You were transparent. You took the time to listen to our concerns, and I came away from that meeting feeling oh so hopeful. And I want to thank you for that, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you. Bill Brown, followed by Barbie Pearson, followed by Steve Gannon.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Commission. Bill Brown. I'm here today to speak as an individual. I'm also the president of CBA, but I'm representing myself, and I'll make some personal comments in just a second. But before I do, I've been asked to read a letter that was sent to each of you late this afternoon when the president of the Gulf Ocean Community Association learned about the agenda item, and he could not make it down here. So if you'd indulge me to allow me to read this very quickly, I would like to. I am writing on behalf of the Galt Mile Community Association to offer our support for the increasing the salary of the city manager, Greg Chevarria, and to commend him for his service to the city and our neighborhood. As president of the Galt Mile, I have worked directly with Greg on several issues of importance to our neighborhood and have found him to be fully supportive, responsive, and educated on all the topics. Most recently, we have worked on the influx of the homeless individuals onto the Galt and continue to work with him on this problem, which I realize is a citywide issue and a priority for this commission. Just one of the most important qualities of Greg is that he responds to the emails within hours. I can't imagine how many emails he must go through daily. However, whenever I have contacted him, I always get an immediate response and follow up with a city department responsible head for the concern. That is service, first-class service. That has been and should always be the quality of our Fort Lauderdale team headed by Greg. I can't imagine being a city manager, but Greg accomplished it with a level head and professionalism. Based on these qualities and my experiences, I strongly urge you to give Greg a positive review and increase his compensation accordingly. Fred Nesbitt, President of the Galt Community Association. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to read that on his behalf. Let me begin by saying I did poll my 9-member board, and they all support me to come down here today personally and to make these comments. They all concur with what I'm about to say. However, because we've not been able to poll our entire CBA membership, I can't speak on the membership's behalf, but I can speak on behalf of my board and myself. As Fred put in this letter, and the Galt and the CBA, we work very closely together, also with city staff on many of the same issues. What you heard in Fred's letter, I ditto it 100%. You know, I also serve on the Budget Advisory Board. Greg has always been responsive to that board and to all the other advisory committees and other task forces. He is responsive to the city. As you heard him mention, his leadership team, they're a stellar team. You know, a leader is only as strong as a team that supports that leader. And one of our most valuable assets this city has to offer, it's not a city hall, it's not a great park structure. The most valuable resource is the human resource in city staff. And they have the confidence in Greg and Greg's ability to lead. I was pleased to hear Mary Pelriquin point out the comment that Vice Mayor Pittman made earlier about looking forward to working with Greg on several of the budgetary issues that affect her neighborhood and her community directly. That was a positive comment. And let me just close. Greg always is doing the right things for the right reasons for Fort Lauderdale and its residents. That is why we are FTL, and he created that FTL movement, and I commend you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbie Pearson, followed by Steve Gannon, followed by Scott Mosley.
Hi, I'm Barbie Pearson, retired teacher and photo artist, and I want to say for Greg, our city manager, that he's very important to our city. He's navigated us through many challenging emergencies, floods, tornadoes, sewer breaks, anything you can imagine our city gets. And he's very responsive to our city's needs, very positive spokesperson for our city. He's won awards. He has heart, and he cares for our city. We need him to continue in his position for the needs of our city, and he represents our city in an exemplary manner, and he has done so much for us, and we're proud of him, And I certainly hope commissioners are objective and positive in their review and that everything works. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve, followed by Scott Mosley, followed by Ina Lee.
Steve Gannon, President, Lauderdale Beach HOA. Mine will be very brief. Everyone said so many things about Greg, and I agree with all of them. He's been wonderful. My neighborhood knows and feels that the city runs really well, and I know it's because of Greg. And the things that they see in the news, the way he's triaged these crises that have come up, they're stellar performance. They're very happy about it. Also the proactive things, the customer service improvements everywhere, and all the human and the responsiveness, everyone's very happy. So 512 residents of Lauderdale Beach endorse Greg and hope that the commission will give him a stellar review and a nice raise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. Good evening, Greg. How is everyone? On behalf of the Fort Lauderdale Fraternal Order of Police, I am the president of the lodge. I'm here to give thanks to the city manager for everything that you've done to us so far. We had a wonderful contract. Thank you very much. And the team that you had to help support us through that, Susan, Jerome, and Laura, thank you for the contract negotiations that we fought very hard for, but it means something to us. We've had a good professional relationship this entire time since inception of you taking this job, and I want to let you know that I support you with that. Looking forward, I'm looking for the City Commission for us to have a positive relationship, that we continue to have stability and continuity moving forward. That's very important. And most important at the end, Mr. City Manager, I want to thank you for our new police chief, that we have someone that has stability and continuity. And I appreciate you making that choice. Thank you again. Thank you, Commission.
Thank you. Ina Lee, followed by Ramola Matwani, followed by Miriam Wart-Menker.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, staff. I have been a resident for over 40 years of the city, all in District 4, which is currently Commissioner Sturman's district. I've worked with every city manager. I work with every mayor, every city commissioner that's been over that 40-year period. And without exception, Greg is one of our finest city managers we have ever had. Now, why? Well, you've heard it tonight. He talked about his accomplishments. All of that is true. But there's something else that he didn't talk about. That's his integrity. You've heard tonight how responsive he is. I have, without exception, anytime I've reached out to him, he's always gotten back to me, and not just to me, with anyone that's reached out to him. He's always respectful, and he looks for solutions. He doesn't look one way or the other. He tries to find the common ground so we can all work together. And the other thing that Bill Brown said, he's instilled pride in the city. We are FTL. That's really... You know, if you look around what's going on in this country right now in the world, stability, being proud of where you live, being able to work together, that's really a very strong suit. And he did that. I have never heard him talk about I. Anytime I've acknowledged him, it's always been we, just like he did tonight when he had his leadership team stand up. And those are not gratuitous words. That's what he lives by. And that, for me, is so important. So for the first time in a long time, we have stability right now in the city. We need to keep that going forward. We do not need to have any disruption. We need to deal with the issues that we need to deal with, and we're on the right track. Greg, you've done an exemplary job, and I hope to work with you for years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ramola Matwani, followed by Miriam, followed by Maggie Hunt.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Thank you all for your leadership and for your service for moving our city forward. For our city manager, Greg, what can I say? Everything has been said about him is so true. He's so committed, so dedicated to our city. And his report speaks all the words. Very grateful to you, Craig, for your commitment and dedication to our city. And I just request very humbly to all of you on the commission that if there is a difference, it can be resolved. Change is not the answer. Let's work together. Let's move our city forward. Thank you very much, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Ramola. Miriam, followed by Maggie, followed by Michael Albetta.
Good evening. I came tonight with some friends. This is the first city meeting that I attend. And I came because I was interested in getting more involved. And I read about the program that the city manager has done in the past year. And I've heard of all the people who are commenting his great work. And I just want to put my 2 cents in it as well in saying that I am happy with the way that Fort Lauderdale is moving forward. And I look forward to coming to more of these meetings because there are other issues that I would like to address another time. But well done for tonight. And I agree with whatever other people have said for tonight for the city manager. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Maggie Hunt, followed by Michael Albetta, followed by Jacqueline Scott.
Yeah, I just want to say that everybody I know speaks so highly of Greg and what a very accommodating person he is and a good listener. One comment I had from somebody on one of my boards that I work with talked about how when you have something to say and a concern or you're trying to work something out, the way he listens, he's an awesome listener because he says nothing. And that's the true sign of a good listener. We all think we're great listeners, but we're not if we don't do that. And to be an effective manager, you have to have that quality. So the other thing, he's also, gotten agendas out way early. The emergencies we've had were handled in a really timely way. I'm concerned because I think this should have happened in July. And I remember back at the time of the elections, there were some people that didn't think he should continue. And we're a year away from that. And you've heard all these wonderful reviews and how wonderful he is. So I hope if anybody's still in that mindset, that they have a long list of things that have happened since then as a reason maybe he shouldn't be here. Because to stay in that mindset of one thing that that happened that everybody doesn't agree that it was right or wrong in the first place, I think that would honestly be kind of petty. So we ought to think about the work environment that we have here, and we want it to be a good work environment. We fired a lot of people. I think it's made things tense for some people, and we need some stability. And it sounds like, to me, from what I know of him and from what I've seen here when I come to meetings, and how he's handled emergencies, he probably is the best city manager we've ever had. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Albetta, followed by Jackie Scott, followed by Brian Donaldson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. To Commissioner Herbst, on behalf of Lake Ridge Civic Association, we'd like to send our sincerest condolences to you and your family. I'd like to open by thanking each and every one of you to the public service and commitment to residents of the city of Fort Lauderdale. I'm speaking to convey my support of City Manager Greg Chivera, who has had the position since July 23rd of 2022. As President of the Lake Ridge Civic Association and second Vice President of the Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Associations, I have the ample opportunities to engage and observe in evaluating delivery services and residents to our city in a manner which is timely, responsible, cost-efficient, and impactful. The organizational leadership provided by City Manager Greg Chivera has resulted in following outcomes which positively impact residents in or near Lake Ridge. Completion of the B-Tactical 15th Avenue project, which is in collaboration with the Broward MPO as a priority project of the city's Neighborhood Mobility Master Plan of 2015 to 2025. And members of the commission and members of this audience, we've took a national award for this. And kudos to the city manager and also to the commission. The corridor of Sunrise Boulevard from Flagler Drive to Federal, the Gateway Plaza area has been benefits in the area of homelessness resulting from the expansion of homeless outreach team and improve access to the resources for the homeless residents of our city. Residents are feeling very optimistic about the provision of emergency services, knowing that the Fort Lauderdale Police Department budget has expanded to allow 14 new officers. And as for the Fort Lauderdale Fire Rescue, budget has increased to allowing 9 additional fire rescue staff. It is pleasant to see the great consideration given to the means improving response times in order to save lives and caring being given to the support of the police and fire in the delivery of services. The services provided to historical, underserved members of our community can often prove that is an insight barometer of the quality and services rendered by the entity, or in this case, via the city manager's leadership. Vice Mayor, a separate kudos to you for being part of elevating the services for your constituents, including the following: increasing affordable housing and a focus on the workforce, implementing the increase in the technology and initiatives to reduce gun violence. Also, steps taken of a full Fort Lauderdale Police Department substation at the L.A. Lee YMCA to support and improve both community services and police-resident relations. Enhance transportation options, including the Dorsey River Bend Micromover Pilot Program, infrastructure project initiating and continuation of Melrose Manors and others, and funding for a range of services and solutions and housing opportunity initiatives to support the homeless members of our community. While, in a technical term, the city manager operates outside the political realm, I think it's fair to say that an ineffective city manager could fall prey to political pressures given the requirement working so closely with individuals who are elected and wish to retain their seats. I would like to applaud City Manager Greg Chavera and his ability to carry out the responsibilities in a fair and equitable manner while political theater is occurring around him. In closing, I ask the honorable members of this commission to vote in support of a resolution increasing the salary of City Greg Chavera. I want to say personally, on behalf of myself, who's been a resident since 1991 of Fort Lauderdale and a homeowner since 2003, I doff my heart to you, sir, and I'm very proud to wear this pin here. We are Fort Lauderdale. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie Scott, followed by Brian Donaldson, followed by Melinda Boker.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I'd like to start out by saying that the Coley Hammock HOA fully support Greg Chavaria. We think he's done a tremendous job. We support him, and I hope that you will support him tonight. Give him a nice raise and a pat on the back at least. Today I received Wendy Wills asked me to read something on her behalf. As you know, Wendy was the former president of Edgewood, who had the catastrophe with the flooding. I have the utmost respect for Greg and the work that he has done for the city of Fort Lauderdale, and especially for Edgewood. After the storm, he hit the ground trying to get resources into our neighborhood, answered every one of my phone calls when I had questions or needed assistance getting something to the residents. After the second severe event, he saw me in my FedEx truck going to the race car place, State Road 84, and he turned around and met with me and wanted to speak to me regarding Edgewood as he and Chief Golan were surveying Edgewood first thing. I appreciate his tireless and often thankless effort for Edgewood during a very difficult time. Mark Sneed asked me to read this. Mark Sneed, Jackie, here's my message for Greg. As an officer of the board of the Rio Vista Civic Association, I would like to express my sincere support for Greg Chavarria as our city manager. He has been responsive, fair, and always has the city's residents' best interest at heart. John Wilkinson, president of Breakwater Surf. Jackie, unfortunately, I'm in Texas on meeting with doctors, but please read this. As the president of Breakwater Surf Homeowner Association, I would like to convey to the city commissioner, please, my strong support for city manager Greg Chavarria and the work he has been doing to date in addressing the wide range of issues facing Fort Lauderdale. His experience and commitment to Fort Lauderdale and its neighborhoods and citizens is exactly what our community needs as it deals with growth, economic and weather-related issues in the upcoming years. Joanne Robinson, president of Harbor Beach, president of Harbor Inlet, asked me to express her support for Mr. Greg Chavarria. In closing, I would like to say that when you see Greg, always smiles, always has a positive comment, and he is such a good team captain for our city. By the way he interacts when you see him with staff, I think the way he has to deal with you guys, I think he does an omen's job. And understand, many of us here tonight, we're not newbies trying to figure out how this works, or this isn't our first city manager that we've worked with. I mean, think about it. I've been here since Connie Hoffman. So I've seen many, many city managers. Is that funny? And the truth is, well, it's being truthful. I mean, Greg is always positive. I mean, the fact that he did this We Are Fort Lauderdale, everybody's excited about that. The guy is professional. He does a fantastic job. And obviously, he has tremendous support in District 4 and all the other neighborhoods. Greg, thank you for being you, for everything you do for this city, and you deserve a big raise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brian Donaldson, followed by Melinda Boker, followed by Nancy Long.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I'm here tonight not as the president of the Birch Park Finger Streets because we couldn't get a board quorum together for this, but I'm here as your former 5-year chairman of the Budget Advisory Board. In that 5 years, thank you, Dame.
Was she applauding former? I can't remember. What were you doing? No?
Probably.
Okay, just wanted to check. Thank you.
But I have a unique perspective in working with what was my third city manager. And that is the fact that every month I have multiple meetings with every one of your city managers during that 5 years. A lot of the things that I had on this outline tonight about different skill sets, et cetera, that I had experienced over the past 5 years, and as you probably know, as all of you, I've been pretty blunt in some of the meetings. And Greg took that with poise. He listened, as other people had mentioned, and as Bill Brown had mentioned, when you look at a leadership, you look at how good the team is behind him. And I have the utmost respect for all of the team members that are sitting up here that worked with the Budget Advisory Board each month, multiple evenings, weekends, et cetera, would take my calls, et cetera. And that is a sign of leadership. I think back over the past year and a half since he became this city manager, and we've had union negotiations that have been completed. That was key for the budget so that as you go forward over the next 3 to 4 years, you know what you're giving to the citizens of this great city. Also, about our infrastructure and continuing, we've negotiated and completed the construction starting of the police station. We are about to break ground on the new 5 Ash to deal with the amount of additional things like the flood, the transition from people that were retiring and resignations, and his choice of filling those positions. I respect that. And from looking at all the numbers over the past few years, I don't know if I can say there's money for a raise. That's a joke, Greg. But
your time is up.
But I'm sure there is money there, and he has my full support. And I thank you all for all of your service and taking the time to listen to my comments tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Melinda Boker, followed by Nancy Long, followed by Vanessa Apotheker.
Hello, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Greg. It's a consistent theme, I think, that we're hearing. I think the only difference I'm hearing is the pronunciation of Greg's last name, and I'm going to say Greg Chavarria. So anyway, just before I begin my remarks, I'm just going to briefly give a message from another volunteer leader in District 4, Estelle Brennan. She wanted to state that in her interactions with the city manager, he has always been extremely responsive and helpful. She was unable to be here tonight. So Melinda Balker, I'm president of the Downtown Fort Lauderdale Civic Association. These comments that I'm going to give is the official statement from the board of the Fort Lauderdale Civic Association. So I'm going to read them. And I did provide these in writing earlier. With regards to agenda item R2 before you, the merit increase for City Manager Greg Chavarria. The board of the Downtown Fort Lauderdale Civic Association is appreciative of the efforts of the City Commission and City Manager in 2023. There are many challenges and successes, particularly in light of the April 12, 2023 historic rainfall and flood that decimated neighborhoods and destroyed City Hall. The Downtown Board notes that the City Commission unanimously voted on its City Commission priorities and themes back on February 7, 2023. Thank you for that. One of the 6 bullet points was very important to us. It clearly stated under the heading Transportation and Traffic that we continue efforts with the state and Broward County for a tunnel under the New River. The Downtown Board would like to bring positive attention to City Manager Greg Chavarria for his role in hiring BDO USA LLP to specifically look at an additional tunnel option for the Broward Commuter Rail's New River Crossing, which will have a significant impact on our downtown neighborhood, as you know. Since Greg's retention of BDO in October 2023, for initial consulting services, the City Commission has fully endorsed this decision by its vote on December 19, 2023 to spend up to an additional $325,000 to BDO for expedited work on a more economical tunnel option to be presented in February 2024. Thank you for that, Commission. At this point, both the city and county are eager to see the results of the BDO work product. We appreciate both the city manager and city commissioner's dedication to finding avenues to protect and preserve our growing downtown as the advent of commuter rail is approaching. On a personal note, I would also just like to say I have also worked with most of the department heads, 9 department heads, I think, and always had a positive experience. I think that speaks a lot to their leader. I want to thank the department heads too. I know some of them are here. And look, it's 2,800 full-time employees, 985 million budget. It's really impressive what you're able to manage, and I look forward to working with you in the future.
Great, thank you. Nancy Long, followed by Vanessa Apotheker.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Greg.
Haven't heard from me in a while. When I first met Greg, I'm past president, board of directors. Now I'm their advisor. I oversee our board of directors and advise them and help them grow within our neighborhood. When I first met Greg, I was my second year into the president of River Oaks. And I was freaking out like crazy. I'm calling everybody, I'm emailing everybody, and I'm like, I got people at my door, and you don't know that in River Oaks, being the president means if there's a problem, they're going to line up at your gate. They start calling, they start texting, they line up the gate, the doorbells are ringing, and it gets crazy because it was when the stormwater project started. And all of a sudden, semi-trucks, big gas hauling trucks are coming down the roads. And we're used to our cars coming and going. We can't get out of our driveway. We can't go anywhere. They're running over peacocks. People are jumping off the road. And all of a sudden, I get a call, and it's Greg. I'm like, well, who is this? I don't know who you are. But he told me who he was, and we kind of talked about the road and the traffic and all that stuff. And he set up a meeting with Tam, and I didn't know who Tam was at the time. And he actually helped us create a traffic management program. So we actually worked with Public Works and traffic maintenance, and we've come up with a plan after the stormwater is done to have safety streets with speed bumps. And Greg actually shows up in our meetings when we're there, not knowing he's going to be there, and he just makes sure they're doing their job and take care of us, and we really appreciate that. And then when this flood happened, I called out everybody. The rainwater was coming up an inch a minute. People are calling me, they can't get out of their house. I'm telling them to crawl out the window, whatever you got to do, come over here, stay, what you got to do. And the only response we got was from Greg. He'd come to our civic meetings. He goes, I'm going to be here every month so y'all are taken care of. And he came, and he made Public Works came. He supported us. And I've never worked with any of our cities like Greg has worked with us. And I'll tell you what, if they don't work with me, I said, don't make me call Greg. And they helped me out. So I don't send all those crazy emails anymore. I don't make all those crazy calls anymore because you help me understand what I need to do to make things happen. And I don't want them to have to call them. So that's for me and my neighbors, that now I don't get as many calls because we've learned how to handle the situation before it gets to that point. I've got a letter here from Annette Ross, from President of Harbor Beach Homeowners Association. The Harbor Beach Property Homeowners Association in District 4 fully supports maintaining City Manager Greg blah, 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 in current position. He has shown himself to be professional on all levels. His responsiveness to neighborhood concerns is unparalleled. Harbor Beach in particular has many issues: security, king tides, and infrastructure, just to mention a few, that have been addressed in a timely manner. For that, this district is thankful. In addition, his record and financial accountability is not layered, and on the other hand, totally accessible to those who seek to his open door position. Positively as he is, the calling card is demonstrated by his ability to oversee the many advancements made by the city of Fort Lauderdale. Sincerely, Annette Ross. Greg, thank you. Give him the raise. Let's go. Keep rolling. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa, followed by Jimmy Tate, followed by Chris Williams.
Hi, it's Vanessa Apotheker. So serving as the president of Tarpon River Civic Association and the District 4 representative for the Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Associations has afforded me many opportunities to experience the impactful leadership provided by our current city manager. Today, I'm sharing my feedback in my capacity as Tarpon River Civic Association president. I am a firm believer that the overall tone of an organization is set at the highest level, and that here in Fort Lauderdale, the city manager represents that highest level. As a neighborhood leader, I frequently need to work with various members of staff that fall under the purview of the city manager. Across the board, I find the departmental staff to be open to feedback, kind, available, and responsive to all residents. Through his leadership, Greg Chavarria has established a track record for effectively building and activating our community while managing policies which are positively impacting the community and government entity. Various elected officials may transition in and out of the positions to which they are elected. Given this unavoidable turnover in elected positions, it is important for the municipality to have an underlying structure which is strong, stable, and oriented towards the residents. Greg Chavaria's calm, professional, equitable, and humble leadership is providing a structure that is a great service to residents of this city. The members of Tarpon River Civic Association appreciate that he is always inclusive, never divisive, and support a resolution in favor of a pay increase. Thank you, City Manager, for your service. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for your thoughtful consideration of all of the facts and feedback in making this decision. I'm also going to speak on behalf of Adina Victor, the president of Chula Vista Civic Association in District 4. She also asked me to add her name to the list of Greg supporters. Lori Sterling, the president of Rio Vista, asked me to read this on her behalf. Mayor Trantalis and city commissioners, Greg Chavaria has been responsive and helpful in all issues that I have brought to his attention on behalf of the residents of Rio Vista. He is doing excellent work for our city. And the last person who asked me to speak on their behalf, you may know him, Ted Insera. He's the president of River Oaks. He wanted me to say, Greg has showed up to our meetings, listened to our needs, and provided solutions to our issues. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jimmy Tate, followed by Chris Williams, followed by Dan Lindblade. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of your city manager, Greg. My name is Jimmy Tate, and I've worked with many cities and therefore many city managers all around the country. I know the difference between competence and lack of competence. I find Greg to be very competent. I find Greg to be intelligent. Greg possesses great leadership skill set. He's transparent and he's professional. Greg is a man with integrity and a great moral compass, and those are great characteristics. Greg is a man with a huge heart, a bigger smile, and no matter what is asked of him. Most importantly, I find Greg to always be available and responsive, regardless of the time of day or night, subject matter being discussed. Because of all these great characteristic traits that Greg has, and including his amazing support staff, many of who I also have a wonderful working relationship with, and that's only because they are also happy and they enjoy the working environment that Greg has created. These results do not happen by accident. It is time we close the revolving door at City Hall and start giving Greg the support he needs to be successful. We owe that to him. We owe it to the city. If any of you have items that you would like Greg to improve upon, then use this opportunity to share your constructive criticism to afford Greg an opportunity to continue to perform under your guidance and guidelines. I urge you to support Greg by giving him the raise he is due and approve his contract to continue this great city moving forward. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Chris Williams, followed by Dan Lindblade, followed by Leanne Barber. Good evening, Chris.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Glad to see everybody here tonight. Greg, I was excited when I saw this on the agenda. Every time I see you, you've got a smile on your face. I don't know how you do it, but you do. So I just, my interaction with Greg's been terrific. I'm a lifelong resident here of Fort Lauderdale. Most people that know me know that this city is really important to me. I love this town. So I want to go in a positive direction. I believe that's happening. My interaction started with Greg when I was assistant city manager. I was on the budget advisory board for 4 years, and I was really impressed. Professional, accessible, organized, and also the department heads that we all got to meet and interact with. If you really want to see how the city works, get on that board, because it's extremely impressive on how everybody works together, and it starts at the top. So I just want to come here and tell everybody that. And listening to everybody tonight, just take note of the people behind me who spoke. All of us are really involved in the community. We understand more than the average citizen what it takes and the support we get from Greg. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, followed by Leanne, followed by Donna Guthrie, and Bevan Pettit.
Good evening, Mayor. Going to press this. There you go. Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney. My name is Dan Lindblade. I'm the President and CEO of the Greater Fort Lauderdale Chamber of Commerce, and I felt compelled to come this evening to talk to you all about what the business community sees in our city manager as a true partner in moving our city forward. In such a short time, he didn't miss a step in getting engaged with the business community, whether we were in Washington, D.C., working on issues that were important to our economy, or Tallahassee, or here locally. Greg was always there, arm in arm with us, working together to make sure that we advanced our economy in a positive direction. I've been doing this for 37 years, and I got to tell you, I've worked with a lot of city managers. And Greg is right up there at the top with all of them because he listens. You've heard about his listening capabilities, but more importantly, he shows up. Just this morning at the Chamber, our Government Affairs Council meeting, Greg was there answering questions, not getting grilled, but showing that he cared about what's happening in the business community and where we want to move things forward. So on behalf of the Greater Fort Lauderdale Chamber of Commerce, I can say without a doubt that Greg has worked with us very closely and in a positive way, and we thank him. Greg, thank you for all your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Leanne?
Hello, it's Leanne Barber. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. As you know, I'm not afraid to criticize actions that I think are not consistent with public service. I met Greg as an assistant city manager when he was supervising the clearance of the homeless encampment at the Broward Library. He exhibited empathy and responsiveness then and in many encounters since. He has treated me and the issues of Flagler Village with respect. His attitude is very positive, and that manifests itself in the attitudes of his staff. Openness and receptiveness to feedback is important to me. Thank you. And I look forward to working with you in the future, particularly with respect to our less fortunate residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Leanne. Donna Guthrie, followed by Bevan Pettit. And the last person I have here is Dean Richards. If there's anyone else who wishes to speak, please sign up with the clerk. Thank you. Donna, good
Hello,
evening.
everyone. I met Greg before he was city manager. I'm president of Melrose Park Homeowners Association, District 3, and he had reached out to me because we were having some issues in the community, and he wanted some feedback of how to move forward with resolving the issue. And from there, we, had some kind of a relationship. So when we got really, really hit with the storm last year, without Greg, we would have been devastated. It was the first time, I've been in Melrose Park for 30 years, it was the first time that Melrose Park residents did not have to travel through a storm through the city to go to Mill Ponds Park for supplies. I mentioned to Greg that everyone was flooded, and it was not fair for us to be driving all the way to the northwest because we're in the southwest. And I said, we have two parks over here. We have the Shirley Small Park and Riverland. And they said, don't worry about it, I'll take care of it. And within I think 2 or 3 hours, he had, Shirley Small Park had sand, sandbags, everything that everyone else in the city had, we had. And, and even some of the folks that we had elderly that couldn't, get out, and they needed sandbags, Greg had those delivered. I don't know how he did it. Everybody knows that I could be like a pain. He knows. I was on him like this, and he never got frustrated. He was professional, and it was such a pleasure to work with him. And I don't know where this is coming from, where they won't give you a raise or they're talking about getting rid of you. It's crazy. This is an election year. What's going to happen if you get rid of the city manager in an election? It's crazy. It's crazy talk. Give this man his raise, give him his flowers, give him his raise, and keep him. He's excellent. Everybody here tonight has said it. He's an excellent employee of the city. He represents us well, and he works with us well. So, that's what I have to say. Thank you so much, Greg, for your service.
Great. Thank you. Bevan Pettit and Dean Richards.
everyone. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I'm just a resident of Melrose Park, and I was caught up in the flood twice, and it was pretty devastating. Very traumatic. Every time rains fall, we worry about what's going to happen. And I'm very much appreciative of Mr. Gregg, the Commissioner, because the necessities were there in our community that we could access it. Even when my car, I wasn't able to move my car, I had people that was in the community that was provided to drop some sandbags off. So I'm very much appreciative of what you have done, and I give my full support, and I support in every way. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dean Richards. Mr. Richards, how are you?
All right. I'm Dean Richards. I'm in District 3. I've been a resident in Fort Lauderdale probably 40 years. I've been a property owner for 33 years since I was 17 years old. I'm going to be 50 this month. But I would like to say that I appreciate from what I see with Gregg. There was a storm around Saturday. I know it hit mostly downtown, but nobody talks about the northwest side by Mills Pond Park. And I was sitting in my living room watching TV, and I heard something went boom. So I was being nosy. I looked out my window. I heard my dog barking. And then I looked, and I saw the big tree just collapse in the street. I was like, oh, God, that's going to take a while to move. How am I going to get past? How are the other neighbors are going to get past? About 5 or 10 minutes later, the city of Fort Lauderdale showed up with chainsaws. Boom, 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 sawed up, put on the sidewalk. I even have pictures here on my phone. I was like, being the nosy neighbor that I am. So if that's the direction, you know, that's going on here, the tree basically just fell off, and the street was blocked, and it was just handled so quickly, and now it's just sitting out there for bulk waste pickup to pick it up. And other things that I see in the city, sandbags being delivered, great responsiveness, and I've been here a while, and I don't see that much with any other city manager. So Gregg, you're doing a fabulous job, keep it up, and give him his raise. Come on, what's going on here? You guys are fooling around.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak from the public? Okay, there being none. So tonight's resolution is to determine whether or not we give the city manager an increase. There's a resolution, Exhibit 2. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Okay, but the resolution has to, there's a blank that has to be filled in of a % of an increase.
Yes, we have, for every single charter officer that we've done an evaluation in this past year, we've given each one, I believe, 3%. I think that we should remain consistent and treat the city manager the way we've treated every other charter officer.
And that would be effective when?
I think, well, this is 6 months late, so I think this needs to be retroactive to his actual performance date of July. Is it July 23rd?
Of 2023?
Yeah, was that the date? I have to look at it really quickly.
It was July of 2023.
Yes, whatever that date is. Yes, July 23rd. So that, in all fairness, it must be retroactive to that date.
All right. Anyone have any comments? No comments?
Comments.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Do we have a second?
It's a resolution, so we're introducing a resolution. It's okay, no problem.
I'm going to go ahead and begin the conversation. Tonight, community outpour in support of our city manager, and we had an opportunity. I believe I was even the one who requested a uniform method of giving an evaluation for our city manager. And the reason I wanted to see that, because one, I wanted to make sure that we were on the same page, being unified, universal in how we were rating and scoring not only city manager, but also the charter members. I did have an opportunity to meet with Gregg and to bring to the conversation everyone here everyone here has been in support of Greg. And my comments now are not that I'm not in support of Greg, but he and I had conversations about room for improvement, things that I desire and we as a city need to witness. So what I'm going to share isn't anything new to Greg, but I do want to share this for part of the conversation.
Go right ahead.
Okay. As a city, we require, and it's a requirement and the responsibility of our city manager to create equality and a balance with the operation of the dais, how we interact when commissioners one by one have conversations and requests of our city manager. This has to be something that is consistent. It shouldn't be, I don't want to use the word favoritism, but it should not be one-sided. We have had conversations where I've said from this dais where meetings have occurred in my district and I haven't been aware of them. We've talked about that, and Greg has attempted and made some changes with that, but most recently we did have that situation again. So that's something that still needs to be overall corrected, because how can I represent my district if there are planned meetings that different department heads are putting in place, calling together residents, neighbors of the district, and I'm not aware of it, and then I'm getting phone calls. So this is one of the items that Greg and I spoke about. Also, understanding that District 3 is recognized as the underinvest, the underdeveloped, in a sense, even underrepresented district. And when I came into this position, giving oath, grateful to have been elected for the position, have an expectation, hoping to have received a certain type of interaction. And initially, we did not receive that, and we had to work towards getting to that place. I had an expectation of my city manager in conversation being as transparent with me, with my questions, and through the different departments. There were several times, or many times, that I had a seat and had a conversation with those at the table, asking them a question, and it was just a yes or no. It was no elaboration, and it left me in a place where I was not necessarily able to operate at peak because I wasn't given background information. So with that being said, my concern, and we've talked about this, Greg knows this, that moving forward, city manager has to be someone that's going to be at the table, willing to discuss what needs to be done for the benefit of the city. And I say that because I've seen where some districts get a different type of interaction, a different type of response than that I have received through my district. And it's an uncomfortable place. So with that being said, I do have reserve with that, but I do, like I said, we talked to Greg about it, we've had the conversation, and there's some other things I'm not going to necessarily go into comment right now. However, I just want it to be known that the leadership tone is important, and what the citizens receive is also what we on this dais should receive as well. It has to go across the board, and I'm telling you, I have not 100% received that interaction. So that's all I'm going to say at this point. Thank
Okay.
you.
Is this something that you feel can be worked on?
We've had the conversation, and I believe in opportunity. There's always a room for improvement, including me. None of us are perfect, but we need to identify, and once we identify, work towards that
type of change.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anyone else have any comments?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, Commissioner Herbst.
Thank you. So I had the opportunity to sit down with the city manager a while back, actually, and I utilized the ICMA forum, and I just want to say thank you for those who suggested using that. It provided a very good format for our discussion. I think Greg and I had a very good, very frank discussion. Candidly, there are some things that I think he has done well during the past year. There are some other areas where he has not met my expectations. I've communicated those to him. I think he's aware of them, and I think he has a clear understanding of what he needs to do going forward in order to meet my expectations. So, but overall, the balance of the issues that I feel he has not lived up to my expectations are things that I weigh a lot more heavily. And so, as I've explained to him, my evaluation is that it did not perform to my level this year, and so I would not be in favor of a raise.
Okay. Anybody else? Commissioner Glassman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I listened to, I think I counted, and hopefully I counted correctly, I listened to, I think, 33 community leaders from our city this evening.
Yes.
And out of 33 community leaders, I did not hear anything negative about our city manager. And those 33 speakers actually came from every single district in Fort Lauderdale. So when I thought about it, and I read everything that was presented to us. Actually, we've seen this agenda item before. It's been deferred several times, so I did have a chance to go through everything that was accomplished this year. This has been an incredibly challenging year. I mean, when you think about it, what Greg had to face this year was quite astounding. Think of all of the challenges that we went through in our city. So when I think about a raise, to me, it's really a no-brainer. He deserves a raise. In fact, if I could, I would recommend more than 3%. Because I actually asked for a...
You'd have to ask Brian Donaldson.
No, I understand. Well, hopefully, Brian's the former head of the Broward, of the Budget Advisory Board. I've looked at Greg's salary in terms of our county. We are the largest city in Broward County. We have the most employees of any city in Broward County, and there are still at least 6 cities where the city manager makes more than our city manager. Think about that. Really, what kind of message are we sending to the country? What are we saying when a city with only 61,000 population in Broward County, Coconut Creek, the city manager makes $325,000 and change, and our city manager is sitting at $290,000. That doesn't seem fair to me. That doesn't seem equitable. That doesn't seem just to me. So those would be, the rationale. I look at things holistically. We heard 33 speakers this evening, but I've also received numerous emails. I've received text messages. I've received phone calls from other leaders in our city. And I look at the leadership team that was introduced to us. I look at Greg's common sense and actions in appointing our fire chief and our police chief. Those 2 appointments alone say to me, this man is deserving of a raise. Look at the outpouring of love and support tonight for our city manager from our city. But don't just look at that. Look at the reception that we've had when we had the swearing in of our police chief not that long ago, right in this very room. The We Are Fort Lauderdale spirit, the actions of the people, the comments that we've received, it also speaks to the judgment and the knowledge and the action of our city manager. I will tell you that the other evening, when the tornado hit in Riviera Isles in District 2, and I did receive that phone call from the first resident who had part of her roof torn off, And when she called me, of course, I was in shock. I said, a tornado? And she goes, yes. And then, of course, I called Greg immediately. It was Saturday evening at about 6 o'clock. Within 20 minutes, we had the whole first responders team, emergency management, our city manager, in that neighborhood. We had everyone on the ground in that neighborhood. And I can read you those emails. In fact, Dr. Mike Ruddy, who's the president of Riviera Isles, has written me a glowing email saying, please, not just give this man a positive evaluation, but give him a raise. He deserves it. Because that action continues to today when power lines are still even being restored, when the streets are being cleared, when we went from 42 homes in that neighborhood without power to no homes without power within just a relatively few amount of hours. I've watched this man perform. Whenever I call with an issue, and I'm not shy, whenever I call with an issue, he gets someone on it. Whenever, and trust me, District 2 is not a shy district. It's not a bunch of folks that are quiet or that will not let you know how they feel. And I pass that along. I pass that along from my District 2 meetings, my pre-agenda meetings. I pass it along whenever I have a meeting with an individual or a business, and Greg gets someone on it. I cannot speak to staff. I cannot direct staff, but I can talk to Greg. And what I would say of my colleagues that are having issues or that don't feel he deserves a raise or that have concerns or don't feel treated equally, I would say, please, please, just meet with this guy every day. Meet with this guy once a week. Set up a vigorous schedule of meetings and stay on him if you feel that you're not getting the attention or the respect or the actions or the deliverables. I would say stay on this guy. But I'm going to tell you something. We have to show that this is not a city of chaos. We have to show that this is not a city that's unstable. It sends a message, not to our own community, but also to our country. We have to portray that we are Fort Lauderdale hashtag. We have to show everyone that we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We have to show everybody that we can agree to disagree. But at the end of the day, as a commission, we have to be unified in our statements to our community and say, we hear you. I mean, for the last week, I have not heard one negative comment. I have not heard one negative email, and I've kept track of them. I've not heard one negative text message. I have not had one negative phone call. Quite the opposite. Everything that I have been hearing from throughout my district and throughout the city is exactly what we've been hearing tonight from the 33 speakers across the city. So I would say Greg's performance in this year, he is the guy with the target on his back because the buck stops here. He is our manager. He is responsible at the end of the day for everything that we have seen accomplished in this past, actually a year and a half, I guess, since he has been the city manager. That's his team. Everyone that works as the department heads, everyone that you see on this dais, he is the person responsible. And I still have not seen anything that would say to me he does not deserve everything that we gave to our city clerk, that we gave to our city auditor. I don't think our city attorney's been here long enough yet for the a performance review, but I feel confident that we'll be fine. But there is no reason why Greg should not be treated equally and the same as every other charter officer that we have evaluated. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner Sturman.
Thank you very much. Hey, Greg. I, too, have used the handbook as a guide. I didn't put down a score, but I used that as a guide. I've spoken and met with Greg. I've done an objective evaluation with some of the findings, and I'll go through the good and the bad. I'll start with a few things. I like Greg. I like him a lot. I enjoy working with him. We are both engineers, and we both have the same background, so we share problem-solving skills. We've had several major accomplishments that we've had, and I do applaud his response to the floods in April. There's a lot of good things that I've heard from the community, but in addition, there are some concerns. As the city manager has to work for the entire commission. He needs consensus and direction from all 5 of us. For the last year, there's been, I've heard concerns from a couple of the members that one of who's articulated that it's not equal response to all 5 members. And I do remember years ago that was a concern when Mayor Seiler was here that there wasn't a consensus on the board, which it does have to come together behind a city manager. The last several months, there's been a few concerning issues, and it started with the Swimming Hall of Fame. To look at how that was handled versus the City Hall. When we had to do the City Hall, that was a 4 to 6 week process. We had workshops, we had conferences, we had presentations from staff. That was 1.4 million, somewhere along that range, for over like 3 to 5 year period. The Hall of Fame was a $200 million project over 50 years with a potential loss of $3.4 million a year. And 1,000 pages were dumped on us within 3-4 days. And I had requested us a little bit more time and was denied that. And we did have like 6 weeks to go over a 3-year contract, and I'm a little concerned about that. Police headquarters, let's compare that to downtown lease. Police headquarters, I think Greg was very proactive getting us out there immediately. There were some mold issues with asbestos. Within a day, we did take a tour of the facility. I did speak to the police union and some of the police officers, and I'm thrilled that we got out of there as quick as we did. Again, we spent about 4 to 6 weeks doing presentations, site visits, tours. Compare that to, we just had a lease about a month ago with the city of downtown. We were presented with a lease with no comparisons, no input. And the last concerning thing, again, the same theme that we do have, this is work that needs to be done, Greg. This is, I've mentioned this to you that we've spoken to. We need to have the attitude that there are 5 people that we work with. We work with a consensus. A letter was sent to the county commission a few months ago with your name on it. Now, we tend to talk in conference. We tend to come to consensus. And if something of this important, we do need to sometimes have a resolution when a letter goes out. And I do have an issue that not only the letter, but the things that have happened after that didn't come with consensus of the commission. I think the attitude needs to be a little bit more going forward, inclusive of all 5 commissioners, realizing that there's 5 people as a consensus that gives direction. And I think that's the main thing that we do need, the key that we do need working on going forward. That's my thought. A lot of good things, I'm not just coding it one way or the other. The response to the flooding was phenomenal, but I think that we do have a lot of work just getting, reminding that there are 5 people that work up here and having a consensus going forward. Okay, Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Okay. So I have to tell you, it's very, it makes me feel good to hear the community, first of all, coming out tonight and staying out this late to talk about an issue that obviously concerns every single area of our city. And to hear the voices of the people again and again talk about how appreciative they are of our city manager and the efforts that he has made in just the first year and a half of his being here. Keeping in mind that he's only been here a year and a half, and his ability to try to understand the issues and the personalities of everybody up here, trying to jockey the needs of the people as well as the expectations of this commission is certainly going to be challenging for any individual who serves in the role as city manager. I think he's done an unbelievable job. I've worked with 5 city managers now? 6 city managers. I've worked with 6 city managers since I've sat on this board. And Greg is an absolute standout when it comes to his ability to understand issues and his ability to identify challenges and try to seek solutions. You know, the efforts that he has made have gone above and beyond anything I think anyone would have expected of any human being in trying to assist the members of this community in dealing with the challenges that we have encountered. We talk about the floods, we talk about, you know, infrastructure issues. We're going to talk about a lot of things going forward. And I think that he brings the talent and the foresight that I think is going to benefit this city as we move forward into this decade. You know, there are instances in which any member of this commission can feel that there was a shortcoming or a mistake, and you know what? I think each and every one of us can probably feel the same way about things that we have done, and you know, wish we could have done this better, or wish we had said something that we forgot to say, and you know, and a lot's expected of us who sit here on this commission. But we try to work together. We try to build consensus, as Commissioner Sturman said, and I think the public expects that. The public expects continuity, doesn't want to see disruption, and I think when we look at the city manager, what he has done in this past year, especially in building a team of professionals to help bring the city forward and to keep the city running and to be able to address situations that come up as emergencies, but at the same time, be able to work with other government agencies in planning and moving the city forward, I think he's done an exemplary job. And I think that he deserves not only recognition, but he also deserves compensation that I think is commensurate with the work that he has already accomplished. 3% is not a whole lot, but I think it's consistent with what we've given to others. And I think it's only fair. Let's be fair to him, give him another year, let us see what he can continue to do as he has in the past. And I think that this community deserves to see Fort Lauderdale continue down the path of success that it has already come to appreciate in these past several years. So I would support the resolution that's been introduced by Commissioner Glassman. And is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? I have no other sign-ups. Is there anything else any member of this commission wishes to say with regard to this item? Okay, so Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, providing for a 3% merit salary increase for City Manager Greg Chavaria effective July 23rd, 2023. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
I'm going to say no.
Commissioner Sturman?
No.
Commissioner Herbst?
No.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. So the resolution does not pass.
Shame. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame. Shame.
Okay, is someone like to introduce another resolution?
Actually, I'd like to make a resolution to censure my colleague, Commissioner Glassman, for shaming us.
I didn't say shame. I said shame, but I didn't say shame on you. I just said shame. I'm not allowed to say. I'm not allowed to say shame. I'm not allowed to say shame.
Right, the implication was obvious.
Okay, all right. Let us continue. Let us continue with the agenda. Would someone like to introduce another resolution? All right, quiet. Come on, please note. You've already had an opportunity to comment. All right. Would someone else like to introduce another resolution?
What other resolution would you like, Mayor?
Well,
What's the choice on the? We just eliminate the raise?
I guess we can eliminate the raise.
Then what is the resolution? Thank you, but no thank you. What is the resolution?
I don't know.
What is the resolution, City Clerk? If we don't do a resolution with a meager 3% raise
for a man who gives everything every day and to a man who is not even near anywhere the top of a city manager salary in Broward County? What are we doing and what are we saying? What's the option for another resolution, City Clerk?
Well, I think this resolution was just for a merit increase. There was no other.
So what are we doing? So we just are not giving a merit increase.
That.
So we don't. Do we need another resolution?
No. Let's just continue on with the.
Continue on.
Okay.
Well, that's just
Okay.
wonderful. Wonderful.
All right. Moving on.
Thank you to the 33 people who are leaders in our community who spoke up this evening, took the time to be here and express your dealings with. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Well, not all of us. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to R3, a resolution waiving the competitive solicitation and selection processes contained in the City of Fort Lauderdale Procurement Ordinance and approving a development agreement for seawall improvements associated with Las Olas Marina Project with Las Olas SMI. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Resolution's been introduced. Anyone have any questions? Mr. Lockery, you're here for questions. John
Mr. Mayor,
Burns,
point of order, we do
John
need
Burns,
to
are you
extend
still
the
here?
meeting. Mr. Mayor, we need to extend the meeting.
What time is it? Okay, let's just get through this item.
Okay.
John Burns, are you here? John, do you want to speak on this item? I'm sorry? Yes, okay. Please go ahead. Push the button at the bottom, please.
There. Great. My name is John Burns. I live at 1 Las Olas Circle. I'm in support of this resolution. This particular segment of the seawall is very important as it's part of the promenade. And if many of you have been down there, you can see lots of tourists and other people taking photographs of the intercoastal from this location. My one concern is the top of the promenade was just fixed when the intercoastal park was fixed. And I'm really quite surprised that we have to redo work, particularly on the top of the seawall. So my concern really was about why this wasn't done whenever we fixed the intercoastal promenade park. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have an answer for John? I mean, I don't know.
I wouldn't know those specifics, but we could follow up.
Okay, we'll follow up for you,
Yes.
John. Okay, very good. Is there anyone else wishes to speak on this item? Bill? Before you speak, Bill, can I have a motion to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock? So moved. Can I have a second?
11 o'clock?
Well, we have the
So moved.
we have the
I'm
Bahia
sorry.
More item. It's going to
So-
be very
so moved. Yes, you're
yeah.
right. So moved.
Okay, second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Glassman?
No.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Not here.
Not present. Oh, Commissioner
Here he is.
Sturman?
Commissioner Sturman, we're moving to the meeting to 11 o'clock.
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. Okay. Continue, Bill.
Bill Brown, just real briefly, I want to commend Suntech for stepping up and being able to do this seawall under their current permitting process. If the city was to go out and do this process, it would delay it much longer, up to, I think 11 months just for the permit for the city to obtain. They've had a very good working rapport, and I think personally I feel comfortable with the terms that Suntech has agreed to with the city by doing this project, and hopefully it will pass tonight, which I think it will. And I was glad to hear Commissioner Herbst, again, condolences to your brother, but I know you went out, I understand, and saw it firsthand. So I think what I saw in pictures, it needs repair. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Okay. This is R3. Okay. So we have a resolution that's been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, waiving the competitive solicitation and selection processes contained in the City of Fort Lauderdale Procurement Ordinance for procuring the replacement of an existing city-owned seawall approving and authorizing execution of agreement and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and R3 is approved. We're now moving on to R4. This is a resolution approving a conveyance of the city's interest in air rights.
That's a
above
public hearing, Mr. Mayor. I was switched to PH2.
Okay, that was it pushed to PH2?
Yes.
Yes.
It was pushed to public hearing. I didn't know which number was identified.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was mislabeled.
So we'll make this We'll go to PH1 then. Public hearing ordinance amending the City of Fort Lauderdale Unified Land Development Regulations. The list of permitted and conditional uses, commercial recreation under the CR district. Anyone have any questions with regard to this? Would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
The ordinance has been introduced. Do we have to close public hearing, Tom?
Yes.
All right, so,
Motion to close the public hearing first?
motion to
All right,
close.
motion to
public-
close the public hearing?
Motion to close public hearing. Do I hear a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. No one has signed up to speak. Let me make sure no one has signed up to speak. Yeah. So please call the roll.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. And public hearing on PH1 is now closed. Someone like to introduce the ordinance? I believe Commissioner Herbst introduced the ordinance.
Introduced.
Any further questions regarding this item? There being none, please call the roll.
In ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations, Section 47-11.10, listed of permitted and conditional uses, commercial recreation district, to replace the terms shooting center with the terms indoor firearms range, providing for correction of scrivener's errors, providing for severability, providing for conflicts and repeal, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, so PH1 is now approved. Okay, now PH2, which is formerly R4. This is going to be a public hearing regarding a resolution approving conveyance of the city's interest in air rights above a portion of the property located at 801 Seabreeze Boulevard and approving an interlocal agreement between the City of Fort Lauderdale and the Bahia Mar Community Development District in substantially the form provided pursuant to Section 8 Lauderdale. Does the applicant want to make a presentation? Someone from staff want to come forward and explain to us what's going on here and explain to the public?
So we have members of Colliers and also the developer available that they can explain more of the process.
Well, Colliers, I mean, I respect Ken Krasno, but I don't know if that's the person. Is Susan Grant here? Did Susan leave?
Can we call Susan Grant?
Oh, she is. Susan, can you come here and begin the conversation regarding what we're doing here today? Thank you, Susan. So, sorry. So, we have before us a request by the applicant. So, talk to us about air rights and what exactly are we talking about here, and why are we considering this as a commission?
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner Susan Grant, Assistant City Manager. As you know, several meetings ago, the city had a notice of intent for a conveyance of these air rights. What this involves is, as it says, the conveyance of the air rights over that platform, what it would generate for the city if the air rights result in a higher market value for the condominiums.
So that's what's motivating this, right? We're trying, because the original deal with Ron Bahia Mar was we have a land lease, and that they were going to be allowed to build those buildings that we already approved on that site, but they're all subject to the land lease.
Correct.
I believe that expired in 100 years, right?
Yes, that is correct.
So at the end of the 100 years, everything reverts back to the city.
So these would provide that fee simple title to the owners of those condominiums. And again, the projection is that the sale value would increase by about $500 per square foot. That would generate additional revenue for the city. And the estimate is $285 million over the course of those 100 years, with that $220 million being a benefit to the general fund. That remainder is to that trust, that community trust.
Now, the $285 million is not the present value. It's the amount that's being collected over
the term of the 100 years. That's correct. It's not the present value of those dollars.
Okay. And so right now what you're saying then is that if a person buys a condominium at the Bahia Mar, they're not getting fee simple. But under this concept, they would be getting a fee simple ownership of their condominium. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you're saying that that would improve the price potential for this unit?
So yes, that is what we're hearing from Colliers, who represents us from a real estate perspective, and they have a presentation here if you're interested in having that. That they've let us know that they feel that that is the increase in market value associated with that change.
We'll get to them in just a moment. I want to make sure we all understand the technicalities of this. So now the city will still retain the first floor. Is that what it is?
Yes, that's correct.
So the city will still retain the original deal, which is the land lease under the first floor, but everything above the first floor is going to be transferred as a property interest to
the community
developer.
development. Yeah.
Correct, and they will in turn sell that as a fee simple condominium.
Yes.
And this is going to be for each of the 4 condo buildings as well as the hotel?
So I know that right now, and we might need the lawyers to tell us exactly what is included and not included, but everything above the podium was my understanding.
Above the podium. So the podium consists of the parking garage?
Yes. It's about 7 acres. Yeah, I don't think it can include all the condominiums.
No, it doesn't include the condos. I'm just saying it's whatever is above
the podium.
Above the podium.
The podium being the parking garage. When we say podium, what does that mean?
Angela. I'm going to have Angela assist real
Sure.
quick.
Hi, Mayor, Commissioners. Angela Salmon with the City Manager's Office. The podium is around 7 acres, and on that podium is going to be from my understanding, the 4 towers and the hotel, which is also the garage.
And first floor retail.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, so there's going to be a podium built, and then on top of this podium is going to be all the towers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it's not the entire site that we're talking about. We're just talking about whatever is contained within the podium?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Correct. The entire site is 15 acres of uplands, and then the podium is about 5 or 6 acres.
Okay.
Dean, I think it's everything, when they say podium, the buildings and whatnot, I think what's excluded is the promenade around, the on-street parking, and the park on the west side, correct?
Well, it's more than that.
It's more than that.
That's excluded.
It's a lot more than that. It's the promenade, but it's also whatever the podium is. The way I've seen the design here, it's in the backup. There's going to be a structure built, and the podium is like a platform upon which these 4 buildings will be built. And anything that's not on the platform has nothing to do with this air rights agreement. Everything stays the same. The roads, the ingress, egress, the park, and all the other buildings that might be associated with this project, and the dockage have nothing to do with the air rights agreement. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yes, the podium is the vertical air rights above that podium.
Okay, and so now, what is the city getting out of this? Why would the city want to do this?
I believe I would feel comfortable saying that's a policy decision.
I know that, but they're getting more money. Are we going to get more money?
That's my understanding based on the assumptions from the Colliers report.
I don't want the understanding. I want to know what the deal is.
Mr. Mayor, maybe I can assist.
Yeah, sure.
So this is a commitment that the commission already made with the developer to develop that land.
Correct.
What this opportunity does for the commission is to maximize that transaction.
Okay.
In terms that during the lifespan of this lease, the city has the ability, as projected by Colliers, to benefit the general fund, approximately $220 million. These are some of the things that help sustain the general fund and also sustain a low millage. General fund, of course, sustains critical operations like public safety, parks, and public works.
I understand that, but I mean, like you say, 220 million. What is the source of that 220 million? Is that are we going to get more of a cut on the sales, or is that just tax revenue? Or do you want Ken Krasno to talk about that?
And Ken has a detail in his presentation, but there's several different revenue sources in the agreement that we made with BHMR several years ago.
Okay.
One is from the initial sales of the condos, and it's a tiered system starting at 2%, going up to 5%. Based on how many dollars per square foot are generated. So with the 5% of that delta, that extra $500 per square foot is from the initial sales. There's also revenue generated from when those turn over. There's some assumptions in Ken's presentation. Hey, they turn over at a rate of 7.5% a year. As a result, because the condos have that higher value, that transfer amount generates more. The assessment will be higher. The assessed value of the properties will be higher, and therefore, again, more tax revenue would be generated. But that's not what's included. The tax revenue isn't even what is included in that 285 with the 220 going to the general fund. So that's over and above that. And again, Ken has a presentation where that's all detailed.
Why don't we do that then? Let Ken, if you want to show us the business deal, then we'll be able to understand that. I just wanted to clarify for the public what exactly air rights what exactly they mean. And so I just wanted to make sure Susan was able to explain that to us. Do you have a PowerPoint presentation?
Yeah, it's loaded up.
Good evening,
Hi, Ken.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, staff. Ken Krasno, Vice Chair of Colliers. There is a presentation here. I'm not sure how. But let me see if I can find it. Susan articulated the basis of the information in the presentation. The $285 million of additional revenue that the city will achieve over the course of the 100-year lease is solely a function of the fact that the condominiums that the developer will sell initially and in perpetuity over the course of the lease will have more value. The city is a partner with the developer in getting a percentage of those sales. So as those sales increase and incur over the course of the lease, the estimated value right now is an additional $285 million to the city.
All right. So we're supposed to get a certain percentage on sales, correct?
Every time a condo is sold, if a condo is sold for $1 million, the city gets a percentage of that sale.
Right.
And the condo is now sold for $1.5 million. The city's percentage stays the same. The amount the city receives would be increased.
I thought we got an increase in percentage as the price went
You
up.
do, yes.
Right. So we get more money not just because the price of the condo goes up, but our percentage goes up too.
Your percentage doesn't go up. Your percentage is a function of the per square foot that the...
Susan, doesn't our percentage go up based on the square footage?
Yes, the first $1,200 up to $1,200 a square foot, you receive 2%.
2%, and then there's a 3, and then a 4. Ultimately, the top percentage is 5. Once it goes over, I think it's $1,200 per square foot.
So our percentage does go
Or
up.
$1,800 a square foot. So between $1,200 and $1,800, it's like 2, then 3, then 4. But once you get to $1,800, it's 5%.
And does it change now that we're considering the transfer of air rights does that
That
percentage go up?
percentage structure has not changed, but the dollar value that we estimate the units would sell for has gone up, thus the additional revenue both on the initial sales and the transfers.
So that additional, so let's just say $500, we're just using that as a number. We're going to be getting 5% of that?
Yes.
Okay. So not only do we get the money on the sales, on the initial sales, but we also get money on repeat sales, correct?
Correct. When the properties transfer, there is also an
In
additional
perpetuity
fee.
for the whole 99 years.
That's correct.
Okay. And are we also getting, and also you're saying that the amount of money we get increases as the per square foot value of the unit increases?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And you're good with that explanation, Ken? Is that your understanding?
That is exactly right. And again, when the initial ground lease was approved, I don't know, whatever it was, a year and a half ago, the estimate was that the condominiums would sell for around $2,000 a square foot. And again, with the conveyance of the air rights and having fee simple in perpetuity, conservative estimate now is around $2,500 a square foot. That's the $500 delta. And again, just do the math. That's 5% of that $500. That's the additional revenue that the city would receive initially up front and then on future sales. One thing I will point out on the future sales is that in the original structure, as the lease matured, those condos in year 50, 60, et cetera, would start to decline in value because obviously somebody buying a condo in the year 2070 would only have a certain amount of life, if you will, left on that condo. In this new structure, the value of those condos remains intact and actually increases over time. So that's factored into.
So even if we transferred the air rights, let's say there's a scenario where the value goes down so much that they decide to tear them down. The city has to approve anything that's built on there because we still retain the rights of the underneath the podium, correct? Tom, do you want to respond to that? Or
I'm going to ask our special counsel Joe Hernandez and Lynn Solomon, who are thoroughly acquainted with this transaction, that part of it, Mayor, if I may.
Right. Lynn, am I not correct? If let's say they get dilapidated and they decide to tear them down or they fall down or something, or let's say, God forbid, there should be a fire and it's torn down, there can be no new building built there unless the city of Fort Lauderdale participates in approving the new site plan, correct?
Certainly, under our regulatory authority, we would have to approve any
Right.
site plan.
But don't we also, because we own the ground floor, that we would have to still be part of the decision making there?
And Lynn Solomon, Assistant City Attorney. I do want to introduce our outside counsel, Joe Hernandez, with Bills and Sunberg. He changed
Joe,
law
do you want
firms
to
on
talk
me,
about this?
so I'll ask him also to join in. But we do own the fee simple interest in the land.
Yeah. That's correct. Yeah.
And so if anything had to be rebuilt, the city would have to partner in that decision making, correct?
That's correct. The city will also, and Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you very much. Joe Hernandez from Bills and Thunberg. Yeah, so the city retains obviously the fee ownership of the ground, right? This air rights parcel is being created above that, and there's a declaration, a legal document which really governs the relationship between all of these parcels going forward. That master declaration that was already done and now is being amended, and that would if what got
So
built there
so
now,
the underlying land stays within the public realm.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, and the estates above it depend on the ground, obviously, so they can't exist but for them.
So if we can't come to any agreement, then it becomes park space.
Right. Exactly.
Okay. All right. Mr. Krasnow, do you want to do your presentation?
So yeah, this is the basis of the summary that I explained. So again, as when the initial ground lease structure was contemplated, the estimate that the condos would sell for $2,000 a square foot, and based on the new conveyance, we're estimating an additional, again, conservative increase of 25% in value. So that is an additional $28.5 million upfront on the initial sales. And then, as I mentioned, over the course of the 99 years, as the condos are sold, we estimated approximately 7.5% of the condos would be sold, every year. The city has a percentage of that sale as well, a smaller percentage, but a percentage nonetheless over the 99 years. And that would be an additional $256 million over the 99-year lease, which again gives you the total of the $285 million.
That's 256 on top of what we had already calculated
Correct.
we were going to get, right?
Correct,
Right.
yes.
Okay.
So this slide shows you the recurring fees, the turnover, if you will, as the condos are sold over the course of the 99 years. As you can see, 7.5% of the condos would sell. Initially, we forecast a 2.5% annual growth rate, again, when the lease was approved. Because now the diminished ownership is removed under a fee simple structure, that's now projected at a 3% growth rate. As you see, the city gets 0.375% of every sale going forward. So originally it was $2,000 a square foot. Again, now we're starting at a base of $2,500 a square foot. So the share initially was the $256 million. It'll now be $449 million, and the delta, if you will, is the $256 million. So originally, the city was going to get, over the course of 99 years, $256 million that was for the general fund, and then there was a community trust of another $85 million. So the city was going to receive $342 million over 99 years when you originally approved the lease. Now we're estimating that it's roughly $600 million.
And here, let me go back real quick to this slide on the initial sales, if you want to do that.
And the initial sale, again, this is where you talked about the fee structure. So the city share 2% of the first $1,200 per square foot, and then 5% over $1,800 per square foot. So initially forecasted at $2,000 a square foot, resulted in a one-time share of roughly $69 million. Now at the $2,500 per square foot, same percentages, roughly $96 million for a difference, or $103 million with the community trust, sorry, a difference of $28.5 million.
So if it doesn't really achieve 2,500 a square foot, let's say all we get is $1,800 a square foot, we're still getting 5%, correct?
Yeah. I mean, again, when we approved this lease, or when you approved this lease, whenever back when, the $2,000 a square foot was kind of the baseline number.
Right.
I mean, condos in this market, Four Seasons, et cetera, are selling for that, price today. We felt very comfortable that that was a conservative number. And like I said, now with removing the lease structure and moving onto a fee simple structure, $2,500 is a fairly, fairly conservative number. There are deals being done.
That would depend on the brand, though, because Conrad and W and Ritz are not getting that. So Four Seasons is a brand. So we're anticipating, if we allow for this with the air rights, you're saying that we'll probably be eligible for a 5-star brand, which would attract this kind of
right. And
number.
again, if you look at some of the the comparables, even if you go down into Miami, there's probably 8 properties that are, well over $3,000, $4,000 a square foot.
We're
And
not
I think-
Miami.
But this is where this this project is moving again now with a fee simple structure. So under a $2,500 a square foot sale price, again, the city would receive roughly $103 million. Under a $2,000 per square foot price would receive 74 million. So that's the delta, if you will, of the 28 million.
Okay. Please proceed.
I think that's all I got. And
do we need to just explain the community trust? And I don't know if you'd like to just maybe talk about what and I think it'd be important just to talk about the community trust and what that is. So if the applicant just wants to spend a little time talking about that, because that's the difference between the 285 and the 220 goes into that community trust. And if you'd like to explain a little bit about what that is and how that works, that'd be great.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, City Manager, City Attorney, thank you for having me. My name is Jimmy Tate. I'm one of the developers of the Bahirmar. I'm here tonight with Nikki Perez from the related group, Sergio Rock, my brother Kenny Tate, and our associates. So I want to introduce them as well. So there's a couple of things, Mayor. I just want to bring the whole picture into a more clear view. The ancillary byproduct of this whole transaction being proposed tonight is a product originally because of the CDD. The whole reason the fee simple title is being transferred is allow the CDD to form and function. And then the ancillary byproduct is that we realize that we have an opportunity to be able to sell the fee simple title to the condominiums and the hotel condominiums, which will put us into a fair, competitive arena with the Four Seasons and other five-star luxury branded product, both here in Fort Lauderdale and in Miami, Surfside, et cetera. And the reason it's important to recognize that, if you look at the sales of the last year that closed at the Four Seasons, they're all at $2,500 per square foot plus. If you look at Fendi, you look at Four Seasons and Surfside, they're at $3,500 to $4,500 per square foot plus. I know we're not Surfside. I know we're not Miami Beach. I know we don't want to be Miami Beach or Surfside. But we are moving in that direction because we're bringing that same type of product to Fort Lauderdale. This will be the crown jewel. So the purpose of this is for the CDD. The ancillary benefit of this is the increased value to the incremental increased value to the condominium units. And there's plenty of market data and facts to support why we feel that with the fee simple title to their rights, we will be selling these units. Remember, we're just starting the sales later this year. Those sales took place last year and beyond. So we believe we will hit the $2,500 per square foot and beyond with the product we're doing. The incremental increase is what we're looking at. You still have all the income from the master ground lease that was transacted back in April 2023. None of that is given up. The city reserves all of those rights, and they will continue to have all that money that's under the ground lease for 100 years and whatever not under in perpetuity. So the city is protected through the legal documents created by Lynn and Dwayne and Tom and your outside counsel, and they'll attest to that fact that we've agreed to all the terms and conditions of all those agreements. I think just your council just needs a chance to read the final documents. They were traveling, but that will be before you in 2 weeks to ratify. So, if there's any questions you have regarding where the economics come or how we came to it, I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
I have one question for clarification. So, Mr. Tate, do me a favor, because this also appeared in an editorial in the Sun Sentinel, and I want to just clear this up once and for all with regards to the air rights. Because the editorial claims that the air rights are going to be assigned forever for 16 acres. That's not correct, is it?
No, it's not correct. So the fee simple title that we're talking about is in and about and within the podium area and above. So right now there's a misnomer that people don't understand. With the master ground lease and the 40 acres, we control those air rights for another 100 years. What we're asking for is just the air rights in the podium and about the podium going up to be conveyed in perpetuity, have those transferred. Everything else remains in the city under the master ground lease. So the upland property is approximately 16 acres, 15.96 acres. we're not, the city's keeping all of that other than the approximate 7 acres where the podium is going. You still own the land underneath the podium, but only the area above that land is what's being asked to be conveyed. So when the article written was talking about the 16 acres, it was inaccurate. And they were also talking about losing revenue streams and selling off FAR that was tied to the Marina Village, the ferry, the dockmaster, the boat show space, the restaurant. That was also inaccurate. So basically, all we're talking about is how to figure out a way to increase the incremental value of the condominium space and the hotel condominium space being conveyed. And I think I know that this proposed transaction accomplishes that feat. And what people need to realize is you're our partner. Fort Lauderdale is our partner in this. This is, it's not called a P3, but it's a P3. Every dollar more that we sell, you get your percentage. You have no risk. You have no liability. You're a beneficiary of this transaction. So the more money that we can create, the more value that we can create on this small parcel, it exponentially grows the money into your coffer, which allows for services in all the districts around the city, allows for some public improvements that have been previously negotiated, which are part of the documents that are going to be before you in 2 weeks. This is a win-win, and you're our partner, and as partners, we're trying to figure out how do we be fiduciary responsibility. Your fiduciary responsibility is to the city, ours is to our partners, and collectively, this is a win-win. Your city's going to prosper from this. The community, the development's going to prosper from this. It's going to be a world-class, 5-star luxury branded resort, community, residential, community, marina. Everything around it is going to do exceptionally well once this development is developed and stabilized.
Thank you. City Manager, Greg, I did have a couple of questions because what Jimmy Tate just brought up also reminds me that information that was quoted in the editorial in the paper, actually a hard copy today, online yesterday, came from some backup that was actually in our backup from that appraisal report by Blake Company. But why do we accept things like that when there are inaccuracies in a report like that? I mean, the appraiser also stated that the subject property is free and clear and assumes no master ground lease, which is factually inaccurate. And that appraisal also said that it's based on the seller being able to market the asset in a competitive marketing and sales environment over a 6 to 12-month period, which I believe is inaccurate because we have a 100-year lease. So I found instance after instance after instance in that appraisal report that I found to be incorrect assumptions and just actually not factual. Why do we publish things like that in backup?
I can explain. So, Commissioner, that was an attempt to try to understand the complexity of this transaction. However, when we received this appraisal, just like you're mentioning, we found certain inconsistencies that the assumptions reveal that the appraisal did require those assumptions to be built in, thus impacting that value to be perhaps even lower. I had a thorough discussion with Colliers, who is our vendor of record, who is the one that certifies the values that we present before you. And Mr. Ken Krasno can speak to that as to how that appraisal does have certain flaws that may not reflect the value accurately. So I'd like to ask if Mr. Krasno can address what are some of those assumptions and if he can concur with Commissioner Glassman.
Well, I would say Commissioner Glassman hit the two main issues. I mean, as the developer mentioned, you already agreed to lease this property that the developer controls for the next 99 years. So the value of those air rights effectively are when the developer's lease ends. So you need to obviously, or you can come up with a value today, but you'd obviously have to discount it back for the 100 years.
Wait. You're saying that the value of the air rights is not realized until the end of 99 years?
Yeah, because you don't control. they're not your air rights effectively the developer controls the property for the next 99 years.
The developer doesn't. The developer controls the site for 99 years.
Right.
Right. They have the possessory rights.
Right.
Right. So you're saying the value of the air rights.
So who effectively could buy those air? The developer has the control. So it's really only valuable effectively to him or until his lease expires.
Yes, but conveying those air rights now through the CDD means that the units, the condominium units, are able to be sold fee simple, and not that they are no longer encumbered by the ground lease or any other encumbrances, which is what adds to the value of those units, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so that's by conveying those air rights to the CDD, it's a win-win for both the developer and for the city for the revenue.
Right, but because you wouldn't really be able to get to that value until the lease expires.
Right. Right, but also, Ken, if you can help me understand also, again, this is a problem I have with this entire appraisal report. By the way, I don't even know why we had to have the appraisal report.
I will explain.
It doesn't really impact or have any significance on what we're looking at in front of us right now with regards to the air rights for that 6.7 acres or whatever it is above the podium. What exactly is the reason for all of this talk and confusion about the appraisal report?
So, Commissioner Glassman, we felt that it was necessary to just include it because it was already produced, because we wouldn't want for staff to be labeled as we kept something back. But we just wanted to, Mr. Krasnow to explain during this presentation how that evaluation did have flaws, and we didn't feel that it was appropriate.
Okay, but that I understand, but maybe there should have been some sort of disclaimer about all of the errors that are actually in this report. Besides what I mentioned in terms of just what we're talking about here with the podium and the 6 to 7 acres as opposed to the entire 16-acre site, the other very fundamental error in this report is that none of the revenues from the hotel, Marina Village, the ferry, commercial space, restaurant, or even any of the applicable upland boat show, rent, and dock master buildings are being conveyed to the CDD. That was not clear in the appraisal report. Did anyone take note of that?
But the city is getting a percentage of those revenues.
Yes, but in the proposed transaction, the city's keeping all of our current economic benefits that were negotiated in the master ground lease. But the appraisal report did not make that clear. It made it sound like, all those revenues were going away from all of those entities that I mentioned.
But that's not true.
No, it's not true. Right. No. That's what I'm saying. There are just too many errors in that.
So you're saying that
it needed to be clear that the air rights that were being conveyed were strictly for the podium site, the 6 to 7 acre, and the condominiums that would be built on top of that site. None of the other.
Right. All of those other things that I mentioned are not being conveyed to the CDD, right?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure all this is very clear on the record because, again, it's misleading. The Sun Sentinel goes ahead and editorializes and all based on bad assumptions. And it's just we have to set the record straight. Facts matter, and it's just distressing to see when people go opine on faulty information. That's all. Thanks.
Well, are you suggesting that because those components are not going to be part of the CDD, that the valuation is significantly less because it's not going to contain those income streams? Because those income streams stay with the city.
They do stay with the city. Right. Yes, exactly.
Okay. Do you have any further anything? You're going to stay here just for questions, right? Okay. I have a number of people who signed up to speak. Does the commission want to wait to ask questions until after we hear the speakers? Well, I suggest we do that. Okay. So I'll call your names 3 at a time. We have a couple minutes, each one of you. Start with Michael Schneider, followed by Roderick Newkirk, followed by Marilyn Mamano.
Thank you.
Hello, Mike.
Thank you, Commission. Okay, so first of all, I kind of wonder why this wouldn't be on the agenda earlier in the night, because when you look out, there's not so many people here. And while, Greg's bonus, of course, is significant to Greg, it's still a small amount of money compared to what we're talking about here. And I don't know if you're actually considering voting on this tonight, but when I had spoken to you, Dean, earlier on Thursday, you had said that the Central Beach Alliance had been informed about this, and then we contacted one of the board members, and he said he hadn't gotten anything at that point. So I don't know if that information was dispersed after that point, but it seems like you would want input about something so significant from your constituents.
I think Mr. Brown is still here. Mr. Brown, you're still here, right? Oh, there
Right
he is.
there.
Yeah, so we'll get, since he's the president, we'll get
Yeah.
to hear his input.
And maybe it went to him, but how come his board
Well,
went to
I agree. We need to hear how far, we want to make sure there was neighborhood outreach. So yes, I agree. We'll hear after
And
you
maybe
speak.
you don't plan to vote
After
on
you
it
speak-
tonight, but it just seems like such a significant thing that
Well,
even
after you speak, we'll ask to see how much input the CBA had, okay? After you speak, we'll find out.
Okay. So, yeah, and I mean, something like this, it would almost seem like it should move to a vote to the people, beyond the commission. I don't know in what situations that's applicable, but I mean, this is like, to me, this is permanently giving away the land, and some people would argue that at any rate.
Well, we're not giving away land.
Well,
We're
I know
giving
you're
away
not,
a
but
property
if
interest.
you give permanent air rights to
Yeah.
a group of people, isn't it virtually the same thing? So, in other words, questions that I would have would be, first of all, won't this lease get renegotiated way beyond the 100 years? I mean, that's what's happened, right? So you would expect that will happen again. And so doesn't that impact, this argument? Let's see what else.
Go ahead. Take your time.
Okay. So, I mean, you could even argue, is the whole thing going to be underwater at some point? I mean, of course, there are maps showing what's going to happen with Florida. So, I mean, aren't we talking about monies that are going to be earned so far down the road that they might not even be earned for the city? It seems like it's a very complex issue here, and it seems like one that shouldn't be happening at this time of the night. It's almost under the veil of night, literally. And, where are the people that, should be responding to this and weighing in on this? And are they really given the opportunity? I mean, I stay here all night. I have an 8-year-old, as you know, at home by herself. I mean, with my partner, but that's my daughter. I should be spending time with her, but I stayed here all night so that I could, weigh in on this and listen to what was going to happen with it. And a lot of people aren't going to put in, that effort.
Okay.
So, anyway, let me just see. I think I had one other point. Sorry. Well, I'm sure other people will be,
All right,
adding to my
let's move
comments.
along.
So, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Roderick Newkirk, followed by Marilyn Mamano.
Bill Brown's waiting and he was going to answer. They called him down. See Bill Brown? He was going to answer your
Oh, Bill.
No, they called him down.
No, he called.
Yeah.
The mayor.
B-
called
Roderick,
Bill.
before you begin, can I just ask, can we ask Mr. Brown a question?
Sure.
Bill, has this proposal, as we see it tonight, ever been presented to the Central Beach Alliance?
The EMR proposal?
This,
for the,
this about the air rights?
we saw it when it came out on the agenda, correct.
Okay, but it's never been reviewed
But we had
by the
heard through prior commission meetings on the agreements of the air rights issue coming up, but we have never seen the written proposed agreement until it was placed in the backup material.
Okay, so has the board of the CBA ever discussed the concept of air rights transfer?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Newkirk, followed by Marilyn Mamano, followed by Barry Summerstein.
How you doing, Mr. Mayor?
Good evening.
Commission team. I'm so sorry. What happened was I'm on the Housing Advisory Committee.
Could you speak closer to the mic? I can't hear you.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. I'm
Thank
on
you
the
very
Housing
much.
Advisory Committee. I had really wanted to speak on the city homeless on that update from this morning. But then once I got here, I saw that, I missed it. I've been under the weather. So, and I know that this topic is not on that. So, but I did want to speak about a situation that was going on. I had sent you guys the email about Todd McCunn.
So this is not the time to talk about that.
Right. I see that. Yeah.
But this is in Carter Park. So have you had a chance to speak with the vice mayor on this yet?
I sent you out the emails. I sent Vice Mayor out emails, and I'll just get into it another time because I know that this is not the. I was just trying to find a zip to kind of match it, but this is not the one for it.
Okay, all right. We'll follow up with you. I'll ask the city manager to follow up with you.
Okay.
All right.
Anthony, can you follow up with the speaker, please?
Okay.
Good try.
Anthony Fajardo will assist you.
Marilyn, I read in the newspaper how disappointed you are.
And I will elaborate.
Okay.
Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Marilyn Mamano, and I am representing Lauderdale tomorrow regarding the proposal to sell the air rights over Bahia Mar. We do not support the selling of the air rights, but should you decide to do so, we urge you to defer action on this item and instruct the staff to return with a more advantageous deal for the city. Your own consultant has determined the value of the fee simple air rights is $249 million. In exchange for $250,000, the city will receive upfront 2 pickleball courts, a few exercise machines, and a storage shed. This is not even a bad deal. This is a joke. As stewards of the city's interests, you cannot even contemplate such a bad deal. As residents of the city, we are insulted that such a proposal was brought forward. Let me take a few of my precious seconds to luxuriate in "we told you so." In 2021, Lauderdale Tomorrow was opposed to granting a 100-year lease to the developer of Bahia Mar to allow condos on public land. However, we said, if the city decided to do that, we urged you to sell fee simple a portion of the site that was developable and retain the park and the promenade. A deal, albeit complicated, could have been arranged at that time. Instead, the Commission chose to go ahead with allowing condos on city-owned land with the understanding that a 100-year lease was sufficient to get financing for the condos. And in return, the city would get a percentage of the sale prices of the condos, other increased rent from the hotels and commercial spaces, but no guarantee of a park or a promenade for up to 10 years. Apparently, the Commission was dazzled by the estimate provided by Colliers that ultimately, over 100 years, the city would make hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, in 100 years, 4 generations will pass, inflation will eat up the profits, the money will disappear into the city budget, and the Barrier Island could be underwater. But here we are now. And the newly formed CDD, controlled by the developer, is asking you to give them, emphasis on just give them, fee simple air rights over the whole site. Apparently, neither the banks nor the potential purchasers are all that interested in condos with only a 100-year lifespan. And again, this feels really good. We told you so. Well, they say it is in the city's interest to give them the air rights valued at $249 million because the city will get an increased income based on our percentage cut of the sale price. That is true. Well, even if we get the maximum 5% of the sales price, the developer gets 95% of the increase in the sales price. Oh, and we have to wait 100 years to realize this mini bonanza. Does this sound like a good deal to you? It certainly doesn't to us. And again, we are not in favor of selling the air rights, but should you decide to take this action, we urge you to defer this item and instruct the city manager to come back with a better deal. We recommend that the city get the full value of the air rights up front. That money should be used to fund citywide needs. The incredible value of the sale of the air rights over this city-owned property should be used for citywide needs and not for 2 pickleball courts and a tool shed. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I have no questions at this point. Does anyone have any questions?
Because I want to just clarify, and maybe if Mr. Tate can come up here and answer these questions, because I've asked this already. Because Marilyn, you just said that it's air rights on the entire site. Didn't you just say that?
No, I did not. You said that, not me.
No, what did you just say? Read that again. about the air rights on the entire
We don't
site.
want you to sell the air rights over Bahir Mar.
No, you mentioned the entire site.
I did not mention the entire site, Commissioner. You want the testimony? I have it here.
Okay, I'll look at the video, whatever. But you do understand it's not the entire
I
site, right?
certainly do. I can read the backup just as you can.
Okay, good. So it's just the 6 or 7 acres of the
I
podium.
believe that is correct, and you will own the dirt, and they will own everything, air rights of everything above the dirt.
No, that's not. It's above the podium.
That's not my understanding.
Well,
That we can argue about.
We're not going to argue
No,
about
no,
it.
no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean we can argue about it. It is not my understanding. I may be wrong on that, but that's the way I read
as was
it.
explained earlier in the testimony, it's the air rights are above the podium, so above the garage, above the commercial space. The city retains its fee simple ownership in the real estate, and it's only above the podium that the air rights are being would be transferred.
So these people are going to buy a fee simple condominium that they don't control the garage and their parking spaces. Doesn't seem like a good idea to me, but whatever it is, it is.
Well,
I'm not arguing that.
I just want you to know that's the deal.
I'm not arguing that.
Okay.
Right, and also though, maybe Mr. Tate can clarify, are we going to have to wait 100 years to realize any of this revenue, as Ms. Mamano just said?
I believe Collier told you that you have to wait the 100 years, but let's hear it.
Yeah, I think there's a misunderstanding. The whole purpose of this is to figure out how, I hate to use the word monetize, but how to increase the value today instead of wait 100 years.
Right.
And the reason the city's entertaining this is right now we control the air rights and the development rights for 100 years. We're going to develop property. We're moving forward. The idea is how do we increase the incremental value of the asset today instead of waiting 100 years? And it's interesting because if you take the future value in 100 years, whether it's $250 million or $500 million or $750 million, and use the 6% index, which was found in the Blake report as a valid index, and I think Ken will confirm that 6% is a valid index. The present value of that in today's 2024 dollars, $750 million 100 years from now, in today's dollars is only $2.2 million. That's what it's worth today. This transaction, per Ken's report, our report shows it's more, is going to allow the city over the 100 years, most of it's in 7 to 10 years once we close on the units, to get over 100 times that amount. So what you're basically doing is say, we don't want to wait 100 years anymore. We want to realize the gains now. And by doing this, that's exactly what we're doing. We're realizing the gains now.
And what will that amount?
It's incremental gains from the condo and hotel condos. As Ken and we and everybody stated before, and your city attorneys, you are keeping all the revenues from the hotel, from the boat show, from the marina village, from the ferry, from the dockmaster, from the restaurant, from the offices, from the retail.
Yes, despite what the appraiser said.
Despite what anyone says.
And can you also explain then the 7 to 10 years now from now, when these sales will probably be complete, what dollar amount are we talking about as an increase to the city?
So if we use the most conservative of figures based upon Douglas Elliman's reports or what these condos should be selling for a year and 2 years from now, and Collier's reports and Sotheby's reports, everybody thinks that the 5-star luxury branded product that we're building should be selling minimum $2,500 per square foot to probably more conservatively about $3,000 per square foot. That is $1,000 per square foot more than what everybody says the lease will discount our units. The master lease will allow us to develop. The problem is we're going to develop at a discount. The city is our partner, and they have a sales sharing agreement in the master ground lease today. What we're trying to figure out is there a way that we can increase the value of these condominiums only so that everybody can make more money and this will become a more viable, economically viable transaction for everybody, the city included. So just for instance, $1,000 per square foot on 1.1 million square feet is an additional $1.1 billion. The city gets 5% of that. That's over $55 million you're getting as soon as we close. Additionally, 80% of that is going to be the new assessed value for your ad valorem taxes, which the city is going to get another approximate $2.3 or $3.2 million a year in increased ad valorem taxes, all going to your coffer. That's another $200 to $300 million a year. Versus the net present value, or the value 100 years from now today, using a 6%, which is $2.2 million. This is a no-brainer. And it's the city using fiduciary responsibility to make a smart transaction to improve the value of an asset that nobody can, well, the city can't touch for 100 years. You're getting the value today.
And lastly, though, the assumption of that appraiser of 250 or whatever that Ms. Mamano just quoted, based on the assumptions that are incorrect in the appraiser's report, what about that assumption of the value of the 258?
Well, so there's two things. So what the appraiser did was they changed their approach to a comp approach. And they took comps from Miami Beach, one from Surfside, one from Miami Beach, 3 from Fort Lauderdale, and 1 from Palm Beach. And they came up with an FAR valuation. And they took all those valuations and came up with a $155 per square foot FAR valuation. The problem is they assume 1,609,000 square feet, which included the Marina Village, the ferry, the Dockmaster building, the restaurants, the hotel, things that the city is not giving up the income from. Really what they should have only included would be the 1.1 million square feet of condos. So if you take the 155 million times the 1.5, that appraisal, if all the other assumptions were accurate, which they're not, should have only been 170 million, not 249 million. But the reason it's not is because it was based upon free simple title, assumption number one. Number two, that they can competitively sell it over a 6 to 12 month period, bringing in an open market competitive bid, which they can't because we have control of the asset for the next 100 years. So in layman's terms, we're trying to figure out how do we create value today instead of waiting 100 years, and this is an opportunity for all of us to do that.
Right, thank you. And just the last point, Ms. Mamano, I believe it's 4 pickleball courts, not 2.
Oh, whoopee.
Okay, I just want to mention that.
I just want to say that I do not dispute anything that Mr. Tate has said. All of the money that you are going to get from the rentals of the rest of the property all remains the same. I only point out to you that we are increasing the value of the condominiums by giving them fee simple ownership. You're only getting a 5% cut. The CDD, is getting 95% of the increased value of the condominiums. Yes, we'll get more taxes. We're still not getting a good deal. 5%, 95%. And up front, all you're getting is pickleball courts. Don't you think you could get a better deal?
Well,
that's all we're saying.
Well, let's talk about
Mr. Mayor, could I make a motion to?
I am. I'm going to. So before I respond to that, because there's a little bit more to that conversation, we need to extend the time for the meeting.
To 11:30?
To 11:30. Okay, do I hear a second? A second? It's been seconded. Don't fight this, Vice Mayor. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Mayor Trentalles?
Yes. Okay, so there are a couple of variables here that were explained to me, so I just want to share with you. One is that if they do get a brand that's going to elevate this price.
I agree. No disagreement there.
Well, let me finish my statement. They've got to pay for the brand. Okay, the brand is going to cut into that 95% that you just described, and it doesn't just add. It's not just from the 95% increment. It's the entire price of the unit. So that's one factor. So it's not as much of a windfall as you're suggesting, but it's still a lot more money than what we're getting.
Okay.
I get that.
Okay,
but
did
let
they
me
give you?
let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. Secondly. You say all we're getting up front is a minuscule thing. The reality is that Promenade will now be built within 3 years rather than 10 years. Okay?
Where is that written, Dean? Where is it written that they will get it in 3 years? We've had this conversation before.
Right.
There is nothing in the master lease that guarantees that promenade and that park up to 10 years. Susan Grant's
Well, the master lease, but we're talking about the CDD.
Where in the CDD documents, when you gave them approval of the CDD, did they say, and we agreed that we will do this in 3 years? Where?
Okay.
I'd be delighted. Just tell me where it is.
Okay, we're going to get to that.
Because I'll remember that.
Okay, we're going to get to that. Okay. But the point is that the city will as part of the negotiations, we are entitled to more money. So we agree with you there, okay? The question is how much?
It's always
How
a
much?
question of how
So
much.
that's always going to be the issue. But in terms of the underlying concept, okay, is what we're here tonight to talk about, is the underlying concept of transfer of air rights. You know, what's in it for the city and how does the community benefit from this, okay? And I don't share your opinion about just a couple pickleball courts and a tool shed. We know that's not really true. So you know, you have a newspaper editorialist who just loves this kind of stuff and eats it up, and it feeds into his narrative, and it creates a lot of comical nonsense. But the reality is someday he should read his own newspaper to get the real facts. But the point is that we're here tonight to just find out, what does the community feel, and we have a few more people to speak, what does the community feel with regard to the transfer of these air rights for the purposes that have been described tonight? And that's what we're here for tonight.
I appreciate that, and I always like to stick to the agenda item, and so I appreciate your saying that there's some recognition on your part that the amount of money that we were getting for this deal may not be enough.
Right.
And I just want to say, in relationship to Sun Sentinel articles, because it keeps coming up, I don't write the editorials, okay? They ask me for my opinion, okay? I don't give them the square footage, I just give them my opinion. And that's what an editorial is, it's an opinion. And when I come here and I testify to you, I obviously want to be sure that I'm giving you credible professional testimony.
And you always do, and we appreciate that. You're an expert. You're an expert in your field.
Mm-hmm.
We know that you read the detail, and we know that you understand the detail. So I've always appreciated your input because it comes from a good place. So let's work together and see whether or not this makes a good deal for the city and how we can move this item one way or the other.
Okay, and just to your point of the acceleration of the park in the open space, maybe that's what we get here. Maybe that's the deal here.
Well, we have the open space.
But we don't have it for 10 years. I'm just saying, if you're going to discuss the deal, the amount of money for the deal, you might want to also consider accelerating the production of the park and the promenade as part of the deal. Just a suggestion.
Okay.
Up to you all.
Let's move on. We got to move on.
This is
You
important.
know I'm never going to let that one go.
No, what Marilyn is saying is important. But so, Mr. Tate, if you could just step up, because I remember when we had this discussion about the creation of the CDD, we talked about the acceleration of the timeline for the infrastructure improvements, the seawall improvements, the promenade, the park.
Yes.
Was that just a figment of my imagination, or did we discuss that?
No, that's correct. So
and why is that going to happen with the CDD?
When we developed Phase 1, along with the CDD doing the improvements on the offsite, the park, the seawall, all the property, the offsite work will all be done in conjunction with Phase 1, which is the hotel and the first 2 towers. So
Okay.
that will be done up front now, not 10 years.
Okay, so that will be done up front with the CDD. And how do we have, I know Ms. Mamano wants to see it in writing, how do we know that's going to be done in the first couple of years?
The man is correct. It's in the master lease. The master lease says that before they get a certificate of occupancy for the hotel and 2 condominium units, okay, they will have produced the park and the promenade. And then it says, and in no event later than 10 years.
I know.
Okay, so
I know,
That's what
but
it
I want to
says.
see that much faster than 10 years also. I'm just trying to find out, because we were
but that's,
told...
that's what it currently says. If you
Right.
want to see it faster than 10 years, then you can say, or within 5 years. You
Right.
can say you're in charge here. You can
Right.
do that.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is when we first had our conversations about the CDD, we were told probably within the first 3 years. So if
Don't bet on that.
Well, I know, but if Mr. Tate can maybe just talk about the CDD, when is the CDD actually, you have to appoint the people to sit on that board, right?
I'll let Ginger speak to the CDD because
Okay.
I'm not one of the board members.
Okay.
This is Ginger Wald, who has signed up to speak for
Thank you.
questions only.
Yes.
So explain to us the timetable. No, Marilyn, don't sit down, but don't go far.
Yeah. First 3 rows.
Ginger Wald, Billing, Cochran, Lounsmore, and Ramsey. I am now also officially district counsel for the BHMR CDD.
Okay.
The BHMR CDD, thank you so much. The BHMR CDD that this commission had established on December 5th, 2023. At that time, the CDD went ahead and proceeded forward with the advertisement and had what we call an organizational meeting. That's the first meeting of the CDD. That was December the 18th. That organizational meeting does swear in those first 5 supervisors that you had asked. That has been completed. A lot of other things, and you can go on the, I don't know if the website's up yet. It's been paid, it's been approved by the CDD board, but there is a full agenda and anyone can have it. But it's basically organizational matters, hiring my firm as district counsel, hiring a district manager, having everybody seated, proceeding forward with resolutions, setting budgets, those type of things, just as if you started a new city government. So that's been done. Second step is to continue on with the process of the CDD, as specifically what the CDD is going to do. Now, as you know, in the petition, which is when we had these conversations, and I believe it was at the second reading on December the 5th, some of the things that the CDD can go ahead and fund and have done and construct, because they are public improvements, is the park, the city park. So that is something that can be done. But it's a process, just like anything else. It requires funding. And one of the things that the CDD can do is they can specifically go ahead and fund with bond funds. That is an option as well. But again, that also takes time. Because the CDD is a governmental entity such as you folks, we have to go through the same process as you do, as the Board of Supervisors. Those items have to be provided to the Board of Supervisors, they have to take public input, and they have to vote on those specifically.
But they're still committed to doing it, though.
There's nothing that doesn't commit them to do it. The first step for us is having the report done. The engineer has to proceed forward with the report as specifically what's the cost going to be, what is it going to include, and all of those type of those things that have to be done prior to the CDD board saying, yeah, we're going to get done in 3 years. Well, you can't get something done in 3 years unless you have money and you also have plans for it to be done. There's also going to have to be easements for construction that the city is going to have to provide, along with, and I know that the developer is connected with the CDD, but along with the developer as the leaseholder. So there are a lot of different functions and a lot of different parts that have to be completed for that to occur. One of the questions that I believe you had from the second reading of the ordinance was not just the CDD doing it, can it be done earlier than 10 years? Yes, it can. Usually, even though a CDD is a government, it moves fairly quickly. Along with that as well.
What are you saying?
Well, I can't tell you because I can't, first of all, I'm not the CDD Board of Supervisors.
No, but the thing is, you're raising a lot of doubts in our mind right now. I just have to tell you, you're not helping us with a comfort level that this is going to be done within a short period of time. You just put 10 roadblocks now in preventing this promenade from being built.
Well,
so
no, I was mentioning park. I wasn't talking promenade. Promenade is different. The key with the promenade, and I was just mentioning park. Talking about the promenade is different. So with the conveyance of the air rights, which is what you have on your agenda tonight, along with the ILA, but with the conveyance of the air rights is conveying to the CDD. The CDD needs those air rights to proceed forward with going ahead and having the construction of the public parking that's going to be within that parking garage. That is a necessity. The CDD can't move forward without having those air rights as to that. So that's step one. With that being done, then the CDD has the ability to proceed forward and make this happen, along with the developer, because the developer also still has those leasehold rights. So that can be done. But until step one is done, nothing can occur. The CDD has a board meeting, I think it's next week. The CDD has a board meeting, and as part of that board meeting, if these air rights conveyance are approved, they're also subject to 3 different agreements. One is a new declaration of restrictive covenants. The second one is the amended and restated declaration. And the third one is number 2 amendment to the master lease. All those 3 documents that have been worked on by different council are going to be on the CDD agenda for approval. So the CDD is already moving forward as soon as we can proceed forward, knowing that the city is going to convey those air rights. As to timing, soon as all of that is approved, and as soon as the city goes ahead and approves it on the 23rd, there's nothing to stop proceeding forward.
So who's going to fund the construction, the design and construction of the promenade if we're going to have to wait for,
I think the design and construction has already been completed, and those things have already been done by the developer. And therefore, in working with the developer, because it's going to work hand in hand, obviously, that is something that the CDD would be able to get that assignment of those plans to proceed forward with the public parking portion thereof. There's going to be a percentage. There's going to be a
determination. That's not answering my question. Where's the money going to come from for the promenade?
So the money from the promenade, two parts. One part is dealing with the air rights themselves. So the conveyance of the air rights from the city to the CDD. From the CDD making the determination of the surplus, what it doesn't need for the public improvements within the promenade. And then from that surplus, that will then be funded by the developer because it's going to be sold to the developer. That funding the CDD can use for all of those public improvements, including what you see as the interlocal agreement for the $1 million, not to exceed $1 million, for the improvements that the city wants to make across the street on the beach. So other funding, if other funding is needed for those other improvements, such as we were talking about, the park, the seawall, those things, it can be funded by the developer. But if the developer doesn't want to fund it, the CDD can proceed forward with issuance of bonds, which takes about 3 months.
But who funds the bond?
The bond funding is going to have to come from,
well, come on,
right
Jimmy
now,
wants to respond.
the developer. Until, I'm sorry, because the developer, whomever buys, I say the developer, but whomever is going to buy those surplus air rights, they are the ones that are going to be responsible because they are going to be the freehold estate owner. And therefore, the CDD for the imposition of special assessments will be on the freehold estate holder.
So you're saying that the money won't be generated until contracts are signed for the purchase of the condos? Because those are going to be the people who own the freehold estate.
No, that's not what I'm saying. The freehold estate is when the CDD determines the surplus and goes ahead and conveys for that amount, for that appraised amount, the CD will get an appraisal. For that appraised amount, those monies are what are going to be used for the construction of the public improvements of the podium.
And where's the developer going to get the money from?
That's not my problem.
Come up and speak.
The problem is you asked a very sophisticated, smart attorney what time it is. She's telling you how to build a watch. In layman's terms, we're going to we made the commitment to this same board that when we build phase 1, which is subject to sales, right? You can't build until you sell your condos, 50%. Right. But as soon as we build phase 1, whether the CDD funds it or we're going to fund it, we are committed to, and it's on the record, because the CDD has to get the air rights to proceed to move all this forward, we committed that whether they do it or we do it, we will fund it as part of phase 1. Phase 1 consists of the hotel and the first 2 towers. So when we do phase 1, our first permit, we're going to do the park, the seawall, the boardwalk, the promenade, all the public space. So that is our commitment now. It's on the record. It was our commitment before. And I think it's in many documents, but we're willing to put in more documents.
So phase 1 will consist of 2 buildings plus 2 condo buildings plus the hotel,
Yes.
which will probably take about 3 years to complete. And so only then would you, because then you'll close on them. Then you'll have the money to then do the park and the.
No.
No?
We're committing to do it concurrent.
Concurrent.
So by the time we get our COs, they will be done.
Your COs that's when you close on the units.
Well, yeah, but you have to finish the building. So you said 3 years. So let's assume it takes 3 years to develop. During that period, we will be developing all the infrastructure, the parks, the boardwalk, the seawalk, the seawalls, the promenade area, et cetera.
So can we make that part of the agreement?
That's what I'm saying. I think it already is, but we're willing to commit to it.
Lynn, is that part of the agreement?
I can't. The problem is, you're talking to the CDD. They can't commit. As a developer, we can commit. And as a developer, we're going to commit that when we develop phase 1, whether the CDD pays for it or we pay for it through conventional financing, we're going to commit to develop the infrastructure, which will include the park, the seawalls, the promenade area around the boardwalk, which is what the city is very interested in.
So Lynn, can that be memorialized?
Yes, Mayor, that's what I was just going to say. You will see in 2 weeks the Declaration of Restrictive Covenant, which will have a lot of the economic benefits associated with the air rights parcel and the development of the condominiums. And so initially under the master lease, they had to build the promenade and the park before they could get the second 50 years. Based on what the developer is saying here today, we will have to revise the documents to reflect that there will be an accelerated development of those promenade and the park.
Okay.
And it will be memorialized, is what I'm saying.
Where?
So it won't.
In the Declaration of Restrictive Covenant.
So Lynn, but there's nothing in the current documents that says it's going to be done in 3 years.
I'm sorry?
It would be in the Second Amendment to lease and the
Okay,
master lease.
you're going to put it in the Second Amendment? Okay, it's going to be in the Second Amendment, because right now, they are obligated to build the park and the promenade, but not in 3 years.
Right.
Well, I think that's what
That's
the
the
commission
point.
wants. They want
But-
it done in 3 years.
With phase one, concurrently what we just
10
heard.
years or 50 years.
We can't commit to 3 years. We can commit to do it during phase 1. The market's going to dictate when this gets developed, period, then. Not this board, not us.
I know we understand that, but
Right.
as long as it's memorialized and something
Yes.
that shows it's concurrent with the development of phase 1.
We're comfortable with that.
Yeah.
So upon the substantial completion, that's what will be substantially completed,
Okay.
yes.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Barry Summerstein, followed by Ann Hilmer, followed by Mary Fertig.
I'm going to do you a big favor. It's late. I'm not going to speak tonight. I'll answer questions you might have, but I'm not going to speak.
Okay. Is Ann Hilmer here? Yes.
Ann Hilmer, I'm not going to do you the same favor. Mr. Tate said, you are a partner. That's the problem. And you don't seem to know what you all are agreeing to. You've gotten all these documents, and then you're still asking questions, and you have no clue what they're asking until you talk about it right now at the last minute. Over the past 30 years, I've watched our city grow in leaps and bounds. In the early years, I felt heard and respected as I voiced my concerns regarding several projects. Initially, when the Bahia Mar development plans arose, several of us worked with the developer and the city planning staff to create something that for the good of the city and for the developers. Citizens' concerns were heard, given attention, and honored, alongside with the concerns of developers. In recent years, as this piece of land has flipped to the current developer, this has all changed. Tonight, once again, the city is bending over backwards to honor the leasee's desires. Look out in the audience. We, the citizens, are tired of being ignored, talked down to, or treated as people who know nothing. At 76 years old, I hope I have many more years to monitor your decisions, only because I'm too stubborn to give up. And I hope that the citizenry will come back in the future to join in monitoring of your decisions. But when you continually have these meetings, dropping hundreds of pages of documents at the last couple days, and when you have these decisions made after 11 o'clock at night, it's not fair to anyone. It's not fair to you, and it's certainly not fair to us. With respect to Bahia Mar, once again, we have had hundreds of pages dumped on Thursday. I find it hard to believe that all here can fully understand the details of these pages. When will these dumps stop? Please think through all of the information. Why not lease the air rights? Why do we have to give them away in perpetuity? Please be sure of your decision. Giving away these air rights is forever. for pickleball courts, exercise equipment, and then moving a storage shed. It's a bad decision.
Mary Fertig, followed by John Burns. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this? Please sign up with the clerk. So Mary, good evening.
Good evening. And I did just bring, in case you need it, the interlocal agreement. So let me just say tonight you're considering voting to enter into an interlocal agreement with the Community Development District. And looking back through the notes, I have some questions on this. I know you did it December 5th. They requested a petition by Ron Bahia Mar on October 10th, 2023. The petition maintained that the Ron Bahia Mar has the written consent of the landowner to make the request, which is attached to the document as Exhibit 3. Only problem is Exhibit 3 was totally blank, no signature and not filled out. That's what you posted on your website. So the assistant attorney, another concern, an assistant attorney in a memo maintained that the city does not meet the definition of landowner, let me put this, Mr. Spence, this was from Mr. Spence, I don't want to get confused on what attorney, does not meet the definition of landowner based on the portions of the statute which reads, and will you give me time to read this statute to you or not? Thank you. Landowner means the owner of a freehold estate as appears by the deed record, including a trustee, a private corporation, and an owner of the condominium unit. It does not include a reversion or remanderment mortgagee or any governmental entity which shall not be counted and need not be notified of proceedings under this act. Landowner shall also mean the owner of a ground lease from a government entity which leasehold interest has a recurring term, excluding all renewal options in excess of 50 years. Now, I have the statute if you need it. That was the important part. Landowner shall also mean the owner of a ground lease which has greater than 50 years. Reading this section, Ron Bahia Mar does not seem to meet this as you look at the terms of the lease in your master lease. The lease states term. This lease shall begin at 12:01 on local time on the commencement date and continue for a period of 50 years. There is a provision for an extended term that does not begin until several things have been met, including the promenade and the construction, and stresses it's up to 10 years. So it would seem that the tenant who signed the lease in 2022 is currently in the position of a 50-year lease because they haven't met the requirements for the extended term until they meet those requirements. This, of course, makes sense when you look at your charter, section 8.06. Lease for the property known as Bahia Mar may be negotiated by the City Commission without the necessity of public bid, provided, however, that no such lease shall be for the initial term longer than 50 years. Another point, the city seems to, I don't see it in here, have a reversionary interest in the property. Shouldn't that be on the deed or in the interlocal agreement? Something like maybe the air rights shall revert to the city upon the dissolution of the CDD or something to come back to the city if all else falls apart. Also, shouldn't there be a provision prohibiting the CDD from conveying the air rights to any party except the city of Fort Lauderdale? Oh, and by the way, I don't really want to see you do these air rights. I think it's a bad move. The City Commission should vote against them, but I just want to point out a couple things. I brought this for you. I was afraid maybe you lost your copy. This was Collier's report of March 8th, 2022. When you look at what they're estimating that you would receive in year one, it was $88,731,767 that you were to receive in year one. I'd just like to make a public records request for the amount that actually was received. And also next, obviously in the second year, as you read through this, you'll see they were recommending $14 million. This is the public hearing required by the charter for the public, and we've already heard tonight that the appraisal is a flawed document that you attached for our public hearing. We've gotten a whole lot more information that we've got here. In fact, Mayor, you suggested that you had some information and some conversations that we might not have been privy to that gave you additional information. So I would suggest that if we're truly trying to meet the intent of the charter in a public hearing, we make sure that the public is provided with accurate documents, and I would request at this time that you defer this hearing and do it all with all these master lease things that you're talking about doing so you can make sure your air rights are safe and that we get the promenade in 3 years. In the interlocal agreement, the three things you're getting within 3 years, 2 pickleball courts, that's what's in the document, a storage shed, and some exercise equipment. So that's actually what's in the document. I would request that you defer this item and do it all on the 23rd with the lease And I hope you can answer some of these questions. Thank you.
Thank you. John Burns, anyone else wish to speak on this item? Okay. Mr. Burns.
I guess my first comment is this is a prime example of why we should have had a special conference meeting to discuss this, because trying to do this late at night is really, really bad. My comments are based on what you've already have described as flawed documents. We are faced with another 100-year decision with only one meeting and data that was released on Thursday for a Tuesday vote. If we do nothing tonight, the city and the developer have a mutually satisfactory deal based on their current agreements. The developer says he can sell units at $2,000 a square foot with the current deal, without air rights, luxury units right now. The problem is the declining condo values due to the lease, but they knew that going in and receiving approvals for the lease, the PDD, and the CDD. Blake bases their opinions on selling units between $1,200 and $1,300 a square foot, a substantial difference from Collier's. Why? Blake says the air rights are worth $249 million. Using lower sales numbers, what are the air rights values based on the 2,000 or 2,500 square feet or $2,500 square feet, or the $3,000 or $4,000 per square foot? Collier says the city will earn an incremental $285 million with the sale of air rights, but Blake says the air right rent could be $15 million a year. Now, I know there's been some discussions about what the value of those air rights are, but the report said the air rights could be leased at $15 million. That's $1.5 billion over 100 years. That's $1.2 billion more than the incremental $285 based on the selling of the air rights. So get a study of the renting versus selling of air rights. By renting the air rights, the city earns more and the citizens get their land and air back at the end of the 100 years, not losing air rights in perpetuity. It also reduces the income risk in the development of this, the city's income risk at the development of this property. The $1 million offer to fund improvements should be rejected as a ridiculous lowball initial offer for even talking about air rights. And no one's asked the neighbors, particularly those people who use the basketball courts or the workout groups that use the courts for yoga, what they think of losing the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Do I hear a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes.
Need to extend
Do I
the
hear a
meeting.
motion to extend the meeting by 10 minutes?
So moved.
Make it 15. Would you amend it to 15?
I don't know. The move-in would have to accept the friendly amendment.
I will accept the friendly amendment.
Seconded.
Okay. 15.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. Okay, so there is an item regarding conveyance of air rights. Commissioner, you are the district commissioner, Glassman. What are your comments?
Well, I'm good to go. I think it makes sense. I think we have a fiduciary responsibility for the city. I see an increase here. I think we've cleared up all of the misconceptions and the misinformation. And I think that this is a win-win. And I think that the benefits to the city over time and also clarification of what can happen with the CDD, because I'm really anxious to see that agency get started. So I think that I'm comfortable moving forward.
Okay, and Commissioner Sturman, your district is nearby. What are your thoughts?
Well, the two issues that were brought up was delaying as well as getting a better deal out of it. And this Ms. Momano had brought up, and you had brought up, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to reiterate that.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments? Commissioner Herbst.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've spent a lot of time looking over the financials of this. I agree that this is going to be significantly accretive to us. I think it's a much better deal than what we had prior to the consideration of the air rights. And again, as has been said, the air rights are already effectively under contract for the next 100 years. So I don't think this is substantially changing anything in terms of the relationship between us and the CDD and the developer. It simply provides an opportunity, I think, for us to generate substantially more revenue, obviously for the developer, but also for the city. And I think we're really going to need that additional revenue in the upcoming years. We've got a number of financial burdens looming on the horizon, and we are going to need everything we can in order to forestall having a millage increase for as long as possible. And I think this will add significantly to the city's future revenue stream. The idea of having a time frame for the completion of the public amenities, I certainly would not object to that as long as it works within that phase one. And then the developer certainly indicated that they're comfortable with that. Obviously, if they ever wanted to throw any more money into the deal, I would never say no. But that being said, I do think this makes sense for the city. I think it makes sense for the project and for us in the long term.
Vice Mayor?
No other comments than what's been said. Ready to move forward with this this vote tonight.
Okay. Personally, I think conceptually, I think it's an idea that the city should participate in. I think it's a good approach to trying to derive more revenue for the city. But I have to say, I have some concerns about the information upon which we're making this decision. As Commissioner Glassman pointed out, there are significant flaws in the backup in terms of the appraisals, in terms of the assumptions that the appraisal uses. And I have to say that, this is unacceptable, completely unacceptable, that this commission and the public have to rely on flawed information in order to derive or arrive at a decision. We're talking about a lot of money here, and also, I do think that the Central Beach Alliance should have weighed in on this. And Mr. Brown is here tonight telling us that this is the first they've heard of it too. And again, neighborhood outreach is really, really important. And there was no neighborhood outreach at all in the Central Beach area concerning the transfer of the air rights. So, those are big questions. I don't know whether they are fatal flaws to the decision tonight, but we've got to figure out a way to, when this comes back up in the next meeting, that this situation is corrected. I'd love to see in our next meeting what the Second Amendment is going to look like to the comprehensive agreement that is going to reinforce the developer's commitment to these amenities being done within a certain time frame. This is something, Bahia Mar has been a sensitive issue since day one. When I was a commissioner in 2017, and this first came to us, I was definitely against the proposal back then. It was a flawed proposal, and we were here till 3 in the morning trying to figure out what to do there. And the commission at that point voted to approve the project then. So what this commission did in approving a different project, I think was an important step forward. It downsized the project significantly. It increased the revenues to the city significantly. And it provided an amenity to the community that it never before ever thought it could accomplish. So I commend this commission for agreeing to the revised proposal, and now we're trying to refine it. And the transfer of development rights is certainly an important step forward in refining it, and as Commissioner Herbst said, will supply us with additional income that the city is going to need going forward. But we need to do better in the future. We need to do really better in providing the information upon which we make our decisions. And I think the city manager it reached out to our consultants, and unfortunately, he was only given this information, and I think that was really unfortunate. What I'd like to see is that between now and the next meeting, what is going to happen at the next meeting so that people can understand the difference between this meeting and this vote and the second meeting and what that vote entails? Lynn, can you help us out here?
Yes. So at the next meeting, if you'll notice that the approval of the conveyance of the air rights is subject to conditions, and those conditions are amending the master lease, which will incorporate the changes that we talked about today, the declaration of restrictive covenants, and the amended and restated master declaration. Those documents will be brought before you on the 23rd. Barry, myself, and Joe Hernandez, we have completed our negotiations and the draft of the documents, with the exception of this one change that we will be making based on the meeting tonight.
So any vote tonight is conditioned on those
Correct.
items?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not a clean yes, it's based on those conditions.
Correct.
And can we also shore up the backup, the information that we were given in terms of the appraisals and the assumptions that those appraisals were based on?
I'll have to defer to the city manager on that.
Yeah, we will certainly give you a list of those issues with the appraisal.
Okay. And maybe, Mr. Brown, your board might convene between now and the next meeting to discuss this so we can have some feedback from the Central Beach area, which is the jurisdiction of this area. Do you think something like that could happen?
Well, we're on the same page here, Mayor. We have a board meeting Thursday.
Okay.
I will get it on the agenda. And I was going to reach out to Mr. Tate and his team and see if you're, yeah.
Okay.
And then we have a membership meeting the
18th?
Yes.
The 18th.
So if the board feels this is something that needs to go to the membership, however, typically the board has said we do not get involved in negotiations, city negotiations, or interlocal agreements. But if the Tate come and present the presentation of and outline the agreement that was presented here tonight, I think we'll have a better understanding and keep this thing moving forward.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
think that would give the commission a better sense of community outreach, rather than hearing that it was not done. So, anything else you'd like to say?
Mayor, I agree with everything you're saying. I just wanted to bring up the point why I don't think that appraisal, although I'd like to see all those corrections, and I certainly have my own list, or else I wouldn't have brought it up. But I don't think that was a fatal flaw, as you alluded to, and I'll tell you why. Because when I was going through it, I didn't even see the significance of it in terms of what was actually in front of us today. That's why I asked that question. City manager told us that he just thought that because that was done, and that we should see everything that was, written. Again, I don't see the relevance of that appraisal report with regards to what exactly was in front of us this evening. But I agree with you. We need to be much more careful in what's placed in the backup. Thank you.
I wanted to also just elaborate on that. Our backup is important, it's relevant, and it needs to be proper. Even to the fact that we've said it time and time again, the information is posted on Thursday, and it's a large amount of information to digest. Even with considering the agenda item, are we double packing the agenda for the evening when we're putting things on that's going to require our neighbors to be here after 11 p.m. on an item that is going to take an hour to discuss? So I think that is something that with city management we need to consider when we are drafting our agendas for discussion.
Well, I mean, we had a pretty quick agenda for the most part. We went through the consent agenda items. The only two items of controversy were the the conditional use permit for that Ocean Harbor Residences and the manager's review, everything else went pretty quickly. So,
True,
you
true,
know,
but we have a pattern of packing our agenda. Tonight, yes, you're making a point that some of the items we flowed through quickly, but we have had a consistency of a tight agenda. In my opinion, I think we can strategize a little better with the way we present the agendas, along with timelines of when the deadlines are to discuss these items. So this is something I just want to place on the table for consideration.
Okay.
Thank
Mayor,
Yeah.
but I think we also have to understand that much of the timeline with this item, through every step ever since we first began with the creation of the CDD, correct me if I'm wrong, City Attorney, but I believe much of this is dictated by state statutes in terms of a timeline. So it's difficult for us to delay or to say we need to defer this because we really are under the gun in terms of a timeline on this entire process.
Okay. So would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Okay. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving the transfer of air rights over a portion of the real property located at 801 Seabreeze Boulevard to the Bahia Mar Community Development District for public purposes pursuant to Section 8.2 of the City Charter, subject to terms and conditions, approving an interlocal agreement between the City of Fort Lauderdale and Bahia Mar Community Development District, authorizing the proper city officials to execute the conveyance instruments and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
No.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that item is approved. We have one last item on the agenda. This is an ordinance of second reading.
Extend the meeting again?
No, we can do this quickly. Ordinance amending various provisions of Chapter 20, Article 4, Division 3 of the City of Fort Lauderdale Code of Ordinances. Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
It's introduced. Does anyone have any questions? There being none, please call the roll.
In ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Chapter 20, Article 4, Division 3 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, by amending the City of Fort Lauderdale Police and Firefighters Retirement System to implement provisions of the collective bargaining agreements between the City of Fort Lauderdale and collective bargaining units representing police officers and sergeants, police lieutenants and captains, firefighters and battalion chiefs, and providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, and an effective date. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman?
Yes. Commissioner
Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that ordinance is now approved on second reading. Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything you want to? No? Okay. All right. Therefore, any further business? Of the
Yes,
commission?
one more item.
What's that?
Mr. Mayor, please do not interrupt me, and please do not have anybody interrupt me. I am going to make a statement,
Okay.
and when I'm done, please make sure that nobody else on the dais interrupts me.
Okay.
We need to work together. We need to have a level of professionalism and respect for each other. From time to time, we will disagree, sometimes a heated debate. We cannot disrespect our fellow commissioners. This is directed towards Mr. Glassman. You continually cross that line to me and other commissioners, but I'm only going to speak to me. You show disrespect for me. You have no right to disrespect my staff. You are never to ever curse at them again, yell at them again, give them the F-bomb over here, or otherwise disrespect my staff. Ever. Have I made myself crystal clear?
Am I allowed to talk now? I don't want to interrupt.
I am done. You could talk.
Oh, thank you. Well, I think you have bad information. I'll be happy to discuss it.
I heard you.
Wait, you heard me?
I heard you use the F-bomb at my staff.
But you did not hear exactly what happened. So that's okay. You've expressed yourself. That's fine. I just disagree with you, but that's okay.
Whatever occurred, I'm sorry whatever occurred. Is there any further business of the commission?
No, actually, I think there's more to be discussed in that because, I was going to the break room to get something to drink, and I encountered a woman in tears because she had just been verbally abused by Commissioner Glassman. And, he called out shame, shame, shame earlier. Well, you know what? Shame on you, Commissioner Glassman. That was a disgusting behavior. The fact that you would curse in her face and say, fuck you, fuck your boss, is unbelievable.
That is not correct, and you can get as dramatic as you'd like, but I'm not even
From
gonna
the drama
respond-
teacher.
It's-
There
it's-
you go.
yeah,
Thank you.
It's not correct, and I'll say for what you just said, and for the language that you just used, shame on you.
Mr. Glassman, I heard it also
I would like
from
it to be-
here, and that's
No.
what you said to my
You-
staff. I will not have you disrespecting
You
my
did
staff.
not hear.
I heard it from here.
No, you didn't.
All right. Okay.
Do not
your
do
opinions were
that
expressed.
again.
You
Okay.
are
To me or my staff.
I'm not going to engage because you're not listening, and that's okay.
All right. Meeting is concluded. Thank you.